Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
I'm here to lie to you and use it as a publicity
Stunt? Yeah, I know.
stunt.
I know.
I'm joking. I'm joking. How's it going? How have you been?
I'm doing well. How are you?
All right.
Yeah?
Can you fan, by the way? I have a fan going because it's really warm.
Nope, I do not hear the fan. You're good to go.
All right, that's good. That's good.
All right, how are you feeling about today? I know you don't tend not to do. I heard you don't do live debates.
No, I don't. I'm not very good at them.
Mm.
Um, so you
Such
and
a
we spoke.
classic video essayist problem, okay? I'm just gonna say.
So you and we've spoken a bunch offline,
Yep.
and we've spoken I think once or twice online, aside from today. And
Hmm.
I remember saying after the first time that we talked, one of the reasons that I don't do debates is because I constantly stutter, and I do constantly stutter. I my charisma is I have a very low charisma score, you
Okay.
know.
Okay.
So I don't.
You're at like
And you
at
know
a
what? Like
-3 for rolls for checks.
I've hold on. They're saying that my audio is too low. Maybe I can adjust it on my end, or you can adjust it on yours.
I will adjust it on my end. Oh, you're maxed. You were at 200%.
Oh,
So apparently this is
oh no.
an issue for you in the past.
Okay, hold on. Give me a second here. I can probably do something. Maybe. How about now?
Check it again.
How about now?
Uh,
How's it sound?
Seems good. I mean, you're doing really well on my side, so. Okay, now I'm
Oh,
quiet. Okay, drop
yeah.
your
They say.
sound a little bit because you're
Okay,
peaking just a
sorry.
little bit, and then
Okay.
ignore the chat when they talk about audio. I'll just look at the decibels. My audio is always really soft, guys. I will try to
Hmm.
just talk louder in general because my audio tends to be, yeah, I'll gain the fuck out if I try to bump it.
Okay. I turned it down.
Okay,
I went from 75 to 60. How do I sound now?
that's great. Yeah, you're peaking a little bit less.
Hey, J Mac. I don't know. So you've been on Adam and Sitch, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, J Mac is a big Adam and Sitch guy,
Okay. Yeah, I like Adam and Sitch. I
and
haven't been on
he
in a
also
while. They invited me on for a bunch, and it was just like topics that I like wasn't interested in, or like they would like last minute invite me, and I just couldn't make it. And now I'm
right,
worried that
right.
I've driven away their invitations by
All right,
saying no.
Dev.
I'll have to
It's
ask them.
time to drop the silly centrist
Oh, they're good
act and
guys. I'm
make a
sure they'll
stand.
understand.
I mean
Um,
it.
right
Answer
now we're
this
doing a
honestly. A
series
teen
on
or S
Mencius Moldbug,
class? And I
where
will be
he wrote a
recording
book
your answer
called "The
at the
Open
next
Letter to
S and
Open-Minded Progressives."
Yeah.
And the point of the book is
Hi
to
Dev.
take
Hi
people
not
like your
so
average progressive
erudite.
with average
Hope
progressive
you're both
opinions
doing well,
and
though I
appeal
don't know why you're
to
trying to
their
demonize
ideas in such a
communist
way
smile.
that by the time you're done reading the book, you've become a neo-reactionary.
Okay.
Because Mencius Moldbug was the first neo-reactionary. So he wrote this book, and we've been going over the on several streams now. We've gone through I think the first half of the book, just kind of dissecting the ideas in there.
Mm-hmm.
And Mencius Moldbug, he's kind of
Don't
like
mind me. The
he feels a lot
$62 was
like
bothering me.
socialists
I
or a
like
lot like
numbers in
fascists
multiple of
in that
5s, 0
there's
or
some pretty
10s.
good critiques of liberal politics in there,
Mm-hmm.
but the solutions that he offers are absolutely terrible.
Okay.
And they all seem to fall apart at the solutions when it comes to political theory.
Interesting.
But that's what we've been doing now. We've done a couple of those streams. We're probably going to do one more in the next few weeks at some point. I know I was on there again actually. I wanted to bring this up with you. I have I don't know if I can bring it up with you yet.
Yeah.
So do you know do you mind if this is a bit of a tangent? Do you mind? I'm
Sure.
sorry.
Go for it.
Okay. Okay. Do you know Dr. Thomas Saz?
No, I'm not familiar.
Okay, he's a Hungarian psychiatrist,
Okay.
and he wrote a book called The Therapeutic State.
Okay.
And his idea is basically that 90% of psychiatry is bullshit. It's an entirely, well, not entirely, but a mostly false discipline, and that the history of psych is the history of the state oppressing people who have alternate ways of thinking that they don't like.
Okay, this must come out of like neurodivergent theory.
Yeah, it might. I'm not sure exactly. This,
Okay.
this is this. I'm like just beginning to dip my toes a bit into political theory that is related to psych.
Yeah.
So this is
Okay.
he's some he's somebody on the right. The people on the right really like this guy, but I think he has some serious problems. But it is interesting to think about because he points out a bunch of examples, right? So he points out how there was this this false psychological condition called drapetomania
Hmm.
in the southern states. I don't know if
Okay.
you've heard about that.
Nope.
Okay, so the idea basically is drapetomania was what slaves suffered from when they wanted to be free.
Okay.
And so they would medicalize the desire for slaves to be free, and they would use that as a method to oppress them. And he points out how the various Soviet republics did this as well. They would find antisocial behavior, which they defined as basically being against the revolution, and then they would gulag them and then try to re-educate them. Or basically, it's the act of what he's talking about when he talks about the therapeutic state. He talks about like MK Ultra in the states, and he has a few other examples. But
Hmm.
what he's getting into basically is the idea that mental illness for him didn't really exist. It was all just different ways of thinking, and that an oppressive society will naturally take those ways of thinking that go against the prevailing political dogma and then medicalize them so that they can be treated and cured.
Right.
Um, there's probably some historic examples of that happening, but I don't think that's the whole of the discipline. You know?
Yeah, I mean it's interesting. There's a I mean it's tapping into like a whole like Eric Fromm is a guy who speaks a lot about this. Even Gabor Mate talks a lot about like myth of it's like connected to this concept of like myth of normal, except it's also politicizing it in this way. Like Fromm doesn't politicize it necessarily in the same way, and it also is tapping a little bit into like neurodivergent theory, which funnily enough neurodivergent theory does not start in psychology actually at all.
Oh
It's
no.
no. No bad
Okay.
theory. No. It
Where,
comes from like the sociology sphere.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a lot more like theoretical speculative than it is like evidence based, in my opinion, obviously. But yeah, that's a little bit of what you're tapping into. The Eric Fromm stuff is actually really interesting because there is within the neurodivergent theory, even though I think there's a lot of like really silly ideas within it, like trying to say that FASD isn't an obstacle or like a disability. It's just like another way of thinking. Doesn't work for me when we're talking about like FASD is fetal alcohol syndrome. So when we're talking about like major brain impairment,
Right.
but there is a really interesting critique to be made about essentially like it's like the way of viewing mental illness of like spectrable. Like, is mental illness just extreme versions of normal behavior? And then like, why do we draw a line here instead of here? Or should we maybe draw it all the way back here and like pathologize it?
Mhm.
And I think there's a really interesting conversation around that because it's connected to like the medicalization of mental health, which I would argue while understandable why we did this, I think it's been a really major oversight in the way that we approach mental illness in general. And the DSM, for example, is like actively in the process of like relooking whether like a medicalized categorical system is even the best strategy when talking about like mental illness related phenomena. So yeah,
Right.
that's
Right.
a whole thing.
I looked up one of his most famous quotes really quick. So he said, um, suicide, unconventional religious beliefs, racial bigotry, unhappiness, anxiety, shyness, sexual promiscuity, shoplifting, gambling, overeating, smoking, and illegal drug use are all considered symptoms that need to be cured. The nanny state has turned into the therapeutic state, where the nanny has given way to the counselor.
Hmm.
The nanny just told people what to do. Counselors also tell them what to think and feel. The nanny state was punitive, austere, and authoritarian. The therapeutic state is touchy-feely, supportive, and even more authoritarian. So the idea of his philosophy is that this is a way for the state to oppress its political opponents without using hard power. They can wrap it up in this idea that they're being treated for an illness, and so they even feel righteous while oppressing them.
Right.
And there's probably some historical examples of that, but I don't think that's the whole of psychiatry. But it's an interesting book.
Yeah. No,
I've
it's
only
it's
I've only
super
just sta-
interesting.
I've only just started it, so I can't seriously comment on it right now. That's the next on the reading list. But
Okay. All
yeah,
right. So,
maybe when I finish it, we can talk about it at some point. Maybe
sure.
if you're interested.
Yeah, no, it sounds super interesting. So I'm gonna re-pull up my questions because I had to close all my Firefox to see if that would fix my frame droppage.
Okay.
So I'm just pulling them up now. For those of you who
Sure.
don't know you, why don't you introduce yourself, you faceless
Um,
villain?
sorry about that. Yeah, listen, guys, I was like scrambling to find a camera, and I have like an old 2009 potato cam that didn't didn't work. I was trying it. It was like this old Logitech thing that broadcast in 720p. Didn't work though,
Yeah.
unfortunately. So I am Short Fat Otaku, which is a terrible name for a YouTube channel. But my real name's Dev, and I go by Dev.
Okay.
And I'll probably change the channel name at some point to Devospective or Devspective or something like that because it's like perspective, but it's Dev. So I like
Okay.
the name. I just haven't done it yet.
Why'd you call
Also,
yourself Short Fat Otaku originally then?
so we started the channel in 2009, a long time ago.
We?
And it was me,
Okay.
yes, me and two friends.
Okay.
It was me and two friends, and we were running around our tiny Canadian small town with a camera. We were younger, and we were shooting anime videos, which is why we were otakus, right? And I don't know if you remember or you were on the internet at the time, but there was that guy with the glasses, that group from the late 2000s.
Nope.
Yeah.
Not familiar.
No? Okay.
Nope.
Well, we were shooting videos in that style. Um, and it was like the Angry Video Game Nerd, Nostalgia Critic, guys like this. Basically, they would do comedic reviews of properties. Now that sounds very, very trite at this point, but that was the big new thing. AVGN for a while was the biggest YouTuber on YouTube. He had 70,000 subs, and that was the biggest YouTuber by a
Dang,
lot
that's
back then.
crazy.
It's been a long time. Um, so we were younger and we liked these guys and we were one of a billion ripoffs of their style. If you were on the internet in 2007 or 2008, you saw a dime a dozen people trying to copy these guys, and we were one of them.
Okay.
So there is a big, long, deep lore of how the channel started, but basically there was three of us. We had a camera
Mm-hmm.
that we bought used. It was like $200, and we had an entire summer to shoot an entire season of the SFO anime review project
Okay.
because we were all going off to school, right?
Uh-huh.
So we ran around our town shooting these videos, and we were kind of all. It was all goofy. It was all good fun.
Yeah.
We edited them over the course of 2009. We released them, and basically the name stuck. It's not representative of what I do anymore. I still like anime. I have way less time to watch it now, but I still like anime. But I don't really do anime content anymore. But the channel started as an anime review channel.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. So that's why it's Short Fat Otaku. And it's taking you this long. So are the other two involved at all?
One of them moved on. One of them didn't.
Okay.
So there was the second one was my friend Dave, and Dave has been my best friend since kindergarten. Actually,
Wow.
we have been friends since the beginning, and he's my co-host on some of my sometimes I'll just sit down and do like a gaming stream. I might get like 1/10 of the normal viewership for a gaming stream because it's gaming. It's not big, not really a big deal, not what I do. But he'll show up for that, and we'll have fun. He helps me edit some of my videos. So he is definitely part of the bit. Like it is a business now, and we are making enough money to support both of us. So
Okay.
he's the editor now. So the two of us, we kept going with it. Yeah.
Okay.
The third person, she left. She left around 2016. There was no bad blood or anything. It's just that she decided to go off to school.
Yeah.
And at this point, she's a university professor on the West Coast, and she doesn't want to get canceled with me because academia is not a nice place sometimes.
No, it's a little soy. Have you heard about the McMaster drama? I got an article that came out like need to check the date, but just recently about all the McMaster sex trafficking stuff. Have you heard about it?
No, this is news to me. What's going on?
It is too long to explain right now, but essentially there was claims of a sex trafficking ring within one of the psychology departments in McMaster. There was about 5 staff that were put on interim, basically like maximal leave, like they couldn't do research, they couldn't come on site, and an investigation was launched, and then an external investigation was launched because the original claims got cast into a little bit of doubt. And it led to basically this really complex thing about the equality diversity head being like married to one of the people that was reporting, and it's seeming like no vetting was actually offered for either of these cases and stories. The institution basically in the external review walked back all charges, but they tried to pretend like they had still done bad things. Like the language didn't really exonerate any of the staff whose name had been they're basically being called like the Epstein of McMaster. And the university president released a statement being like, yeah, some of this didn't turn out to be true, but they did do some bad stuff because like they got like on record one prof sharing a joint with a postdoctoral student, and oh, one of the people who was claimed of doing sex trafficking was actually having an affair on his wife with one of his students. It was all consensual based, but um, yeah. So
So there's no actual sex trafficking in the
there
end,
was
or
no sex trafficking, no. But nobody was fired. The individual who took both of the claims, um, there's nothing that's happened. She still has her job. It is, I can send you the article. I was reading it for like 2 hours this morning. It's a really, really long article, but it is crazy. It's
yeah, yeah,
crazy.
I do want to see it.
Yeah. And
So
it's happening at
just
the same time that I don't know if you heard that Dartmouth was settling a case with 9 women who had like very confirmable cases of sexual harassment that they brought to their school from their male supervisors were doing to them for years,
mhm.
and nobody was listening to them. And now the school is like settling with all of these young women. And so it's like happening at the same time where you're seeing university failing on both sides now, which is really, really interesting. Where you're just like, okay, so you're just fucked in every direction. Good job. You can't figure this out at all, apparently.
So why do you think that there's that discrepancy? Like, why is it that one institution tried to cover up real sexual harassment and the other one tried to make blow up a story that was ultimately false?
I'd be so curious to know the level of incestuousness between the admin and the professors reported at Dartmouth. Whereas in the case of McMaster, there was like no, the department actually that was doing all the reporting was like new, like 2 years old. So there's almost no relationship between this psychology department and the admin. So I don't actually know. I haven't looked enough into the Dartmouth to know if there was any level of relationship between the admins who were getting reported to and what their structure and system was. Um, so I'm not really sure because the old system of reporting, like students had a lot, like basically no way of reporting this stuff in the past. So there are still some schools that like don't even have like ombudsman. Those people, I can never say their name. Ombudsman.
Ombudsman, I think.
Thank you. Some schools don't even have those still. So there's like no student advocates. And then there's other schools that are implementing like really, really hyper aggressive like student advocacy that might be going too far in its policy. Not enough vetting.
Right, right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of it's tempting to say, oh, I bet it's along political lines where the people who are being accused in one case were right leaning, the other ones are left leaning. It's very easy to think that because it's the kind of thing that it feels like it would happen, but I'm not. I don't know. That was my knee jerk reaction. Then I had to be like, hold on. There's no evidence of that yet.
Yeah. Yeah. So pretty great. I'll send you the article. I'm sure you'll find it interesting. I might do like a video on it actually because it's like so crazy to me. It's so much more complex than I'm telling you. It's a wild ride.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's the basic overview. Even though I spoiled the end, I guess for you a little bit.
I'm sure I'll still enjoy it.
Yeah. All right. Let's talk about you.
Me.
Yeah, you're here
Okay.
to be humanized.
All right.
What do you think about the humanizing series? Have you seen any of it?
I watched some of Brianna Wu and I watched some of Vash's. I
Mm-hmm.
didn't watch the Sneeko one,
Okay.
but I enjoyed them. I enjoyed them actually. They were quite interesting.
Okay.
You know what? It seems like it's going to be like one of those. What do they call it? Is it? For some reason, I'm thinking green weather, but it's not green weather. It's the kind of content that like it gets lower views initially, but it gets more views over time.
Yeah. Yeah, they are like a pretty sustainable, like recurring amount of views, which is
Mhm.
really interesting to see. It's the only type of content I
Yeah.
do that actually is like that. So,
Yeah, yeah.
um,
Usually when this is the same thing with me, right? Like I'll do I call them 10-minute takes because I try to get them between 10 and 20 minutes, and it's just me talking about the news story of the day. Those will get a bunch of views immediately. Like I'll get like 50,000 views in a day or something, and then they'll taper off, and then no one's watching them in 6 months, right?
yeah.
But when I do a more produced bit of content, like the three forms of fascism or the Antonio Gramsci video, those are longer, they're more in depth. There's a lot more meat on the bone there, and they get views continuously. You know,
Mm,
they keep getting views even a year later.
yeah. So, one question I think is probably the best to start off with, because a lot of your content is politics. So, I do want to ask you a bunch of questions about like how you think about your politics.
Hmm.
But What are you? So what do you self-label as
At this
politically?
point, I have no idea. I have no clue. Oh, I mean, so when I think most people who live in Canada or live in the United States, when they're kids, they're like normie liberals, right?
I
Maybe
was
they're
in
like
Alberta, so normie conservative, but yeah.
normie conservative, yeah. But like from my experience, it was like most people are kind of like casually center left, and they don't really think about it. I don't know how old you are. You seem to be a little bit younger than me. The idea of like, oh well, obviously we should have gay marriage. It's kind of ridiculous that we don't have it at this point. And then we finally had it, and then things were okay, right? Like that was like just there was an inevitability that certain things would just come to pass in the next decade or so when I was a kid,
Hmm.
and most of them did, right? And that's like the normie liberalism, right? As I moved into the late teens, early 20s, went off to university, I became like a hardcore communist.
Okay.
I
Interesting.
was like, I was a left unity communist.
Okay.
And what
What does
and what
that
that
mean?
means is, well, that means that basically the libertarian left, so like the anarchists, the more Vosh types, should make peace with the authoritarian left, so like the Stalinists, the tankies, the Maoists, because being more left is more important than how you get there, whether it's through libertarianism or authoritarianism. So I was a leftist. I was like a left unity leftist, where more left is more good, and nothing else matters.
So were you like pro Leninism?
Oh God, Arch is in the chat and he's saying I still am. No, I'm not. There's this running joke in like the Sargon and like in like our friend group that I'm still a communist. No, I'm not. I haven't been a communist in over 10 years, in like 15 years. Okay. Um, I was. If you asked me back then if I was pro Leninism, I would have said like with a tentative. I'm trying to like recall how I was back then. I would have said like tentatively, sheepishly yes because the ends justify the means.
Hmm.
But I didn't know enough about political theory to understand what that actually meant.
Okay. So you were like yes-ish to Lenin. What about Stalin? Because one thing that I always find interesting is like whenever I talk to my commie friends, is I kind of like be like, I'm guessing you're warm to Marx, and they'll be like, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll be like, well, what about Lenin, right? And it's like it's the interesting escalation. Hi, DGG, welcome. This is welcome to the humanizing. I'm just gonna re-explain. We're doing the humanizing since we just got a massive raid. This is short for Otaku that we're humanizing. So we're going to talk about him, his political theories and beliefs, and all of his controversies and why he likes 2D booba so much. Um, okay.
Hi DGG. I hang out in your chat too sometimes. It's fun. It's
Yeah.
fun over there.
TGGL.
Some of those guys know who I am.
Nice. And so if you guys want to send questions or if you even want to come in and talk to him, super chats are the best way to send questions. You won't see them pop up on screen because they're really noisy, but I will be tracking them and writing them down. We'll pause about an hour in for super chats and then another hour at the end, and we might do a walk on if he's open to it. We'll see.
Yeah, it
So
should be okay.
most people are pretty who are communist will or socialist will be like warm towards Marxism, obviously,
Mhm.
and like all the like kind of newer Marxist branches, like in the last 100 years. But Lenin and Stalin feel like certain lines that different groups will draw. Did you draw the line at Lenin, but not like were you okay-ish with Lenin but not Stalin, or were you like full in Stalinist?
Um, I would have been completely fine with all of it, but that was mostly out of ignorance, though. I was definitely like you can see if you go into certain right wing circles now, especially on Twitter, you'll see memes of a young hipster leftist who wears a Stalin shirt or something, and is
But no
drinking
idea what it means,
yeah,
basically.
and he's like drinking
Okay.
a soy latte, and he has no clue what he's actually talking about. That was me
Okay.
when I was like 19. That was definitely me.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Okay. So you would have been
I
like,
I would have.
yeah, Stalin, but you have no idea what you're talking about.
Exactly,
Okay.
exactly. And that was me for my first couple of years of university. And university definitely made it worse, for sure.
And then what were you studying in university?
Um, I was studying English literature. Well, no, I got there to do computer programming. Didn't like it.
Okay.
Switched around to English literature. I was in the, I think the language is the same in Alberta as it is in Ontario. I was in the concurrent ed program, if you know what that is.
Hmm.
Yeah. So I was in the concurrent ed program, and I did a few years of English. I did a placement at a high school, so I got to teach for a semester in a high school. Realized I didn't want to be a teacher. Realized I had no clue what I wanted to do with my life. Um, there was also some personal relationship stuff that was going on at the same time, and about five different factors all kind of hit me at once, and so I dropped out of school.
Okay. So,
And I dropped out for maybe a year and a half.
okay, so how many years did you complete? Did you finish your degree?
I went back and finished later. Yeah.
Okay, so you have an ed
Yeah.
degree.
No, no. I dropped out of the concurrent ed program.
Okay, okay. And so what do you
So
have
I
your
had
degree in now?
English lit. It is the most useless.
Oh my gosh, what a useless degree. Okay, user.
Okay, the first time you and I spoke, I don't know if you remember this. You asked me this question as well, and I said, okay, so I got an English lit degree, and I had taken a couple like psychologies as electives. I'd taken gender studies as electives. I'd taken some philosophy and some political science as electives, and I had enough electives such that if I just took one more of any of those topics, I could get a minor.
Mm.
And I decided, because it was the easiest thing to do, I took one more gender studies elective. So I got a gender studies minor. I could have had a psychology minor. I could have had a a philosophy minor. I took the most useless degree and the most useless minor in the end.
You know, I
Um,
won't lie. I don't mind English lit all the time, depending on like the direction you go, because like I am a big sucker for like comparative literature. I actually like love comparative literature classes, but it depends, I think, on the direction you go. I didn't get into any higher level English by any means, so.
right, right. So I'd say I did maybe 3 years, it's been a while. It was like 2007. I have to think about it. I did 3 or 4 years, and I got 2 years worth of credits out of it because I was kind of a slacker, and there was like personal stuff happening as well, like stuff in my relationship. It wasn't a very good relationship. Um, at some point, I mean, how personal do you want me to get here? Actually,
I was just
I mean,
like,
okay, sure.
you're humanizing.
Okay, so I'm running back through the story. Okay, so the first semester of my first year, I was in line. This was back when I was still doing computer programming, and I ended up hooking up with my TA for my computer programming class. And that turned into a almost 7 year relationship. And this is a girl who was from China. She was an immigrant. She was very hardworking. She was very driven. She came from a poor area of China, and she desperately did not want to go back. So, and I was like, this slacker communist, and she's coming from a communist country. We did not work well together. It was not a good relationship. There's a lot of bad parts of that relationship for sure. At one point, because I wasn't getting anywhere with getting through university, she decided. She had finished school up. She was 5 years older than me because she was my TA.
Yep.
She finished school up. She was leaving. I was in Thunder Bay at the time. She was leaving Thunder Bay to go somewhere else. She was going to Toronto. We tried to do long distance. Wasn't working. She said, you're not doing anything anyway. You should just come over here. And because I had some blue collar experience, I was able to get a pretty good blue collar job. And I did that for a year and a half. And eventually the relationship kind of fell apart. And I was like, I don't like Toronto. I don't like this job. I don't like her anymore, and she didn't like me anymore, And there's enough blame to go around on both sides for that. I don't want to just paint her as evil. But basically, I decided to go back to school at that point and finish up. I went back to Thunder Bay, finish my degree. However, the year and a half that I spent actually working for a living and not just being on campus as a hipster communist completely changed my politics. It's one of those things where you like interact with working class people for the first time, like truly working class people for the first time, and it's
Yeah.
like, oh, every single thing that I thought about working class people is completely wrong.
Yeah,
And they
it's
actually
a really
don't want.
common experience, actually.
Yeah, yeah. As soon as you leave the ivory tower and you actually talk to some of these people, right? So I did some blue collar work for a year and a half. Decided to go back. Went back. Finished up my degree. At that point, I was a lot more mature. Having gone through a terrible relationship, a terrible breakup, having moved several times, worked some white collar jobs, worked some blue collar jobs. I went through that very normal mid-20s finding yourself phase where you kind of get a bit more grounded in what you believe and how you feel about certain things. My politics shifted such that I was much more of a liberal type than a communist type at that point. Um, and then I was also a lot more disciplined and able to actually attend class and able to actually do the schoolwork. And I ended up working my way through the final 2 years of the degree. So I actually I have fond memories of it, but it was actually really rough. I did night shift at a grocery store and then did classes during the day, and I just napped for 2 years. Did a bunch of naps.
Yeah.
So at that point, my politics had shifted pretty radically as a result of actually working blue collar. So I was still definitely like, I think in Twitch poll they call them sock dems, right?
Yep.
The idea that you don't want to overthrow capitalism. You still want the liberal state and the way it functions, but you just want more social safety nets. You want healthcare and etc. I was definitely in that camp.
Okay.
I wasn't like a communist anymore. I'm still like half in that camp actually now.
Which
I
is
haven't really
interesting 'cause
shifted too far away from that.
you're definitely associated, I would say, like when most people hear about you, most people associate you with right to alt right, is my understanding. That's what I've
They
heard
do, yes.
most people talk about you with. Yeah.
Mhm, mhm.
Why?
And that's because of Gamergate.
Okay.
That's because of Gamergate.
Okay.
So the starting, sorry, there was a shift in what I was doing with the channel. So we tried anime reviews for a few years. That didn't work out. We tried doing Let's Plays for a while, and those actually saw some moderate success, which is why I still do gaming streams, because there's still some people who want to see that. But when Gamergate hit in 2014, it was still the three of us. We said we should actually do a video on this because there's a few things we could say, like, and so we did a video, and you can still go back and that video is up on my channel. You can go back and watch that. It's terrible quality, being 9 years old. I think I used Dave's his
So-
recording mic for like he was like in a band at one point, and he still had
Yeah.
like a handheld microphone. I used that for my voiceovers back then. It was terrible. It was
So
terrible.
maybe for those who are unfamiliar, most people probably who are watching me know what Gamergate is, but maybe outline very briefly what Gamergate is and what side you fell on.
Okay. So I was ultimately in the pro Gamergate camp, which is going to color how I describe it.
Mhm.
But Gamergate, the TLDR was Aaron Joni? I can't pronounce his name. Aaron Gajoni or something like that.
Ganji.
Is it Ganji?
It
Okay.
is,
Have you spoken
yeah.
to him? He's a cool guy.
Yeah, I've spoken to him. I actually did a humanizing, but we haven't like confirmed if he wants me to release it. So I'm sitting on an Aaron
that's neat.
Ganji humanizing
That
video.
actually sounds really interesting.
Yeah.
So he wrote the Zoe post,
Yep.
and the Zoe post was basically his description of his time in a relationship with Zoe Quinn, and how like there's a personal aspect to it because the relationship falls apart and it turns out like she was cheating on him, but there's also a professional aspect to it because she had cheated on him with certain members of the games industry and the games journalist industry, and that seemed to point to some sort of impropriety in that industry. So there was like two sides on the Pro Gamergate section. There was two sides to it. There were people who were actually interested in the topics about ethics in games journalism. That's a meme at this point, that phrase, ethics in games journalism, but they're actually interested in it. And there were other people who just kind of came in to use it because it was the first real culture war on the internet, Gamergate. And a bunch of people who are either big names or former big names on the right wing now got their start in Gamergate. Like Mike Cernovich got his start in Gamergate. Milo Yiannopoulos got his start in Gamergate.
Yeah.
These are guys who they weren't gamers. They didn't care. They just kind of came in because they saw an opportunity. They saw a bunch of people who were they were kind of those normie liberals that I mentioned before that have been kind of like backstabbed and betrayed by the games enthusiast press, and they said we can sweep these guys up and get them reading Breitbart, or they can grow their own platforms or something,
Right.
So that was like the beginning of the alt right. The idea of the alt right is it was the alternative right. It was not going to be the neoconservatives of like the John McCain's of the previous
So they
era.
didn't give a fuck about Gamergate at all.
Yeah, they didn't give a fuck about Gamergate at all. But this is kind of where there's like a period of a few months before the alt right just turned into like Richard Spencer's racist vehicle. There was a period there where the idea of the alt-right is that it was going to be a different group that was still affiliated with the right, but they weren't going to be like the neocons.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of got its start, weirdly enough, in Gamergate with these people who wanted to like take these disaffected liberals and push them rightward.
Right. So
So it was these two groups. Yeah.
where does the, because there's a lot of talk about, as somebody who's talked to Erin and Brianna Wu now,
Hmm.
um, a lot of this centers around gender dynamics as well, specifically like the claim about the misogyny and like major feminist issues within the gaming industry, the way that women are treated both as gamers, but also within the game development like world. Um, does that fall into the those actually concerned about ethics of games? Is that in both camps, or like where does the essentially the claims about misogyny and sexism come from?
From what I recall, the let's say the right wing grifter types just kind of came in to take advantage. They didn't care at all.
Right.
Um, the disaffected liberals, the way that they viewed it is like they kind of saw it as if it was a concern, it was not that big of a concern. And they would point often to the Japanese gaming industry because the Japanese gaming industry has no problem with tons of women who are making all these properties. Like one of the greatest composers in video games is a Japanese woman, right? The creator of Bayonetta is a Japanese woman. There's a bunch of examples of Japanese women who are completely accepted
Hmm.
in the games industry. So if it was, and maybe it had to do with the politics of the Western gaming scene, that was the view at the time. Um, Obviously, there now, of course, there was also the idea that one, a lot of these people were bullied when they were younger, probably for being gamers. And if you were a gamer in the early '90s, you were bullied, right? Girls didn't like you, and so there's definitely like a very protectionist aspect to it, where they're like, do we really want girls in gaming right now? Because I got bullied by these girls, and now they're trying to sit here and say they belong here. Like there was like, definitely that kind of attitude to it among some people for sure.
Hmm.
Um, there was there was one, oh man, I had a point and I lost it. It vanished. There was one other aspect to it and it's gone.
So there was a kind of
R.I.P.
like they'd it was bullied boys who weren't liked by girls being like, no stinky, no girls allowed, basically kind of energy being like, why would but more than
That
that,
was
right? Because
part of
it's
it,
like
yeah.
it like if we want to talk psychologically, it was probably some, if I'm understanding you, some element of the thing that has rejected me my whole life is invading my like safe space, quote unquote, and I don't want them here.
Yes.
And varying levels
Yes.
of
There was a lot of that.
probably inappropriate reactions to that sense of being like invaded. It's a not a girl space because people tend to
Yes.
react poorly when the things that they feel lots of shame about are thrown in their face.
Yep, that was definitely part of it. There was one other part that I can't recall. Man, it just vanished out of my head. It just disappeared. Poof. It's gone.
Feminism, misogyny, sexism.
uh oh, I got it. Part of it was that a lot of guys in Gamergate back then believed that if there was some sort of sexism, that it's something that girls should just take, to be honest,
Mm,
because that's just kind of the jokey nature of the subculture, right? Like the
right, like
the
wear the
the
hijab in
idea
the
was
culture.
yeah, yeah. The idea was something like, okay, everyone gets bullied when they're playing Call of Duty. So if girls complain about being bullied when they're playing Call of Duty, it's not a girl thing. It's just what happens when you're in a competitive environment. Um, Now, I don't agree necessarily with these interpretations, but I do recall these being very common interpretations during Gamergate.
Right. Do you and then obviously like Arnita Sarkeesian became involved in all of this as well. Do you agree with the concern that like the feminist space was like bringing up, or do you think that it was like overblown? Like, do you think there was an issue in 2016 and maybe even now with the way that like the gaming culture treats women?
Um, which concern? Sorry, which concern specifically?
The way
I
that
missed half of that. Sorry.
Yeah, the way that women are treated. So, for example, a lot of women will be like, "Look, I can take like the normal bullying that's like part of gamer culture, but there's a very specific and like intense level of vitriol that like a lot of women will claim that they experience online that is like unlike anything else." Do you basically see that, or would you be more of the argument of like girls should just take it if they want to like come into the space, they should get used to the culture?
I mean, I think it certainly exists. I think there's going to be what's the metaphor? A tug of war between these two positions, right? Because you can't like pad the walls too much, but at the same time, there is definitely instances where it goes beyond just smack talking in a game, and it becomes very very mean spirited. You know,
Right.
there's certainly lines that you can cross for sure.
Okay. Do you think that it is distinctly gendered though? Because when you're saying there are lines that you could cross, this sounds to me like anyone can be. bullied ruthlessly on the internet. Do you think that there is a gender dynamic to this or no?
Oh, yes, of course, yes.
Okay.
So, for example, you're going to get a lot of, get back in the kitchens towards women. And if, let's say, a man is doing poorly in a game, they're probably going to insult his dick size or something, right? There's definitely a gendered component where both genders will face different types of harassment depending on their level of play, depending on just being there. It does seem to be the case, though, that like men men tend to get more bullied in online games when they're doing poorly,
Hmm.
but women tend to get more bullied in online games, sometimes just for being there, you know?
Okay.
And actually, I think when women do extremely well, they probably get more bullied. I would guess, because I think there's something like there's some sort of masculine pride there when like if a woman headshots you from across the map, it's probably more infuriating to somebody who's a bit of a shut-in than if a man does.
Right. Yeah. Because it feels like you're like being beat by a girl.
Yeah.
Okay. Um, are you ready for some spicy political stuff?
We can, but I don't think we finished Gamergate.
Oh,
Is that
that's
all for
true.
Gamergate?
Is
No.
there
Okay.
more for you on Gamergate? Because there's a whole bunch of drama around it. I just don't know how much you want to get into it.
Oh, I can drill down as far as you like. We,
All
we,
right.
we can be here for 18 hours.
What was your piece? What did you do? What did you do wrong
Oh,
and bad
what did I
and
do
naughty?
wrong?
Yeah, I'm just kidding.
Oh, I was probably too mean to some people.
Okay.
I was more of back in 2014. I definitely trolled a lot more online than I do now.
Yeah.
And I mean, I still troll online. I don't know if you've noticed sometimes, but I definitely trolled more back then.
Okay.
Um, my big achievement, I would say, in Gamergate is yeah. Someone in the chat just said Dev killed Phil Fish. I basically ruined Phil Fish's career.
Okay. Who's Phil Fish? And what did he do?
Phil Fish is he's an indie developer.
Okay.
He started up Polytron Studios. He had exactly one hit, and that hit is Fez. It was an indie darling from, was it 2008 or something? Let me just quickly look up Fez, because you know what? If you go to Fez's Wikipedia,
Hmm.
it has part of the controversy on there. It just doesn't credit me because I'm kind of an unknown. Here we go. No, Fez is a 2012 indie puzzle platform game developed by Polytron Corporation, published by Trapdoor. Okay. Um, there was an era of indie gaming where before indies became as mainstream as they are now,
Hmm.
there was a few select indie titles that really went gangbusters. Not Inside, the previous one, Limbo, same company. Limbo was one of them, and Fez was another one of them. Okay, and way back in the day, I think it was 2007 and 2012, Fez won Indie Game of the Year at the IGF twice, which makes no sense because 2007 it didn't come out. It came out in 2012. Why is this game that came out in 2012 winning Indie Game of the Year in 2007? It made no sense.
Right.
Back in 2007, it was actually a pretty big controversy. I think it was 2007. Maybe 2008. Doesn't
Was
matter.
it not released? Like, how did it released in 2012?
Yes.
So then it must have been in develop was it in like beta format? Like how is it even on the roster for nominees?
It was a demo that won it.
Okay.
So a demo for Fez won Indie Game of the Year in that previous year, and there was actually like a few games journalist outlets publish articles like what's going on, why did this game win twice in a row, and then it kind of just died off. What happened was at during the initial height of Gamergate, that big boom, it was like 2 or 3 months at the beginning where like it seems like there were new leaks and new releases every day. Like something new, something big was happening. It was a very like energetic time during Gamergate. At some point, somebody leaked all of Polytron's financial documents onto the internet, and based on an examination of the files,
Who's
it seems
Polytron?
like Polytron is Phil Fish's company.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and based on an examination of the files, it seemed like it was from a flash drive, and it was like a disgruntled employee
Okay.
who said, I hate my boss. I hate this company. They haven't made a new game in like 6 years or whatever it was. I'm going to take this and release it on the internet. And so that got put out. Me and a couple other people started digging into the files. We did, the deep dive. And what we discovered was that a bunch of the people who were investors into Polytron were also judges at the IGF. And so this
Investors
was,
into Polytron were judges at the Indie Gaming Awards. Is that correct?
yes,
Okay.
yes. So we were like, okay, so these people clearly like they're going to get a payout if this indie game Fez, which is now considered one of the greatest indie games of all time, if this has a really high profile, maybe by winning Game of the Year twice, they might get a payout from this because that's generally how investments work.
Yeah.
So I took all this information, bundled it into a video, published it, and then Phil Fish he sent me a cease and desist. He definitely wanted to sue me if I didn't take it down. I was poor. I had no clue what to do. I just took the video down. I put it up like 4 months later after after he had moved on. But I was really scared actually because I had no clue. I had no idea how the law worked. I had no idea how any of this stuff worked online. So but the damage to his reputation was done enough that at this point, now that I am like a medium-sized channel, I'm not small anymore, but I'm not really big. Like 135,000 subs is like medium level, right?
Mm-hmm.
At this point, I've now heard from people in the industry and much bigger YouTubers than me who have all basically confirmed that no one will work with Phil Fish anymore. And that's why he hasn't made a game since Fez came out. Like he's been gone now for that's like 11 years.
So he was
And
taking
so
money from these investors, but what's his specific culpability? Is it just being dishonest about it? Like, did he lie about this kind of like internal, like, why wasn't the people who were investing and then judging him warmly hit more than, or at least equally to Phil Fish? Like, why was he kind of like the one
um
that got kicked out?
I
So flaky
think
about
it's honestly because of his personality.
it. Okay.
Back when he was still on Twitter, like I think he left Twitter in 2016 or something.
Yeah.
But he was known. He was known for going on like constant tantrums on Twitter. You know, this is a guy he would like scream at his fans. He would scream at like his collaborators. He would just go into it's you kind of see it nowadays, but he was like one of the first people to really just like melt down online on Twitter. And it was kind of a sight to behold to watch this guy just lose it. And he would do it like every 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
He just had a very what's maybe a very acidic personality. Like he was not somebody you wanted to hang around with. And I think once I put the video out there, it was kind of out of my hands. Like a canceling event happened all on its own. I left it alone. And I think they just went after Phil Fish because he was so hated.
Mm-hmm.
So that was basically my big contribution to Gamergate was that I kind of discovered that it looked like corruption was taking place.
And you aired it, basically. Were you
And
the
I
main
aired
one
it.
to air
Yeah.
it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you killed Phil Fish's career. Do you think, in your opinion, do you think that the investors and therefore the judges should have taken as much as a hit as Phil Fish, or do you think Phil Fish was the right, like, was he a fall guy, or yeah, because it seems weird to me that the people who did this like sleazy judge shit didn't get into like any trouble.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you. I agree with you. I think that's because uh, they weren't public figures the way that Phil Fish is, because Phil Fish was going around to conventions. He's like a very larger than life kind of personality. They weren't public figures, and they also weren't hated. I think that's why rather than it coming down on like Polytron as a company or
Mm-hmm.
the investors, because there were some like mid-level names in there as well. It
Yeah.
came down on Phil Fish because he was already hated by everyone.
Okay. So he was an easy place to like offshoot. When you look back at that situation, is there anything that you regret doing? Any like of your participation? Did you ever talk to Phil Fish?
No,
Okay.
I didn't. Nope. I mean, I am kind of a nobody in that sense, like I'm just a random guy on the internet in some ways.
Yeah.
So no, he sent me the cease and desist, and I was just scared shitless. So I just kind of I locked down everything for like 4 months.
Oh,
I
he
just kind of
sent
went
you
offline.
a cease and desist.
Oh
Okay.
yes, he did. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
He
So
sent
there
me a
was
cease and
some level
desist.
of communication. It was just a shut the fuck up.
It- it- yes, that's all it was. Yeah, I didn't reply to it. I just took the video down, disappeared for a while, came back later, put it back up quietly, and that was that.
Oh, he put it back
Never
up
heard.
too.
I did. Yes. I put it back up.
Okay.
I came back and I was like, I thought about it for a bit and I was like, nah, this is still correct. And then I put it back up. And I
Okay.
didn't hear from him again. He didn't like get in contact again. It was just he vanished as well. So
Hmm. Okay. So that was the end of that. So that was
mhm.
your like kind of major claim to fame in Gamergate.
In
However,
Gamergate, yeah.
that's probably not what got you the reputation. I don't think people would have been upset at you getting Phil Fish's like kind of incestuous relationship with judges. I don't think people call you alt-right for that.
No, but that is kind of that is Gamergate was where the channel shifted away from anime and games to politics.
Okay.
It was that moment because when I was gone for those few months, that's when I was like, okay, well maybe, I could actually, because I became friends with Sargon during Gamergate, and I was like, I could do videos about political things. I know a little bit about this stuff. I could write a video about like a recent event. I could try this out. So I gave it a shot after Gamergate. Gamergate kind of gave me the push into the political space, and I gave it a shot. Um, I did. I think primarily the reason that I'm viewed as alt-right is because of my association with Sargon. Because
Okay.
we
Because of
we
the
have been
friendship.
like, yeah, we have been good friends since 2014. Now there's a period there where I think it was in 2015. I left the internet for almost a year.
Okay.
I just like I was basically broke. I had no money. I was poor, and I was like, I need to basically stop trying to make this YouTube thing work and get some real income because I can't just keep living in this apartment, right?
Right.
So I saved up a bunch of money. I worked pretty hard. I then used that to buy a bunch of equipment, and then I came back to the internet. And at that point, the old friend group had kind of fractured because there was a bunch of us in it. There was Sargon, there was Arch Warhammer, there was Shoe on Head was in there, Harmful Opinions was in there. I think Mundane Matt was kicking around as well. There's a bunch of people, and like almost none of these people talk anymore. The
Yeah.
entire
Well,
group,
she was a lefty. Like not
yeah.
super far left, but like she's like definitely a left
Mhm.
person now.
Yeah, and I
Okay,
mean Sargon
interesting.
was kind of a leftist back then too. Like
That's
think
true.
he's really changed. So this was the disaffected liberals of Gamergate kind of the content creators of that era kind of formed like a Skype group, and we were all kind of in there.
Mm-hmm.
And when I had to leave, by the time I came back, a lot of those connections had kind of like they had all broken up, and I was kind of off on my own a bit.
Okay.
But Sargon and Arch still kept talking. Kraut and T still kept talking with them. V was there, and so I got back into the friend group with them. But like a bunch of people had bled off, right?
Right.
And now it's at this point that things start shifting more rightward in that friend group. And this was probably leading up to Trump's election in 2016.
Okay. Do you
Yeah,
think that you followed them?
probably a little bit, but not as much as them.
Okay.
Because actually here's how I know that. Uh, when Stardust was interviewing Brianna Wu, she actually watched a bunch of my old videos, my old Gamergate videos,
Right.
and because I wanted to see how they had held up, I watched them while she was watching on her stream, and I was watching her stream, watching me from 10 years ago talk about this stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and I was like, like even though like the audio quality's changed and my voice is a bit deeper now because I'm older, like my opinions haven't changed that much. I haven't shifted rightward that much. But what happened though was that our friend group kind of became a friend group that even if we had differing political opinions, we were still going to be friends, right? Like Sargon is now like a dadist conservative. A lot of his conservatism is driven by the fact that he's a father now. He wasn't a father back then. He is now. Um, and despite that, we're still friends. We argue all the time. We talk pretty much every day, and we argue almost every time we talk. But we're still like good friends, right?
Right.
I argue with Arch much the same way. He's the guy who called me. He said I'm still a communist in the chat. Like we have this playful bantering about
Mm-hmm.
political differences, but we still like accept that we're all still friends.
Okay. So
So,
you think that most of the alt-rightiness comes from the people that you were friends with, but then you're also describing Sargon as a dadist conservative, which doesn't seem very alt-right. So do you think that people have a misconception of your friend? Do you think it's that like you defended your friend too strongly on maybe positions that you wouldn't defend now? What's the gap between the public perception versus what you're describing?
I think it's that people genuinely don't know what the alt right was or who was part of it. Because Sargon is not like Richard Spencer, and he's not like Nick Fuentes. And honestly, the alt right doesn't really exist anymore. Like they're not like where are they? There's no more people marching on Charlottesville. Like Charlottesville was their one big thing, and that was what 2017. Like that fell apart.
Do you think that
There.
because when you say that alt-right doesn't exist, it feels like Nick Fuentes definitely would be motivated to maintain it, right? Like I feel like although they're more of like an internet space, gripers and whatnot are
Mhm.
definitely still an existent entity within the space.
Oh sure, but they wouldn't call themselves alt right. that's kind of a dead label at this point, right? Like if you talk to people who are very far right, like Academic Agent, for example, he calls himself the dissident right. That's kind of his sphere is the dissident right. You know, if you were to look at people like Mencius Moldbug, he calls himself a neo-reactionary. You know, they don't use the term alt-right anymore. It's kind of a that kind of just faded away. It faded away with Richard Spencer, basically.
Yeah. The issue is the when we say alt-right, now we're getting just into semantics game because I
Right,
basically
right,
am
yeah.
saying, but functionally the alt-right still exists. Yeah, nobody's like claiming the title, but would you disagree?
Um, it depends what you mean. So, what do you mean when you say alt-right?
Um, Probably the super colloquial. I mean, I can Dictionary it because I'm trying to use it in the way that like probably most people are gonna say it. So a super
Right.
unsophisticated way. So like far right ideologies, there might be some like hyper nationalism that goes in there. It tends to be lumped as well with some elements of like white supremacy, although you don't
Mhm.
have to be a white supremacist to be alt-right. There's probably yeah, it's gonna be extremist, labeled extremist at least, and be very focused on things like maybe ethno states. They tend to be very anti-immigration, um, stuff like that.
Yeah, so that does sound like Nick Fuentes for sure,
Right.
right? But then when you look at somebody like Academic Agent, who is called alt-right a lot, he's not interested in that sort of stuff. He's more of like an esoteric rightist, which is a different faction in the far right, which they God, this is a fucking rabbit hole. This is a rabbit hole. The esoteric people, they like they they kind of believe in magic. Um, they kind of believe in there's like a spiritual essence that comes with races and that guides certain aspects of their behavior. It's it's different from the very science focused racism that you might see among the Nazis, right? Where they're talking about like IQ stats and genetics, right?
Right.
There's a completely different faction that is focused very much on the esoteric and the spiritual. And these groups don't get along on the right at all. They're constantly fighting each other, but they're both very far right.
Right. I guess so. Do you think that when it comes to like the title alt-right, because would you say that there's a collective that you can kind of identify as like leftist, especially like let's say like extreme leftist, or do you think they're just as like nuanced and not easily identifiable as like the alt-right? I'd just be curious.
Oh, they're just as nuanced for sure because like an anarcho-communists are very different from libertarian socialists. They're very different from democratic socialists. They're different from tankies. You know, the syndicalists are their own thing. You know, there's I'm trying to I've been writing this script on and off for about 3 months now, and I feel like if you take an hourglass and you put two of them together, so you have like two narrowing points,
Right.
and you turn it sideways, that's the political spectrum. Where if you're in the center, the extreme left and the extreme right, you only see a narrow little vision of it,
Hmm.
but what's actually out there is very diverse.
Right. And so I would agree that both of these are going to be diverse. I'm not right. I'm quite familiar with leftist space particularly. So I would agree that it's nuanced. But I would also be willing to just grant when people are really like, "Oh, you know them like them leftists." Even though I know them leftists occupies black supremacists along with just like more of like your average bread tuber, like there's a bunch of nuances of different types of groups within there. I still know like we're talking about leftists, right? There's going to
Yes,
be
yeah.
some commonality. So I guess when we're saying alt right, I'm asking, would you identify that there's, even though they don't call themselves alt right, there's at least some way that that label would apply to a collection of these people, even though they probably disagree with each other on a number of things. There's probably a number of
Mhm.
schisms that they have. Would you agree with that, or not?
Um, I think if you're talking in a leftist space, they would still use that term. I think what the right, like the extreme right, uses to refer to themselves now is dissident right.
Okay,
They've abandoned the alt right label. They say dissident right now, but we are talking about the same thing. Yeah,
but would we just call that? Would you call that the far right and the far left?
I'd call it the dissident right
Okay,
for the right wingers. For the left, I don't know what I'd call them, to be honest. I have to think about that a little bit more.
okay, interesting.
Because there's not really like an alt left. You know, like people have used that term, but it doesn't really fit. You know,
Hmm. Hmm.
I don't know what I would call the extreme, very hyper nuanced set of leftist opinions. But I do know that at least on the right, they call themselves the dissident right.
Okay, interesting. So going back to Gamergate,
Okay,
um,
it all goes back to Gamergate all the time. I don't know if you've noticed. Every
yeah.
single article that comes out nowadays, they're still referencing it.
Well, I mean, for good reason, right? Like
Hmm.
it was a major historical precedent. It was like one of the first things of internet history, basically, right? Like there's nothing quite like it. Maybe the adpocalypse, but that's a totally different thing.
Yeah, I know what you
PewDiePie's
mean.
war for the most viewers is also a bit of a historic moment, but also like no, it's not nothing's quite like Gamergate, which
Yeah,
created
yeah.
like the first major cultural schism on the internet that we still see and feel today. So
Hmm.
you think that you were lumped with the alt right community because you were friends with people who aren't alt right, although some of them have become alt right. It sounds like, but they were right leaning and pulled towards the right.
Yes, that's definitely part of it. There's also another part of it. I think even you've experienced it. I've watched a bunch of your debates. I think even you've experienced this, where they'll say that liberals are just fascists or liberals are right wing. They're not really on the left.
Hmm.
Even a bunch of people in our friend group who were in our liberals were still treated like a right wing anyway.
Right.
So there's this lumping in of everyone who's not a revolutionary communist as being part of the alt right in some circles.
Yeah, for sure. However, I'm curious what you think about this because on the video that we just watched of yours, you had that screen cap of the Twitter post by Sargon of a Cat that was like outlining a bunch of centrist positions. And then I read through them and I was like,
The
I wouldn't
sensible
call
centrist.
any of these sensible centrist positions, actually. These are like pretty standard conservative positions. Zero to no legal or illegal immigration is not something I would say is centrist at all. It seems like a pretty staunch anti-immigration stance, which feels
Mhm.
necessarily not centrist. So that's part of the issue is like when we say centrist, well, what do you mean, right? I would say I get labeled as a centrist and I've just like adopted the label, but I'm probably ideologically pretty dissimilar from Tim Pool, who also calls himself a centrist.
Yeah, yeah. So there's a strange situation happening, right? If
Hmm.
you talk to people who are very far left, and I've done this with a bunch of them, so I know that this is the answer they give, and you ask them, what is the rightmost position you can hold that is still on the left? The very edge of the rightmost edge of leftism.
Right.
They almost always say overthrowing capitalism, which is insane, right? That's
Yeah.
wild.
Yeah.
But then I've asked the same thing of right wing people, and they say opposing democracy. So if those are the two edges of what left and right is, the center is 90% of humanity,
Right.
which is probably why we find ourselves in this current predicament of that all these people calling themselves centrist and doesn't really line up, right? That's going to be part of the conversation for sure. Um, part of it, part of it is that if you can claim the label of center, there is political power that goes with that. Because if you can present the air of your ideas simply being the norm, this is just the center. This is what most people want. You can claim a lot of political power in your movement. So I think a lot of people try to normalize their ideas even when they're not that normal.
Right.
Um, and thirdly, I had a feeling you were going to ask this, so I got prepared for this. Give me a second. Give me a second. Um, Here, let me DM this to you so you can pull it up.
Okay.
This is from our friend Academic Agent, where he says, "Our views demonstrably represent the sensible center." The UK is going through something right now that, let's say, America and Canada are not going through politically. It's a bit of a different situation over there. Um, this data comes from a survey in 2019. What this is basically showing is that if you look at all these questions and kind of how the data plots out, is that conservative members of parliament and conservative members of the Conservative Party, they are significantly more left wing than conservative voters. So you have your average conservative voter who wants a certain policy.
Hmm.
They vote for the party that they're supposed to vote for, which is the conservative policy, the Conservative Party, to get a conservative policy, and yet the MPs that get elected and should be implementing their political will in a democracy are actually much more left wing than them. So you have this instance where there's a bunch of conservative people in the UK right now who feel completely disenfranchised.
Right.
And so for Sargon, and for a lot of people in the UK, the whole this represents the center. What they're saying here is that these ideas, even though they're conservative ideas, they are a lot more popular than they seem to be, and also that the people who get elected are explicitly not implementing them, even though that's what they're getting elected on.
Right.
So that's kind of the core of the sensible centrist conversation that's happening on the right wing right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's basically like the issue is it feels like it's like there's no true centrist. There's no true Scotsman. And I don't know if it's quite the same as the fallacy necessarily. Um, but I do think that like the center occupies that problem is that like there is no going to be unifying ideas of the center because the center is mostly an amalgamation of people rejecting the extremes on either side. It's oftentimes what like lumps people into the center. At least in it seems like modern politics, a lot of like people who are labeled as centrists are mostly because they have an issue with extremists on either side.
Yeah,
Um,
that's definitely me for sure.
right. It's a very interesting conversation. Um, so would you say with Gamergate, there's nothing else that you feel like you did or contributed or positions that you hold that would lump you in with an alt-right persona or aesthetic that even like I would say pretty nuanced liberal people when I was like, what do you think of short fat otaku? They're like, oh, I don't know, be careful. I've heard he's like pretty extreme. He's just like he dresses it up better. Is kind of like the advice that I've been given.
Oh, do I seem like that?
You don't. I should probably watch more of your content to super firmly weigh in.
So
You definitely might just be having an aesthetic problem, right?
I'm hiding my power level. Maybe that's what it is. Well, so I know
Dog
I
whistling
made
better.
I know I made that jokey short with Demon Mama, right? Where you
Yes.
thanked me and then she freaked out. And that was like, see, I I really like Chud Logic. All right. I don't know how you feel about him, but I really like him. I like the cut of his jib. I like his jokes. I like the humor. I have always felt that like joking around in most cases is more important. So I definitely have given like edgy jokes and edgy takes. I've stirred a few pots. And that combined with the fact of who I hang around with and the fact that I was pro Gamergate back in the day, those things probably there's probably like a tapestry of reasons here as to why I'm viewed as being extremely far right when I'm probably just like center right, to be honest.
Right.
I have a saying, and the saying is that people should be conservative and governments should be liberal. So that's kind of how I view my centrism, is that, the government shouldn't stop you from doing certain things,
Mm-hmm.
but there are certain things you shouldn't do, you know?
Yeah.
And
Okay.
and that's more of a conservative take, right? There's even a Wikipedia page called liberal conservatism, where it's just like the blending of both philosophies into the most centrist possible thing. And I read that, I'm like, yeah, it sounds like me, I'm definitely conservative in some ways, for sure. Um, it sounds very strange. Like I'm in a relatively conservative relationship, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not interested in a lot of the new age stuff about having open relationships or being into some sort of sexual fetishes or things like that. I'm in a very conservative relationship. At the same time, I'm not necessarily against universal health care, right?
Right.
So there, like, I hold some center left positions, some center right positions. I'm probably more center left in how the government should work. I'm probably more center right in how I live my life, but that's how I view my centrism. It's definitely like syncretic.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Um, since we're at centrism, I had a bunch of questions prepped kind of around that. Do you mind if we kind of go into that and leave, maybe tap into Gamergate again if there's more there in a little bit?
We can, but I gotta go to the washroom first. So if you want to answer super chat something, I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, sounds good. Alrighty, so while we are waiting for Dev, I'll pop over here. Hi guys, welcome. Thank you for joining us. If you're just joining us and you're not really sure what's going on, this is called the humanizing. So for those of you who are not familiar with the humanizing, I've done 3 of these shows, technically done 4, but I haven't released one of them. These are shows where I bring on an individual who has some level of controversy, and we talk to them and try to understand who they are as a person. Um, with that, you'll notice that there are going to be certain talking points that I don't push back on ideologically. This isn't a debate show, which many of you are familiar with me being in debates. The show is specifically to ask people to explain who they are and why they are and what they believe and why they believe it. So there will be moments potentially of tension where I push them if I notice major inconsistencies in different values that they hold versus things that they're espousing. I will absolutely bring that up. I'm not opposed to making guests sometimes uncomfortable, but I won't be necessarily pushing back on ideas. That's not precisely the purpose of this. And so as a result, the show isn't always a representation of my ideas. If you would like to pose a question towards Dev or Short Fat Otaku, Super chats are going to be the most direct way that I can see it on YouTube. If you're wanting to on Twitch, I will keep an eye out in the alert section on Twitch. Bits and whatnot, even subs, usually you can attach like a little text piece. So feel free to send those in. If you would like to ask any questions, there might even be an open call-in portion at the end, but we'll see how Dev is feeling. Real Holtzinator, thank you for the $10. You're mostly roasting, where you say, Dev, your 10-minute takes are not about the news of the day. It's more like 2 months ago, lol. Alex Feliciano. Words. Don't mind me, $62 is bothering me. I like numbers in multiples of 5s or 10s. And thank you as well for the gifted subs. I super appreciate it. A bunch of people gifted subs, so make sure you thank the gifter. Hope you're both doing well. I don't know why you're trying to humanize communists. All right, so that's basically the show. That's what we're doing. If you
Was
have
that
any
Arch?
questions, send it in. It was the real Holtzinator.
Oh, no. He's a viewer of mine.
Um,
There's a few memes that have stuck. One is that I'm a communist. Another one is that my girlfriend participated in the genocide of the Tutsis. There's a few edgy memes floating around from my community.
okay. So I got one about you. It is
Okay.
from Niz. It says, I'm going to resist beating
Mhm.
the Zoe Quinn horse for now. Hey, Dev, want to share your pick-a-me take that she's responsible for herself stepping down after the Hogwarts legacy incident?
This is probably my most recent controversy, so we're going not chronological, I guess. Do you know anything about this?
I saw the video pop up on my feed. I didn't watch it. I'm not actually an avid consumer of YouTube content, so I gotta get up
Okay.
on that. Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall the controversy surrounding Hogwarts Legacy?
Yep.
And there was a bunch of people on the left, and they were basically canceling and harassing streamers who were playing the game.
Yes, I do remember.
Yep.
Yep.
So one of them was a
It's
VTuber.
cringe. It's cringe as fuck, is
It
what I
was
remember.
it was
Didn't they post
one of the
the like ending plot twist as well in a bunch of places, so people had like the game lore spoiled?
yep
Okay.
yep. Um, one of them was a VTuber by the name of Pikami. All
Okay.
right. And Pikami was kind of had a very cute avatar and a very cute voice, and she's from Japan, but she speaks English, and she has a she told her history at some point on her streams that she was bullied for being different growing up, and VTubing is like a safe space for her. And then once once the activists came for her and bullied her like a ton, because she was, let's say, the it's hard to quantify this because it is the internet, but she kind of appeared to be like a very small and weak target.
Hmm.
So they came for her, they bullied her a shit ton, and then she said, she posted some very sad tweets about how she was leaving the internet, and how, like, this safe space for her has been ruined, and it was a pretty sad time all around.
Right.
Um, I gave, because I was in the middle of a different debate on a different topic, and I gave an off the cuff response, uh, being very heartless,
Hmm.
saying that she was weak for leaving.
Okay.
And that's a big oof. I know, I get it. I already understand. That's like what I should have said, and what I later corrected myself saying, but the damage is already done by then. What I should have said was something more like, even if you're bullied online, because I've experienced this, and I'm sure you've experienced this, everyone's experienced this. Even if you're bullied online, it's not your fault for being bullied, but it is your responsibility what you do in response to it, right? You have to manage your own behavior in a sense.
Right.
It's the stoic position. So, and that's what I meant to say. Is that, like, you can't really be bullied offline. You can leave in response to bullying, but you can also stay, because you can ban people, you can block people, you can just keep streaming. In a week, the controversy moves on. I've been canceled a few times. It always moves on.
Right.
So this, like, I'm not saying that the harassment against her was good in any way, but the narrative that she had to leave seemed to be blown up by her fans, basically.
Okay.
That's what I
So
meant to
they
say.
were claiming that she was bullied off
well,
the internet, and you would claim the only people who are bullied off the internet are the people who get bullied and then choose to leave. Would that be kind of
yes.
your position? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Now, of course, that came out as Pikami was weak, which is, my God, I so many people were angry with me, and for good reason. I clearly fucked that one up, right? Like, obviously,
Remind me what you said. What did you actually say? Sorry.
I simply said Pikami was weak.
Picking was weak. Okay.
Like that's a very heartless way to put it, right?
Right.
I lost about 1,000 subs. I was
Oh,
viral
wow.
on Twitter for about a day or two. A few YouTubers made videos about me and how I'm terrible, and it's like, you know what? I'll fair enough. I should have worded it definitely more less heartlessly, for
Hmm.
sure. But like it was in the middle of a conversation about something else, and I wasn't really thinking, and I just kind of put it out there. I was like, I should have said that more carefully, you know.
Okay. So do you regret it?
Hmm. Uh-oh.
Sorry. Do you regret it then? Are you basically being like, yeah, I shouldn't have said that?
Um, yeah, I shouldn't have said it in that way for sure.
Okay.
Like I still think that I'm fundamentally correct about the underlying idea. It was just the absolute possible worst way to say it at the absolute possible worst time.
Because it was like right after she had left.
It was right after she had left.
Okay.
Yeah,
Interesting.
yeah. But I still believe that, you do manage your response when you get canceled or when someone comes after you, like I think you can't just treat people as only a victim, right?
Right. Hmm.
I think that's reasonable.
Fair enough. Do you want to answer some centrism questions now?
Sure, sure. I actually expect you to push back on me a little bit on that one. I don't mind if you do, just
On the pick of me?
yeah.
Um, I guess I would say I don't believe your apology that much, but maybe you're bad with
Oh, okay.
apologies. Um, I would
I've been
say,
told I'm bad with apologies a lot, actually.
yeah,
So maybe
yeah.
that's just a thing.
Well, the issue is when you say, I'm really sorry, but these are all the preceding factors behind it. Also, I still agree with the sentiment. And also, like, I was correct here.
Hmm.
Isn't really, is it? It's not really
It's not,
functionally an
yeah.
apology.
That's true. Okay.
That would be
So
my
here,
main pushback is like, if
yeah.
you're sorry,
It's like
just be sorry. If you're not sorry, unfortunately, be like, yeah, I shouldn't have worded it that way, but fundamentally, it like more or less like is her responsibility to figure this out.
yeah. I
Or
mean,
however you
well,
think.
it's like when I think about it, I do feel bad about how I worded it because it wasn't the right way to word it. If I would, I wouldn't do it that way again.
Hmm.
But yeah, it's one of those things where it's like if I just say sorry and nothing else, it feels like now I'm abandoning the stoic position and that, oh, you actually, if you're canceled, you actually have no control over anything. And like I don't want to say that either.
Yeah, it's a difficult thing because there's something there is a societal level of responsibility that I would take off of the individual, which is that the level of like social bullying that internet people seem to think is appropriate and okay is to me beyond the pale. I would say like it doesn't matter how stoic you are, it's gonna break you to some extent, or you're gonna have to develop like weird coping mechanisms to manage it. Um, because I don't think the human psyche is set up for the type of like bullying that internet personas get to have the pleasure of experiencing.
Get, that's probably true if you look at like Jordan Peterson 2015 versus now. I think
Yep.
some of that is definitely internet related.
uh, Brett Weinstein, so many of these figures, right? Not only do they tend to always trend towards the right, but also it seems to like break their brains a little bit. And
Yeah,
I
yeah, for sure.
just, I don't think. So the problem is that you have like a bunch of streamers that already are probably inclined towards like both like being like neurodivergent, like ADHD, autistic, probably not as socially sophisticated, which is why they're streaming and online. So there's probably lots of mental illness, then getting types of bullying that even like maybe some of like the most mentally well-rounded people can't handle. I think even though there's an element of like she could have chosen not to, there's an element of me that would also say, what else do the like what else do these people choose? Like really. So yeah, I
Yeah,
guess
that,
that would be
that's
my
that's fair
position.
enough. Yeah, no, that actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Um, However, I'm not here to fight with you on your positions.
I don't mind. I don't mind. It's okay.
Yeah. Okay. You've been critical of both leftists and the dissident right. How do you navigate
Mhm.
these complex political dynamics in your content, and how do you handle the reactions from both sides?
Let me think about it for a minute. This ties into something that I was thinking about actually when I was in the washroom. Um, you mentioned earlier, you asked me why is it that I have a reputation of being more affiliated with the right than I view myself. And I think part of that is the same reason that Adam and Sitch do. They have the exact same reputation as me, even though they're not really on the right. They're not really on the left and they're not really on the right. They're centrist in kind of the same vein that I am in some senses.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think it's because from Gamergate until maybe 2018
Mm-hmm.
on the internet, the left was hyper ascendant. All right, the right wing was around, but they were getting routed. They kind of fell apart in some senses. But the left, man, that's when like BreadTube showed up, right? That's when a bunch of these left wing creators started really getting their feet. And so for people like me and Adam and Sitch and like Sargon and the others, we replied to the left more than we replied to the right. That's just like if you just go over and count how many videos we all did, there was more responses to left-wing opinions that we found to be stupid versus responses to right-wing opinions that we found to be stupid. And I think for a while, because we were punching left so often, that gave us the view that we were right-wingers, right? But at the same time, there was definitely a controversy in 2017 or 2018 where somebody in our group, Kraut, he punched right and got canceled for it. And he was driven off the internet for a long time, in fact, because he started noticing that, okay, yeah, there are some people on the left that are saying some really ridiculous things, but there are people on the right saying really ridiculous things too. And it turns out that punching left didn't really get anyone canceled. Punching right got your channel destroyed. So I think at least part of it was that we saw the left as a bigger problem, at least in the online space, but also punching the right was far more dangerous at that time.
Okay. Interesting.
And that was definitely part of it. However, I'd say maybe midway through Trump's campaign, I kind of got over that initial fear because I was like, you know what? Now there are things that the right are doing that I don't like either. So I did start to make videos against the right as well.
It's interesting.
What I noticed. Oh,
I was
go
going to
ahead.
just ask if punching the right was more dangerous and punching the left was because they were more socially dominant. Isn't there, I guess I would ask you, do you feel that there's a moral imperative there of if the right is more dangerous, does that not mean something about like the way that each of these two things should be approached? And that like, yeah, the left is fucking annoying, and it's basically like going to Sunday school again, where the old white woman is being like, "Don't say this word, stupid. It's a swear." Whereas the right is a group that you're afraid of. You view as a dangerous group.
This is how I viewed it in 2018. I think things have radically changed since then.
That's fair.
Because I mean, now, I just mentioned like in the Pick Me conversation, there were left wing activists who were driving people offline, destroying their channels, doxing them. Like at this point, the left has become just as dangerous as the right. I think, oh God, I have to think about it now. I watched some of Destiny's content, and there was one video where Destiny finally outlined why he stopped hanging around with Nick Fuentes, and I think part of it was it Nick Fuentes or somebody else? It was somebody on the right wing, and part of it was because they viewed doxing other creators and mass flagging their channels as being okay. If they can accomplish their politics by taking someone's channel down through mass flags, they viewed that as morally acceptable. And Destiny said, you know what? Even if we have political disagreements, that's too far for me. I'm not going to talk to these guys anymore. The right has done that ever since 2018. But I think the left might have learned that from the right and picked it up because now they do it too. They didn't do it back in 2018. Not really. Not the same way that they do it now.
So you
I
think
think
that
that's definitely a
doxing and
change.
cancel culture started? Sorry, did you say that the right started it with the mass reporting, and then the left picked it up as an effective tool and moralized it?
I think when it came to just like going viral and being laughed at, like that started in 2002 with Star Wars Kid, right? But in terms of it being used politically, the left probably started that because they'd like write articles about you and stuff like that. But then in terms of actually getting you banned off of place, like getting your YouTube channel taken down, that seems to have started with the right. So I think there's been a slow escalation with both sides where like they've realized that you can use the increasingly centralized aspect of the internet. You can like that you can have like a cancel culture thing going. You can get people canceled, and then the edges of what being canceled actually means is pushed ahead by each side in tandem. So
Right.
10 years ago, you wouldn't have lost your channel. Now you'll lose your channel. You wouldn't be deplatformed by your bank. Now you're deplatformed by your bank. That's like it's mostly left wingers that deplatform from banks at this point, right? So like I think the edges are being pushed by both, and they're both doing it in reaction to the other.
Yeah, it's interesting actually. I think about like back in even like the 90s where there was like a different, it seems like whatever is the dominant cultural hegemony will always try to utilize whatever means necessary to silence and quash the other side, right? So like back in like religious eras, I don't know if the 90s is quite the right time, but at least it was like starting, it was still going on a little bit and was starting to get like crushed by like the skeptics movement, which was like the Christian movement, and like how there was such a cultural dominance on like not saying certain things, how certain words are bad and certain ideas shouldn't be pushed back on, and there was like a major kind of institutional push to like get ideas um, out that didn't fall in line with like Christian dynamics, which is why I think society had such a large reaction negatively towards like a lot of like kind of like dominant Christian social circles for good reason, because they were just basically being in like cultural bullies. Um,
Mhm.
so it's very interesting to see that like whenever there's like a majority cultural group, they tend to use their power oftentimes for bad.
Yes, yes. So someone in the chat pointed out that I think this happened back in 2018. Ethan Ralph, if you know who he is,
Hmm.
his show The Kill Stream had 9,000 daily viewers on YouTube when it got banned. That's true. It was banned by YouTube, and as far as I remember, it was banned because they were doing Jewish question stuff on the stream, and they donated all the proceeds to the stream to was it St. Jude's? I think it was St. Jude's. And then that got like a bunch of negative press, and St. Jude's didn't want the money, and YouTube was getting like hounded by people on the left, like, why are you allowing this on your site? And so they got banned. But at the same time, Ethan Ralph's community has actually gotten people banned off of other like, I'm pretty sure they're the guys that orchestrated Stardust getting banned for a while. I
Hmm.
know they orchestrated several people getting banned off Patreon. So it's not like one side is solely to blame for this, you know?
Right.
It seems like extremists will just cancel if they can.
Right. So a common criticism. Oh, sorry. Do you have more to say there?
Kind of. Can you repeat? Can you repeat that question that we started this with, if you
How do
don't
you
mind?
navigate? So you've been critical of both leftist and alt-right. Sorry, dissident right. How do you
Mhm.
navigate these complex political dynamics in your content, and how do you handle the reactions from both sides?
Right. So, with all of this in mind, what I've kind of noticed is that I think my audience is more right leaning than I am,
Mhm.
just due to all these factors that I've talked about. So when I punch right, I get a lot more pushback than when I punch left. Now that hasn't stopped me from punching right, because I still think it's fundamentally correct, the things that I say about the right wing. You know, I don't like some of the things that they do. I'll still criticize them. If people get angry at me, they get angry at me, and that's just how it's going to be. Um, so I don't think I don't think I've treated them differently, at least not recently.
Hmm.
I have noticed though that I get more pushback when I criticize the right than when I criticize the left, because I don't think there are any like true radical leftists watching me anymore.
Yeah.
But because I'm friends with people who are more right wing than me as well, you know, I get like Sargon bleed over, and I even get a little bit of academic agent bleed over. Like these people will definitely these people will be kind of angry when I criticize the right, even though I always say, like, hey guys, you know, I am a liberal. I'm not dog whistling when I say I'm a liberal. I kind of view myself as like a liberal centrist. Like, I'm not, I'm not doing a like. Man, there was a. I don't know if you remember. I know you wouldn't remember this. This is before your time, I think. There was a point at which Nick Fuentes said he was a liberal, and he wasn't. That was the dog whistle.
Yes.
Yeah. So like, there's a lot of people. Like, there was one moment. Um, I did a video about the Dark Brandon speech where Biden was like, he was lit up with like dark colors behind him, and he
Yeah,
was like,
yeah.
we're gonna go after the insurrection. I did a
Is that
video on
the
that.
red where he's got like the red in the background? Because it got
Yeah, yeah,
clipped. Yeah, yeah.
yeah. And in that video, I outlined a bunch of instances in which, over the course of Trump's presidency, people who wore MAGA hats in the street got the shit kicked out of them.
Right.
And I was like these are people who are just walking down the street and they get beat up, and it's like just for wearing the hat, and it's like, well, this is obviously unacceptable, right? And so I set this up to show off that right wingers view themselves as a victim, and rightfully so in some senses. But they're now using that victimhood narrative to justify some awful things, which is not acceptable,
Hmm.
right? And so I did that video, and I got so much pushback from the right. I got one guy who said, "I can't believe Dev is a lib cuck after all," and I'm like, I've been saying this since Gamergate that I'm a lib cuck. You know, like, what
Right.
did you think that meant? And they're all like, oh, well, we didn't think you meant that. And I was like, what do you mean that? Like, I've it was honestly like kind of mind blowing to hear some people be like, well, when you said liberal, we didn't think you meant. We thought that you meant like the Nick Fuentes kind of liberal. It's like Nick Fuentes isn't a liberal. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that was I definitely noticed that I get more pushback from the right, but
Okay.
I'm not afraid of critiquing them if that's what you mean.
Okay. So a common issue with centrists is that they tend to fence sit, or they're accused of fence sitting on topics, where both sides are clearly not equal, right? There are obviously some topics where the left is right or the right is correct. And to take like a, well, both sides have some validity, which I think is a bit of a, from my understanding of almost every person who's identified as a centrist, is a pretty incorrect understanding of the way that any centrist tends to approach a lot of topics. However, do you think that you see yourself falling prey where there are situations where you might minimize the concerns of, let's say specifically lefties, or you dismiss their ideas outright that maybe should like be more seriously considered? When you look back, do you see yourself falling prey to that at all?
I'm not sure. I've heard the same thing from the right though. They've given me that exact same criticism, but from the other way,
Yep.
where like where I'm minimizing from the right and I'm not giving it like its due. So like sometimes I think a lot about this actually. I'm like maybe like there's actually a meme about me as a fence sitter, right? There's a drawing of me like in a lotus position, hovering above a fence post. There's the enlightened centrist, right?
Hmm.
It's definitely a meme in my community that's who I am. There probably is some truth to it, to be honest. If it's that widespread with that many people, there's probably some truth to it.
Right.
Um, However, every time I've gone back over certain videos that I've done where I've been accused of it, I have a few mods that I really trust to give me the honest, hard truth. And I say, listen, I need your strict input here. Like, where am I going wrong? They all report back and say, no, you're doing pretty good. So like, a lot of people say this about me, and I sometimes think it about myself,
Hmm.
but I don't find that much evidence of it actually being true.
Okay. Interesting. Are there any ideas? So, like, this is my idea, so I don't know if you'll agree with this, but my
Okay.
idea is basically if an idea gets so popularized that like millions of people get behind it and believe in it, there's something that's true there. And it might not be self-evident what it is, but it's imperative that you figure out what it is. Right? So like in the even like the defund the police movement, everybody be like, it's just like bullshit. It's like, well, there are some major issues with, for example, where police are separating their funding, right? Like, is it always going towards like ammunitions and increased artillery capacity, or is it also going towards things like hiring social workers to do ride-along so that like any situation that could actually be resolved with like resources and mental health care could be diverted into the social work system, right? So there's actually some pretty valuable things within the defund police brutality. I think is an issue that does have to be looked at, that I think is valuable within defund police, even though the actual idea of defunding the police I think is fucking stupid. It doesn't make any sense. There's
Right.
something in there. So that's my belief. I'm not putting that on you. But one thing I've noticed with centrists, my biggest criticism is that they'll miss that nugget of truth. In fact, anytime where I've kind of relooked at myself, where I've been like, I think I fenced that too hard here, has been like I missed the nugget of truth on that was happening on both sides, and I didn't give enough like weight to like being like this nugget of truth is actually more important right now
Mhm.
in this cultural context. So I think of Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson is so opposed to like neo-Marxist postmodernism that I think he actually misses what's valuable about neo-Marxist postmodernism, which is that like deconstructing society and deconstructing like our fundamental beliefs is valuable and there is meaning within that, right? Our assumptions about like what is good should be questioned. There's a fundamental necessity for that. And some of the important criticisms, for example, of capitalism that postmodernists and neo-Marxists, more so the neo-Marxist side, would make. Neo-Marxist in the way that I'm using neo-Marxist and the Jordan Petersonian, I think are actually good criticisms of capitalism. I don't think necessarily communism is the solution, but they are good criticisms. So I'm curious if you think that you have fallen prey to that in the past. Any areas where when you look back, you're like, yeah, I was definitely wrong in my take here.
I think so, but I'm not sure if I'd word it exactly like that.
Okay.
It's more like, okay, here. So there's a controversy in my community maybe 4 months ago where I did a video, and to be honest, I didn't do a good enough job on this video. I'm gonna go back and redo it at some point. But I talked about the Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light situation, where conservatives are boycotting Bud Light.
Hmm.
Um, and I compared it to the Hogwarts Legacy boycott, right? And the reason I did the comparison is because on the Hogwarts Legacy side, you had some people who were just saying, you know what? I don't like J.K. Rowling. I don't like her anti-trans stuff. I'm not going to buy the game. I'm not going to watch streamers who play the game. I'm just going to not indulge in the product. And
Hmm.
there's other people who are saying we're going to harass you if you play it. And so that's clearly like the good side of the boycott and the bad side of the boycott, obviously, right?
Hmm.
And on the Bud Light side, you had a bunch of conservatives who were saying we're not buying your beer anymore. We don't like the fact that you got Dylan Mulvaney to be your spokesperson. We think this is unacceptable. We're not buying your beer. And then I found a couple articles where some people were getting into fights in bars over drinking Bud Light. One person got into a fight in a store for buying Bud Light. So I looked at these things and I was like, you know what? Very clearly, there's a right and a wrong way to boycott a product, right?
Hmm.
So I drew the comparison, and I did it. I'd say I did it pretty poorly. And the right wingers who watched me were very, very angry, and for good reason, I think, because there were way more people harassing on the Hogwarts Legacy side of things than there were getting into fights over Bud Light. So
Hmm.
even though you could draw a comparison, the numbers just weren't on the side to make it seem like these were equivalent boycotts, if that makes sense.
Hmm. Hmm.
So I think sometimes there's there's definitely a tendency to say, okay, well, both sides have bad components. One side has a much larger bad component than the other, but because they're both bad, we can draw this comparison. And sometimes you can just like if you're drawing the comparison and making it very clear that you're comparing them, but they're not equal, you can do
Right.
that. I didn't make it clear enough that they weren't equal.
Okay.
And I've found that when I'm accused of being a fence sitter and I go back and look at it, I will notice the little nuggets of truth, as you point out, but I will definitely have probably given one side or the other a bit more weight than it should have had in retrospect.
Right. Okay, interesting. So then, when you talk about like characterize like part of why people probably view you as much more conservative and alt-righty is because particularly through 2016 to 2018, you had almost exclusively criticisms of lefties, and almost none of conservatives because you saw them as kind of the dominant nomenclature. One thing that's interesting to me is there's a really interesting psychological like kind of principle that will be utilized in research where one way to convince somebody to hold a worldview is to get them to argue for it, right? So if you want somebody to believe, for example, so this is like my thesis, that social anxiety is changeable, I give them a bunch of info and then I make them write an essay in a bunch of different paragraphs arguing to other people the validity for why they should believe that their social anxiety can change over time. And what's interesting is that depending on the person, probably mostly depending on how grounded people are on their axioms, most people will maintain those positions long term if you've made them argue for it a little bit. Do you think then that always punching left causes, maybe not you, but causes people to push towards the right because they've spent so much time criticizing the left that like the right looks like a more comfortable space?
Yes, and it might have even happened to me before, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't happen to me now. And the reason why is because I've gone on like a 2 year long reading arc where I've realized like basically what happened was Sargon started up his news outlet. He's no longer Sargon of Akkad. He's now the podcast of the Lotus Eaters. He has like a dozen guys working for him, and they have like a real legitimate news outlet going now. Um, and he was going on a reading arc, and I was suggesting to him certain books that I had read that would help him understand certain political philosophies. And then he was like, "You should go on your own reading arc, Dev, because you're pretty good at this." And I was like, "Okay." So I started reading, and I've gone through in the past couple of years, like probably like 50 books or something of political philosophy from
Hmm.
all different positions, right? Like I've read like the ANCAP stuff, I've read the socialist stuff, I've read I've read from a really, really strange, really fringe philosophy called libertarian monarchism. which is very strange. But and now I'm reading I'm getting into the psychology stuff now, or at least the psychiatry stuff now. And what I've realized is the more that I've read, I'm now able to argue positions that I don't believe in, and I don't find myself moving in that direction. So one video that I'm working on right now is very spicy title. It's What the Fascists Get Right. It's a very spicy title.
Mhm.
But it's also an important thing to think about because people don't just become fascists because they're evil. There's something there that has to be respected. You can't just hand wave them all as Saturday morning cartoon villains. It's like, why is it that a good person would be a fascist?
Right.
Um, and I can give you that argument, but I'm not a fascist, right? I can give you a socialist argument, but I'm not a socialist. Um, I don't know if I could do this when I first started, but I know I can do it now. And I think it's because I've been reading so much. So I think what you're talking about happens, and I think it did happen to me at one point. But I think if you start getting information from a bunch of different sources, that effect goes away.
Okay. So because you're getting grounded in so many breadths, basically, of different philosophical and political theory, it kind of leaves you more resistant to just being swayed by arguing one direction or the other consistently.
I think so, yeah. I don't know if that matches up with the psychological research that you've.
I've never seen a study on it one way or the other, so hard to say.
Oh, okay, all right.
We just
That's
know if we get
that's
people to argue for shit, we can convince them of the idea, and then we can study and test how that idea impacts the way that they view different things.
right, right. I mean, it feels like it might. At least it feels like it does to me. What I've found is that a lot of non-liberal political theory has criticisms of liberalism that you can't just hand wave away by saying those guys are evil. We can't read them. You can't do that. But at the same time, like there's still something. I think liberalism can weather all of these storms. Basically, I think our current political system, I think, is the best one that we've invented. That we probably will invent. I think we can weather these storms. I guess you know what you asked me this question earlier. Now that I'm thinking about it, I might describe myself as a post-liberal in a sense. I
Okay.
think post-liberal is the idea. So, um, Sargon wrote a great article called "The False Assumptions of Liberalism," and the idea is basically that if you look at the original liberal political thinkers, you got John Locke, you have Rousseau, you have Adam Smith.
Mm-hmm.
These guys had certain assumptions that they built the entire philosophy off of. So, man in the state of nature, everyone is created equal. But these assumptions that we know them to be false, fundamentally. People aren't equal. They're not. There are genetic differences between people that make them that they're not equal.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's kind of edgy to say nowadays, but I think it's true, right? There are man in the state of nature. The original liberals, they believe that people were individualistic in the state of nature. They weren't. They were tribalistic, right? So, but they had this idea, this philosophy, and they built on top of that. They got natural law, and then from that they had natural rights, and then from that they had the common law, the common liberal law, right?
Mm-hmm.
And basically, if you take the foundation away, the whole thing kind of crumbles, and liberalism doesn't really work. But at the same time, we have a lot of good things in our society. I like video games. I like all the stuff that we have. I like freedom of speech. I like owning property. I like tolerance towards, let's say, gay people or trans people, right? Like there are certain things that we have that are good, but the philosophical foundation that it all rests upon is false. And I think a lot of the problems that we face right now are the fact that like the whole superstructure is coming down from a philosophical point of view. I mean, and so like how do we get these good ends using a different philosophy? And I know, for example, Shoe on Head's boyfriend calls himself a post-liberal. I don't always agree with him, but he has some good ideas about this too. And it's like, that's actually there's something to that. I need to think more. This is on the very edge of my understanding right now,
Mm-hmm.
but I need to think more about this. But I think there's something to the idea of a post-liberal, where you still want some of what liberalism gave us because it's good, but we need to find new methods to get there. Sorry for the I'm sorry for the tangent. I've been
That's
going on
okay.
tangents all night.
That's okay. That's
I'm
kind of the
sorry.
point of the show. So
Oh, okay, all right.
yeah, no worries. If you're talking more than me, that's correct. That is the correct
Okay,
orientation of things.
okay, okay.
Um, you've mentioned before that even if you disagree with somebody, you should not silence them. Can you elaborate on this philosophy and how it informs the content that you create?
Um, I don't know how much elaboration it needs. It's just I don't think people should be censored. Like I wouldn't ban somebody off of if I was Elon Musk, I wouldn't be banning people that I didn't like off of Twitter.
Right.
Like I'm very much like a free speech kind of guy. I'm this is probably my most libertarian point is the free speech thing, where I think unless you're actually calling for violence, and I don't mean violence as in they called you a bad name, like actually calling for real violence, you shouldn't be censored. Even if it's offensive, even if it's something you don't like, you shouldn't be censored.
Okay. So do you think that there are any ideas that need to be like crushed and squashed through um, logistical means, like censoring?
I think if you do that, you simply empower them in the end. I think the reason that the dissident right grew over time is because they were banned off of mainline social media. They went to other websites, they radicalized, and now here we are,
Mm.
right?
Mhm.
I think I do definitely believe, it's an old liberal phrase, sunlight is the best disinfectant. I think you beat these things by debating them, You show why liberal ideas are better than fascist ideas or better than neo-reactionary ideas or better than socialist ideas. You have to show that. And you have to make sure that you're not when you debate, you're not really there to like convince the other guy. You're there to convince the audience, right?
Right.
You have to show why these ideas are better. If you simply censor, you can't show why they're wrong.
Right. So I take it you're not a free speech absolutist.
I'm pretty close to it. It's like I said, the only thing that I want really censored is like actual calls to violence.
Okay. Like you want like charges and stuff for them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, like if you're gonna like insult somebody or say slurs or something, like it's obviously rude. You shouldn't do it, but I don't think you should be charged for it. No.
What about like implying like people should arm themselves, people should get ready? So like never saying like go out and kill people, like not the explicit stuff, but like more of that like on the line of like make sure you're armed up, make sure you're buying guns, make sure you're ready. They're coming for you.
Yeah, like bring them right up to the point, but like don't actually step over the line.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. I mean that's a rough one, right? Because you aren't actually stepping over the line. It's one of those things where clearly someone's doing something very dangerous there, but should they be censored by the powers of the state? I still don't think so. Even though I really don't like it. I really don't like it. I think it's very dangerous. I still don't think so because like at that point you start getting into a situation where like what if they actually were coming for you?
Right.
Like what if they actually are? Like what if that's not hyperbole by some nut who wants to radicalize you? What if there actually is a danger, you know? So, I don't know. It's one of those situations where it's like it's a hard question to grapple and I don't necessarily feel good about my answer, but I think it's the right answer.
Right. Do you think that Antifa is worse than the Proud Boys or like Patriot Prayer? And by worse, I
Uh
mean more dangerous. Maybe I'll start with more dangerous.
More dangerous. Hmm. Are we doing like per capita here? Because there's definitely way more Antifa people than there are Proud Boy people.
Let's do per
If we're just
capita.
yeah, per capita, right? Like just in terms of the yeah, okay. Um I did back in 2016 for sure. I'm not convinced now.
Okay. You think they're like
Even though
equal?
even though they're definitely like way less Proud Boy, like there's way less Proud Boy people now,
Mm-hmm.
Like the alt-right isn't marching on Charlottesville anymore.
Yeah.
But you look at January 6th and that was a uniquely bad event, you know. Lots of people say that, oh my God, it was an insurrection. I probably wouldn't call it an insurrection. I would call it a riot for sure. Um, and like all other riots, I don't like riots in general. It was a pretty bad event to be rioting in the Capitol. Now, if you look at some of the footage, you can see like people, they just kind of wander in. They don't know what they're doing. They're having a good time. Most people weren't there to actually, burn the country down. They were kind of goofing around and they got swept up in it. But some of them were.
Right.
Some of them were there to absolutely fuck things up. And, Antifa might have burned down some city blocks in some places, but they didn't march into the Capitol, you know?
Right. Um, you've been accused of promoting anti-Muslim and white supremacist rhetoric in the past. Can you address these
Okay.
accusations and clarify your stance on the issues?
Sure. Sure.
Okay.
This probably comes from like 2016 era anti-Muslim stuff that was floating around like the atheist community back
Mm,
then. That was a pretty big thing,
yep.
where it's like, okay, well, um, there are certain Muslim values that are just uniquely incompatible with Western liberal democracy, and therefore you probably should take less immigration from those countries. These ideas don't work together. Which is really funny because like conservatives were even saying that back then, and now they're all becoming Muslims,
Right.
which is kind of strange how that turned out. um, it's it's one of those things where it's like not every Muslim is going to want to implement Sharia law, so you
Right.
can't just paint them all with the same brush, right?
Hmm.
But Sharia law is, in my opinion, fundamentally bad. It's not going to work in the West. It shouldn't be here. We aren't Muslim nations. We're not Muslim republics. The same way that like you have like Iran is an Islamic republic. We're not an Islamic republic. It's kind of like you mentioned. You watched at the start of this my video on
Indigenous.
indigenous. Yes, that's the word. I lost the word for a second.
Hmm.
And it's like I mentioned in that video that I'm okay with immigration if they integrate and they become Canadian. And I still feel that way
Right.
fundamentally,
Okay. Where
which
do you
means like
see? Sorry. Go ahead. Go
oh
ahead.
oh it just basically means like if you're coming here to implement like a foreign ideology or a foreign religion and kind of change our political system because you feel like you have some sort of expansionist moral right to do so, I don't want you coming to Canada.
Right.
And that's
Okay.
that's how I view it.
Okay. Um. Dang, I literally just forgot what I was about to ask you from that when I interrupted you. What did you
Sorry.
say? What were you saying right before I rudely interrupted? No, it's okay. It's my fault.
Oh, that's fine.
Oh, you said conservatives are becoming Muslim. The only people I see becoming
Yes.
Muslim dominantly is in like the red pill space. Is there other conservative non-red pill types that are becoming Muslim?
No, that is what I meant. Yeah, I've noticed that like a
Oh,
bunch of red pillars are becoming. I didn't mean like other conservatives. No,
yeah,
it
red
seems like
pillars
the,
are tricky though because they're not really conservatives. They're socially
yeah.
conservative, but they're mostly anti-institutionalist because most of them don't believe in voting.
Right, right. Yes, yes. Sorry, that was a misspeak on my part.
Okay,
No,
yeah. I was just
a
saying, is
lot
like the
of
Matt Walsh crew, is there somebody from like that side of, conservative? I don't think Nick Fuentes is becoming a Muslim anytime soon.
no, 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 they're not.
Okay.
But yeah,
Okay.
that is what I meant. Yeah, the red pillars seem to be going more Islamic, which is just kind of funny.
Yeah. It was probably why they're abandoning the title of Red Pill. I think they're just going to call themselves like Tradcon men. Um,
Okay.
do you, some critics have pointed out a controversial figure known as Camera Lady, who is a
Mm-hmm.
who was allegedly involved in doxing and harassment during the Gamergate era.
Mm-hmm.
Can you clarify your association with Camera Lady?
That is the person who left in 2016. That's her.
Okay. Okay. Interesting.
Yep.
So was there any issue? Because you said that she just left. It was amicable. Now she's a teacher, doesn't want to be involved. Was there any
Mm-hmm.
like doxing or anything that was associated with that?
I don't know, but it wouldn't surprise me if she did because she was always kind of a slippery person in my experience.
Okay. Interesting.
I know that she definitely hung out on 4chan a lot more than me or Dave. Definitely was on. It wasn't Kiwi Farms at the time. I think it was. This was. They were called the Cowboard. Is the Kiwi Farms predecessor. She was on there a bunch.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, do you have any more questions related to her? 'Cause I can tell you the deep lore of that if you want.
I don't have any specific questions, but like not pre-prepped, so you can tell me the deep lore. I have
Okay.
questions attached to this now, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. So the deep lore basically is that. Hold on. I'm gonna have to adjust my chair. Okay. The deep lore is that she was definitely the edgiest of the three of us online, for sure, when she was around.
Hmm.
And I think she has trolls remorse at this point. Like iDubbbz has trolls remorse, or H Bomber guy has trolls remorse, right?
Right.
Where now that they're like 10 years older and they have a real career and they have a family, they're like, oh, I kind of want to be distant from what I used to do. It's that sort of thing, right?
Yeah.
Um, I do know that Medicare did a stream about it. If you had heard of that, you know who Mr. Medicare is?
Yes, I chat has been popping off about you and Mr. Medicare.
Yes. Okay, so here's the lore.
Okay.
Um, there was a troll group in the early 2000s called Medicare, all caps Medicare,
Okay.
and they did Kiwi Farms type stuff
Okay.
back in the day. And you had Haberman, who is he's now a kind of a more woke guy who doesn't really have a following. There was H Bomber guy, who's huge right now, and he's a pretty big online leftist.
Hmm.
And then you had Jim. And Jim became known during Gamergate as the internet aristocrat, and then he became known post Gamergate as Mr. Medicare. And
Okay.
this is who this guy is. And yes, I see in the chat, Sweetie Squad Rise Up. Yeah, that was their call sign.
Okay.
Okay, so I did a video. No, I did an interview with another guy from Medicare named Lutman. And Lutman, he's a guy from Eastern Europe. We're still friends. We still talk sometimes. But he was part of this troll group as a kid. So these guys were all in their 20s, and this guy might have been in his like mid-teens. So he was much younger. And he looked up to these guys. He ran troll ops with them. And he did a stream with me where I interviewed him about the old days. And that stream went viral. This was, I think, back in 2018.
Hmm.
2018 or 2019. That stream went viral. Medicare got wind of it because we talked about his past, and Medicare is very secretive, and he's very he doesn't like his past being talked about, right? He took it as he took it as an attack from Sargon that I was doing this, okay?
Okay.
Because Medicare, he's kind of paranoid. He views things in terms of like affiliations. So when V was making fun of Medicare on Twitter back then, he thought it was like Sargon like sending his attack dog. When I did the stream, it was Sargon sending his attack dog. So it was all gay ops by Sargon, it was never the case, right? None of it was ever from Sargon at all.
Hmm.
I was interviewing this guy because I found the Medicare troll group to be interesting, and I find Jim to be interesting. And so I interviewed Latman. That blew up. Jim decided to do a super autistic deep dive on Sargon and everyone who was associated with him, including me.
Okay.
So he
Is
does
this like
the
the
super.
scorching of Sargon, essentially?
Yeah, it was
Okay.
the attempted scorching of Sargon. Didn't really work. So Jim does like a 6-hour stream or something, going over like in autistic detail all of this evidence on everyone that he could. In the section on me, he pulls out a lot of the stuff that Camera Lady did and says that it was actually me doing it. Now, there are videos of us, together on the channel,
Hmm.
but he said, I think they're the same person. But even then, by the end of the section on me, he said, I don't actually have any proof that they're the same person. It just feels like it to me. And I was like, well, okay. I mean, and then I did post, clips of us together in videos saying like, no, we're not the same person. And I posted, I don't remember, is it Dame Pesos? He saw that and he was like, oh, is it actually all just like, I was like, yes, it's actually all just Jim coping. But because Medicare has a huge platform, a huge microphone, and also he's very charismatic and people truly love his stuff, that was the narrative that stuck over time. So even now, like she left in 2016. Even now, I'll get people bringing it up. Like, were you this person? And it's like, no, I wasn't.
Okay. So do you have like beef with Mr. Medicare? My understanding is he's retired. I believe he's ill, right?
He's very sick. He has
Okay.
some very late stage cancer.
Oh, okay.
And no, not anymore. No. I mean, I buried that hatchet years ago.
Okay. Interesting. So people
And
like
so did
talking
Sargon.
about.
So
Okay.
did Sargon. Yeah.
Yeah. So people
Yep.
talking about how like you and him, like you calling him a pedophile and stuff, is all old ancient drama, basically.
I don't even think I called him a pedophile.
Okay.
I think that's just. I think
It's just,
stories just go wild on the internet sometimes.
yeah, that's fair.
Okay, so
True.
there's a guy in the chat, Darkside1990. I had to ban him from my chat years ago. He's like a religious Dev hate watcher, and
Nice.
he loves Medicare, and he's like, Dev is a fucking liar.
Yes, I've
Okay.
noticed him. Yes. So that's Camera Lady. So she was part of your team. She's no longer a part of it. She's fully distanced herself from the internet stuff.
Mhm.
Was there a number of her behaviors that you essentially like felt like you had to disavow of being like, yeah, we don't do this shit? Because you're very against like doxing. It sounds like that was something that she was possibly participant in.
I honestly never received any proof that she had done anything, just rumors. And at this point, it's been so long that no one ever brings it up anymore. I haven't really thought about it, to be honest.
That's fair. Yeah. That's the tough thing with rumors is like there's a lot of rumors that aren't true, but every now and then one of them is fucking true. And it's
Hmm.
really hard to know which it is. And it's very vindicating and it makes it seem like all rumors are true when that one thing turns out to be true. Um, I'm gonna ask a little bit about you. So recent
Okay.
drama popped off in April. Um,
Which one? There's been like three.
I'm going to talk about the one with the Nazi paintings, I think is where I got tuned in, but it started with lolicon pornography.
Oh boy. Actually, I did a recent one like yesterday on that. Did you see the stick figure I drew?
No, I did not.
I drew a stick figure in MS Paint, and then I wrote 9-year-old naked girl. And I was like, okay, is this illegal? It's just a stick figure in MS Paint, right? Like,
Hmm.
I'm because of the free speech stance that I take, I think that lolly is really weird. But no child's being harmed. You're just drawing some strange stuff. You shouldn't be thrown in jail over it, you know?
Okay. So do you think that like watching lolicon and finding it like sexually attractive is that like bordering towards pedophilic tendencies? Is it CP?
Pedophilic, yeah, probably. CP, no, it's not CP.
Okay.
There's no actual child there, right? Also, there's also kind of a difference because there's the people who look at actual lolly where the character is like 5 years old or 7 years old and it's really weird looking, right? And there's people who look at anime porn of girls who are like 16 or 17, but they look like they're of age.
Yep.
And it's like, well, now that's a little bit different. That's a different conversation, you know?
Yeah, I agree. And we definitely conflate the two. It's interesting that you say, so I wonder, I've noticed you do this a little bit, which is semantic stuff, right? We're like, well, it's
Okay.
not CP, there's no child there. And it's like, well, let's
Mhm.
talk about, this is why I like functionalism, because I like to define things functionally. I don't care how you define it, but a car is a car because it does what a car does, right? So in
Right.
me, lolicon oftentimes is CP because it functions as CP for a lot of people.
Yeah, that makes sense. But is it something that they should be thrown in jail over though?
Um, no, because it's not like there's not a criminal act. I think that they should be noted though, and then immediately sent to some. There needs to be some sort of flagging on this stuff so that they can be interventionism. Because I would be concerned about like individuals who are actually pedophilic in nature using this as sort of like escalatory behavior, um, like through like tolerance, basically.
Right. I think I completely agree with you on that. Right. So
Yeah.
I understand your point that like I don't mean to do a semantic dance here. I'm just it when you say CP that has like a legal connotation to it. I was
Yep.
trying to get away from that.
Yeah.
Um, man, I had this conversation with Arch a few weeks ago. If you could, because there's the argument that looking at porn leads you to look at more extreme forms of porn, and eventually the person who likes lolly will get into actual CP. That's one argument. The other argument
That's
is
a
that
bad argument, just to be clear, but
it
yeah.
okay, and the other argument is that it satiates the desire, so they don't have to actually go look at real CP because it's fake CP, right?
I don't know if I
And
think that that's a good argument either, but okay.
I don't know. Well, what we were talking about is like, should AI generated porn of children be legal? Because AI generated, there's still no child being harmed, but it looks photorealistic.
Right.
Should that be legal?
Right. And
And we were, I don't know. I don't know about that one. I haven't thought about that
should
one enough
Belle
yet.
Delphine, or not specifically Belle Delphine, but adult-aged women who have almost no breast tissue, they fully wax and then do porn, is that okay? An extremely difficult conversation that I don't think people are ready for at all.
Yeah, yeah. And then there's the well, Arch and I we were going back and forth about it, and then I had an epiphany. I was like, wait, AI generates its images based on other images, right? So to generate a naked child, it would probably have to take from some actual children at some point. So there's probably still some.
Probably
We probably
not
still shouldn't be doing
naked
this.
children, but yeah.
No, but yeah. So I thought maybe we shouldn't be doing this though. Like that was kind of the logic I was going down.
Hmm. Okay.
Um, but yeah. Basically, when it comes to lolly, I kind of have the same opinion as you. Is that it's weird. Maybe watch those people, but arrest them for it? No, I don't think so.
So then what do you think about the internet fight that you were having with Merrick and Jangles? It seems like it was about um so there was two arguments going on, which is the problem, is that the two arguments going on were getting conflated together. There was
Yeah.
one argument which is about images of basically lolicon stuff. And then
Mhm.
another argument is images of young women who are in the game or in the anime stated as being under 18, but visually drawn with very typically hyper feminine adult features, very large breasts, very large hips, which are kind of two different types of conversations. Is that my
Mhm.
understanding about what was going on?
Um, that was one of the two arguments. The other one was about the Nazi drawing. But yeah,
Okay. How, because the Nazi drawing got connected to all this. So connect
yeah.
two. They're all in the same.
I don't,
I
I don't,
followed
I
these
don't,
threads and I don't
I
quite
don't
understand
even.
how they got
I think
connected.
I don't even remember. I think what it was is that Jangles and I had the Nazi drawing conversation, and then when he got frustrated with me, he went to go find something that I had posted, and he found me posting about Senran Kagura, which is a game about 17-year-olds who are in their swimsuits, and it's a game where like they do some sort of wrestling where they spray each other with water and then like bounce around on a platform and try to like fall into the pool.
Hmm.
It's definitely that kind of a game, right? And I had posted that for some reason. I don't remember anymore. And he's like, "Hey man, these are these girls are underage." And I'm just like, "Yeah, but it's anime." And they look like they're adults. Like it's not the same thing as CP.
Um, okay, interesting. Yeah, because the in this thread, the most I can see is I'm gonna pull it up on screen so people can see. In response to Merrick talking about the adult stuff, Sitch talks about it's wild to be the bad faith and gaslighting from you and Jangles with images of leftoids want you to believe that these two pictures are equivalent. They aren't. One is a movement to stop the state from treating normal people unjustly, and the other is a movement for people to act degenerate in front of kids, and you're a bigot if you have objections. So this is the Gay Liberation Day image versus a guy in, it looks like kind of BDSM attire at Pride, I'm guessing.
That
Um,
is so this is actually a larger conversation here. So
okay.
there's a series of images where it shows men who are dressed up as dogs on leashes, and they're being whipped by an older man in the street. And there are children who are petting them and like scratching their chins and stuff. And for a long time, whenever that image came up, people like Merrick would say, that's not actually from a real Pride event. That's from the Folsom Street Fair, which is an adults only outdoor event. And that child shouldn't be there. And for like 2 years, people on let's say the far left would say that, right? And eventually I got tired of hearing this, so I dug into it. And I realized it's not from the Folsom Street Fair, actually. They've been lying about this for 2 years. It's actually from Montreal Pride 2019. And it was a mainstream Pride event. And you can actually go to the YouTube channel of Montreal Pride 2019 and find videos of those dogs being whipped in front of children.
Okay.
And I've also made sure to point out in the thread that this is something that is at least partially sanctioned by the current establishment because Justin Trudeau marched in the same Pride event. So this is not a niche thing that is only like a small corner of the movement. This is like front and center in some ways, and it's not good. So that's what that thread was kind of pointing out, is that this is not just this is actually this is more mainstream than some people on the left want to admit.
Okay. So, but they felt like they were saying that you were basically calling the LGBTQ community pedos and groomers, is my understanding of this.
Well, I mean, I'm part of the LGBTQ community. I don't consider myself a pedo or a groomer, right? There's a certain segment of activism that absolutely is that.
Hmm.
There are some pedos and groomers in there doing some really weird things. But most gay and trans people that I meet aren't that. And I don't think they're all that, you know. I think there's a difference between the random person and then the extreme fringes of activism that are doing some crazy things.
Right.
And I think that's why in most of my threads I won't say trans people. I'll say like trans activists or something like that. Or like
Okay.
it's like so I try to clarify it. I don't just say, the trannies are doing X or something like really outrageous. I will say like activists are doing this or this movement is doing this.
Hmm. So one thing I actually didn't know about you, even though I've known you for a while, is that because you mentioned in that thread, you said as a fellow queer, you say that like quite a bit, which is something I
Hmm.
actually didn't know about you. Is so I'm just curious, do you have like a bunch of like, are you involved in like the queer community at all, or do you just like identify as like part of the queer because you're like orientation or something like that?
I used to a long time ago, not anymore. Um, I have very vivid memories of going to various protests to try and get gay marriage legalized in Canada.
Hmm.
And after it became legalized in Canada, I kind of stepped back from the movement. I felt like, we won. We did the job. We got the concessions that were reasonable. I stepped back from it, right?
Right.
And I am bisexual, yes.
Oh, okay. And
Mhm.
so you used to be a part of it. So do you not like participate in Pride or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
Honestly, at this point in my life, I just don't have time. I have like employees now, and I'm trying to make this business work. I spend most of my time doing something business related now.
That's fair.
I I didn't really celebrate my birthday last week either. I
Oh
kind
yeah, it
of
was your birthday
like
last week. I forgot to say happy birthday.
oh, don't worry. I went out for like a quick dinner, and I ended up getting food poisoning, and it was rough. That was my birthday. For the
That's
most part, I
awful.
just worked. I just worked through it, you know.
Okay. How many hours a week would you say you work on? Is it just business stuff related to your platform?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so like
The
reading and
platform is a business now. Yeah.
yeah, reading and stuff
And
like that.
I would say I spend most of my waking time on it.
Okay. Wow.
I enjoy it. Like at this point, I know people say like content creation's a job, and it is a job, but like I truly enjoy it. I enjoy making the videos. I enjoy playing the games when I'm doing a stream. I enjoy doing the reading. I enjoy talking to people when I do talk to people. Like I enjoy every aspect of this job, and it doesn't even feel like a job.
Right.
I just have fun all the time, which is very rare. So I'm very cognizant of how rare that is.
Okay. So then maybe to, because we're getting towards the end, what do you
Mm,
think are valid criticisms of you?
definitely too fence city sometimes. I try to equivocate too much, I think.
Hmm.
I try to take like I mentioned that before, like I take like two positions that both have some bad and try to balance them out too much.
Hmm.
Um I know there's a actually no, we'll wait for that. I'm sure there's gonna be one more question, so we'll wait for that. What else? I've gotten a lot better at it as I've gotten older, but
Hmm.
I think I definitely might react too quickly sometimes, for sure. I used to be terrible for that. Now I'm just like normal levels of bad for giving a hot take too quick. Um, hmm. I feel like an idiot almost all the time whenever I do anything.
Like
Like,
imposter syndrome or
kinda. The more that I read, the more I realize how little I actually know. You know,
yeah,
the more people that I've met and that I've spoken to, the more that I realize just how much further I have to go to be at a place where I'll be comfortable.
right.
You know,
Hmm.
it definitely, and also like the fact that I'm kind of a schlubby guy. I'm working class, not really that attractive, to be honest. I'm okay with that. Like I still have a girlfriend, I'm fine. But like, I'm in no way the upper tier of anything. And people like me were kind of destined for before the modern era, we're kind of destined for like a wagey life. And I'm not living that. I'm I'm very thankful for it, but I also feel like like I shouldn't be here, you know?
Right. Yeah. Okay. So a couple of super chats. Um,
Okay.
hey Dev, this is from Karak. Karak? I think it's Karak. Hey Dev, did anyone fake harassment during Gamergate, and did they fake it potentially more than once?
Oh,
A bit of a spicy one.
it is.
Yeah.
I think so, but I can't prove it. I
Okay.
saw some pretty good circumstantial evidence that Anita Sarkeesian did and that Brianna Wu did. Stardust actually asked Brianna Wu on behalf of me, and she said no, I didn't. So maybe that's wrong. But there's screenshots of like there's screenshots of where someone like I think both Brianna Wu and Anita Sarkeesian did this. They posted a screenshot of harassment, and the screenshot was taken like 6 seconds ago from a different account. And it's like, how did you see that quickly unless you logged out of the account that you were sending it to yourself? Because back in 2014, Twitter wasn't that fast to send messages, right?
Right.
So it looks suspicious, but there was never any actual like hard evidence.
Okay. So you're suspicious that there was. Brianna Wu claims that there wasn't, and Anita Sarkeesian, we don't know.
Mhm.
Okay. Do you have any relationship with Brianna Wu or Anita Sarkeesian?
Nope.
Okay.
I will say though that I've enjoyed like Brianna Wu's rehab arc now that she's come back to the internet because she was like legitimately insane 10 years ago. She was wild. She was nuts. She was saying some crazy stuff. She seems a lot more reasonable now, to be honest.
Okay.
Some of the things she says now are she doesn't seem like the same person.
Okay. So possible change, growth.
Yeah.
SFO's video on comedy 4 months ago was very interesting. Do you think it validates some progressives' concerns about edgy comedy being a tool of the far right when podcasts like Legion of Skanks platform Milo, Martin Shkreli, and Gavin McInnes?
I have no clue who some of those people are. Or
Right.
what a podcast is. Let me try to look up what comedy. I did a video in 2019, a video in 2022. What was the video on comedy I did 4 months ago? Let me
Good
just
question. This is from
yeah.
Red473.
Okay, hold on. I'll check my. I have a home NAS where I keep all my files. I'll just go into the home NAS 2023. Search comedy. What videos did I do this year? It's gonna be a minute to search.
Yep, no worries. I guess while you're searching, what,
Mhm.
because this is something I'm actually trying to figure out. What do you think about
Okay.
edgy comedy? Like, is there lines that you need to draw? How do you know, like, when somebody like it's just a joke, and it's like at some point you go, I don't know if it is just a joke for you. Like, I don't know if all of these constant Jewish jokes are just jokes to you anymore. At what
Mhm.
point do you draw that line with like edgy humor?
What do you mean by draw the line?
Do you draw? I guess. Do you draw a line? Because it
Because like
validates
if by
progressive concerns about edgy
Mhm.
comedy being a tool of far right podcasts, which would like do
Right.
things like normalize people into the space that might pull them increasingly in the direction of kind of political extremism.
Right. So I mean, if you say draw a line as in like past this line, we should do something legally against you. I don't like the sound
Not
of that
legally.
pretty much ever. Yeah.
Let's assume not legally, socially.
Yeah. Yeah. So you know, I like edgy jokes a lot. They're a lot of fun. I don't know if you agree with me on that, but if you're in the right friend group and you all know that it's okay, you can have a lot of fun with edgy jokes. You know, I've had like friends that are different races, and we say stuff that would get us banned off of every single platform on the internet. But
Hmm.
because we're friends, so we know, right? So like,
Yeah.
it really depends on what situation you're in. Um, there are certainly instances where you know if your audience can't tell that it's a joke based off the context, you're probably doing it wrong, I'd say.
Okay.
And that's gonna depend. That's gonna be different based on where you are and who's listening and a whole bunch of different factors.
Hmm.
Okay, so I found the video that we're
Okay.
talking about,
Okay.
and it was I did a video talking about Ricky Gervais's Supernature, if you saw that. And I kind of tied that in with like there was people saying some very crazy things about it and how it should be taken down. There was like Netflix was getting boycotted at the time.
Yeah.
I talked about Dankula because Dankula he had like the Nazi pug thing with Count Dankula. He was arrested for that, which was ridiculous in my
Yeah.
opinion. But I went through some political theory in that video where I basically said that totalitarians they always come for comedy as one of the first things that they do. They disarm populations
Hmm.
so that they can't revolt, and then they make it illegal to make fun of the things that they view most sacred to their ideology.
Right.
And so I'm always very sensitive about censoring comedy en masse.
Mm.
That was the basic idea of the video, I think.
Sure. Do you think that there's a point in time though where like because the progressive concern is something I have a hard time fully breaking away from, specifically because of like Ayn Rand's model of like totalitarian think and stuff like that, which is like the front-facing pieces of ideas that get increasingly extreme are often very palatable, and I think humor is like one of the most palatable things. Um,
Hmm.
and so I'm also not super pro censoring any of it, but there is a time and place where you go like, is this joke okay? Is this joke reflective of something else going on, basically?
Yeah, that's the dog whistling conversation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The way I've always viewed dog whistling is you just have to like giga chat it. You know, it's like at some point they have to take the dog whistle and turn it into the more toxic form, and that's the point where you stop them, right? Like we can make jokes about certain racial groups, and we all know it's a joke. Then one guy comes in and tries to use humor to make a more serious point. But as long as he's still doing jokes, you can still maintain that.
Hmm.
But if he says, but actually, that's when you say no. You say no, we're actually just joking here. Like at some point you have to say no, we're joking, and we don't actually think this. Like there comes a point where you do have to point that out.
Okay.
Um, the
Uh,
issue is that I think people just they don't want to. If you're all joking and having a good time and things are like slipping in that direction, people don't want to be the buzzkill, you know,
yeah.
in a social setting. And I think you just have to be the buzzkill sometimes
Right.
if they actually are going that way.
Okay. Another super chat. Um, the real Holtzinator. Dev, I think part of the problem is that you deal with ideas a lot, where you can draw conceptual comparisons, but sometimes with specific examples, it falls apart because of the specifics.
Yeah, I think that's a more concise way of what I was trying to say. I think I mentioned before, like I stutter a bunch and I also am kind of long-winded.
Hmm.
I do much better with a script, that's for sure.
That's fair. Dev, for reading, do you prefer paper or ebook by Bobby Johnson?
I prefer listening to audiobooks actually, because I
Okay.
can like do other things while I do it.
Yeah. How
Oh,
do you remember
however,
it?
how do I remember it when I listen to audiobooks?
Yeah.
Um, I've always just had the capability of remembering the things that I hear generally.
Okay.
Not always, but pretty consistently. I've been able to like either read or listen. It's like, oh, I get it. I remember that now.
Right. Okay. That's
Now
fair.
I do buy the physical books because I tend to steal all the audiobooks. I tend to pirate that. But I want to have like a physical book that I can take a picture of for a video or I can scan or something, so I actually have a physical copy. But I tend to listen, yeah.
Hmm. Okay. Me too. I just find with nonfiction, I tend to just play back chapters like a ton
Mhm.
if I like want to make sure that I remember stuff. Um, from Javier Portillo Fernandez. Brianna Wu still believes in the same stuff she did back in those days. She just hides her power level. She pretty much admitted it in Such an Atom. It's a statement, but do you agree? Do you disagree?
I'm not sure if I agree because back in the day she was making claims that Republicans were going to launch space rocks from orbit onto the Earth as weapons. Like whatever she's saying now, I don't think she says that anymore. Um, she ran for office, I think, right?
She did.
Yeah, I think when you get exposed, when you're not just looking at people who vote differently than you as ideological enemies, but you actually talk to them and get exposed to them,
Yeah.
it becomes a lot harder to be irrational about hating them.
Yeah, I would really encourage people actually to check out my humanizing with Brianna Wu. I would say she fully convinced me that there's been a lot of like change. When she talks about Gamergate, she's actually got a number of regrets about the way that um, happened and how like the plot was lost as far as like her side of like what actually mattered, which I think
Hmm.
is um, yeah,
Hmm.
very commendable.
And to be honest, whether or not her and Anita Sarkeesian faked any harassment, I did see them get real harassment too. I do remember seeing it, so it's not like it was all fake, if it was fake at all.
Hmm. Right. Um, Are you going to talk about the depictions of women in videos and the feminist response by the Real Holtzinator? Thank you, the Real Holtzinator, being super supportive. Appreciate it.
I have no clue what that means.
Okay.
I don't know what you're referring to specifically.
I'll keep an eye on chat to see if they post in there.
Okay.
Do you think there's a need for the anti-misogyny arc?
What do you mean? That's a Destiny thing, isn't it? He had like an anti-misogyny arc in his community.
Mm-hmm. Do you think there's a need for it though in the internet-specific cultural space?
Hmm. I I don't think so. I think we're on the very edge of needing it, but I don't think so.
Okay. Why do you think we're on the edge? Like just all these podcasts and stuff?
Yeah. Yeah. But I do think that like as things have trended more leftward, a lot of that stuff kind of has been tempered all on its own. In most, like there are going to be obviously like other spaces where there's like incel communities or like isolated communities, but I think like in the broader internet, I mean I've been online since 1998. I don't see the misogyny there used to be in the broader internet.
Mm-hmm. The argument that can be made though is just because it's not as intense doesn't mean that there isn't a glaring issue, right? Like it might have just been the case that, back in the day was really, 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 really fucking bad, and now it's just bad. I'm listening, by the way. I can hear you.
Right. Oh, don't worry. I have wireless headphones too. I was just wondering if you had them as well. That's possible. That's possible. However, I think there's always going to be some background level of teasing and of jokes that kind of happen because we're all online and we don't know each other that well and it's anonymous. Just there's like a background level that's just always going to be there, and I think it becomes counterproductive to try and stamp it out too much.
Right. It actually can like flare it up more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you also lose like you lose other things in the process of trying to do that, right? Like if you become a total authoritarian in how you run a platform,
Right.
you're gonna break a lot of other things in the process.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I understand. Vash Stampede says the space rocks thing sounds like kinetic bombardment. Does that sound right?
I mean, there is a theory of kinetic bombardment that you can launch space rocks to as weapons, but I don't think anyone's doing that right now. But like, I get it, but it's not happening at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Do you have anything else that I should have asked you that I haven't yet?
There's couple more. You missed a few controversies.
Okay. What are the
I can
key
think of two
ones?
off top. I can think of two off the top of my head. One is the trucker video.
Okay.
Okay, so back when the Canadian trucker protest was going on, I said I was watching it closely and I'm going to do a video on it. And then evidence started mounting up and piled up, and it was piling up. And I was collecting it all, and I was like diligently, and I was like, oh my god, this is going to be a huge video because I have so much to talk about. And now it's been a year and a half since the trucker protest, right? So, and it is a constant meme in my community. Every time I do a stream, every time I put out a video, they ask, "Where's the trucker video? Where's the truck?" There's like, I take it all in good fun. Most people are doing it in good fun. There actually are a few people, especially among some hate watchers. 'Cause I actually do have like several groups of hate watchers now, who are like, "Dev's just scared. He's never going to put it out." And it's like, listen. The trucker video's coming. I was waiting to really start it after the was it the Senate inquiry happened back in February or something.
Mm-hmm.
That's when I actually began actually organizing all the evidence and starting to like write a script. So it's still coming. It's very late, I know, but it is coming. It's not forever mothballed. I think the reason that some people in my audience, this has turned into a controversy, is because I made the statement like a year ago that I found some evidence of the protesters being violent, which I did. I still have that evidence. Because there's this view on the right wing that the protesters were all they were good, they were innocent, they were working class, they were clogging up the streets in Ottawa.
Right.
But I mean, we've seen left wing protesters do much the same, so you can't be that hypocritical about it. But because it was a more left leaning government and these were more right leaning protesters, there had to be a massive crackdown on them. However, And there's probably some truth to that interpretation of events, I think.
Hmm.
Um, I don't know if you kept up with the truckers or if you kept up with the inquiry by the Senate or anything, but
My dad was part of it, so
oh, was he?
yeah, he went down.
Okay.
He's not a
Oh,
trucker. He's a former police officer, but he went down as just like a layperson.
right.
But he was
Yeah.
in a whole bunch of like meetings with like weird people, and I was
Hmm.
like, "You've got like a professional job. You should definitely probably not be there." But power to you,
Is he in
wherever you
any
want to.
trouble or?
No, no, he's fine. He's totally fine. He
Okay.
wasn't. He wasn't involved enough in anything. He's like super Christian too, so he was just like he's like going around and just being like, "Could I pray for you?" So yeah,
Right, right.
yeah,
So, I mean, as far as I understand it, the issue is that you had a bunch of working class people who
yeah.
were, not that educated in the inner workings of the civil service, so they kind of protested the wrong government sometimes. But they knew that it was a power center. They knew that the government was infringing on their rights in some way,
Mm-hmm.
because whether or not you believe it was legitimate or warranted because of COVID, there were lockdowns, there were restrictions. They didn't like them, so they were protesting, and that because this was a right-wing protest against a left-wing government, the government came down on them significantly harder than if it were the reverse. And lots of people say, well, look at the BLM riots in the United States. Like how were they equivalent? Like how was it handled when the parties were flipped around
Mm-hmm.
differently, right? I think there's something to that logic. Um, at the same time, I don't buy I don't buy it when anyone says that they're a saint. Someone, no one's perfectly good, no one's perfectly evil.
Yeah.
Um, and I did find a few instances of some of the truckers being violent, and so I think people are like, they really want me to make a video showing off these small instances of trucker violence, because they do have it in their mind that the truckers are completely innocent and pure,
Yeah.
and that Trudeau actually is a tyrant. Now I will say, this might be one of those cases where I probably equivocated too hard.
Okay.
This might be one of those cases where I probably equivocated too hard, because I did not find widespread violence among the truckers. I found a few instances, a couple of fights, one guy spat on another guy. You know, it's not like the entire thing was a riot.
Right. No, it wasn't. I mean, there was like kids
Mhm.
walking around sometimes and stuff.
Yeah.
It was definitely like super over. I mean, my dad would be like FaceTiming me as he's like walking around the street. So there was like definitely some, especially like as you get towards nighttime, more drinking has happened, and therefore like oftentimes more violence and more like damage and stuff gets done. But
Hmm.
a lot of the stuff was just like just families and like yeah, people out there. I mean, I wasn't a big fan of the convoy. I didn't think it was smart at all. I thought it was extremely. I thought it was fucking stupid. But the way that it was, like like Trudeau reacting with like, what did he pull out? What was the first thing that he did? It's not quite martial law. Was it a emergency? Do you know what I'm talking about? That gave him
Emergencies Act.
emergency act. Thank you, thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
It would have been used like three times in history. One of them
Yeah.
was, I think, World War II. One of them was when the Quebec separatists had like killed a guy, and then one of them was now. That was it.
Yeah, so like that was fucking cringe. But also like to be honest, like for example, like the amount of like the convoy sitting there and just like laying on their horns for like hours on end while like residents like can't even sleep at night. I'm just like, okay, you can't be doing this shit either. Like, yeah, you're not being violent at all times, but also like if people can't even sleep around you, like it's not Macy on third floor's problem that the government has vaccine mandates. This is
Right.
like
Yeah.
this is now like an
I'll
issue, even though it's like peaceful at this point in time. If the decibel, I remember like a person having their decibel counter out in their apartment, and it was like 80 decibels in their apartment, and it was like 2 a.m. at night, and it's just like this is not okay.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I agree with you. Yeah. Um, I think like the right wing steel man using lefty logic would be like, riots are the voice of the unheard, you know? And you saw a lot of
I'm
right wingers
so
saying stuff like
uninterested
that.
in conservatives using fucking snowflake SJW argumentation. It's like I expect it from like liberals. That's fine.
Hmm.
But when
Hmm.
fucking like the red pill starts like talking about like Tumblr-esque like victim mentality stuff too, I'm just like, just stop. I don't want to hear it. You can't mock this shit and then do it. I'm not interested.
I mean, I generally agree, right? Like,
Yeah.
they're not the same, but there's some utility in pointing out hypocrisy like that, where it's like some governments are they're more lax with left-wing protests than they are with right-wing protests. That seems to be true. There's utility in noting that, but it doesn't help the situation,
Yeah. Okay.
So that's that's one controversy is the trucker video.
So it's just the lack of the trucker video is a controversy?
Yeah, the
I don't know
lack of the
I don't know
trucker
if that
video.
qualifies as a controversy. The next controversy better be actually a controversy.
Okay, so sorry, just that I get questions every day. Every day I hear about it. Okay. The other one is the Nazi drawing, which you talked about. We didn't get to. Do you want to do that?
Yeah. What is that?
Oh, you didn't know what's going on with that?
I can't. It's so interconnected with this pedo shit. And it just, to be honest, in this thread that I find, Jangles brings it up kind of randomly. You guys are all talking about the pedo shit, and then Django says, calling a Nazi drawing accurate is kind of in that ballpark, I would reckon. And then you post the Nazi painting. I'll show the stream again. So
the picture of the Nazi painting?
It sounds like he's referring to some other fight you were having beforehand. That's my read of this. Because he just brings it up randomly, that I'm assuming you have the context for this. Because it has nothing to do with the other stuff.
So there's a meme that floats around that you see a lot in left-wing circles on the internet. And the meme is, one side has the left that says, we want civil rights. And then the other side has the right that says, we want to kill you all. And the centrist says compromise. You've probably seen that meme before, right?
Yeah. The radical centrism, the picture you post with Nazism versus communism.
No. That's not the original form of it.
No, I know.
Right. So yeah, the reply that centrists often give is like, no, you are strawmanning one side and steamailing the other. And what people often post is some variant of, Nazis on one side, communists on the other, right? However, one of those variants, I just chose it at random because I have them all saved in my meme folder. And yeah, I have a meme folder. I have a reaction images folder. But I have like 3 or 4 versions of it. One of them replaces the left-wing side with a caricature of drug addicts and LGBT people. So we're talking like people who like don't pass and they're walking around naked in the streets. And the drug addict has like needles hanging out of his arm and stuff. Right. And this has been a viral image now for like 6 or 7 years. Okay. And so I grabbed it, I put it up. I was like, no, this is what centrism actually is. And then Jangles, I think it was Jangles who showed up. It was either he showed up or somebody that he follows showed up and then he got into it. Someone pointed out that this specific iteration of this meme, those caricatures of those people actually come from a piece of neo-Nazi propaganda. And that piece of propaganda is a giant collage of all the things that Nazis find degenerate. Off in the corner are those people. There's a bunch of other things. And then there's a giant spider over top of all of them with a Jewish face.
Okay.
And now, I didn't know. I didn't necessarily know that this is where... Do you have it up? Yeah, you have it up. There it is. Yeah. So I didn't know necessarily that this is where that came from, right? But I did point out, I was like, okay, well, despite its origins, this is still a somewhat accurate caricature. Because I showed pictures of drug addicts. Like, look, there is actually a drug problem. All right. When a Nazi tells you that America has a drug problem with addicts in the streets, you can't simply say, oh, that's Nazi propaganda, when you can see videos of people lying around San Francisco in like drug towns, right? Like tent towns. When a Nazi tells you, oh, there are gay and trans people who are being sexually degenerate in public around children, you can't simply say that's just Nazi propaganda because you can find pictures of that too, right? So I made the point to Jangles that even if a Nazi says something, that is not reason enough to dismiss it out of hand. And this kind of goes back into that video that I'm working on of, what does it mean when a fascist is correct about something?
Right.
Like what do we do with that information? Because you can't just hand wave it away. But it's my experience that people on the left, especially if they're like radically left, they tend to just hand wave it away. Right. And that's basically what happened with the conversation with Jangles, is that I posted this. He's like, that comes from Nazi propaganda. I'm like, well, okay, but is it actually wrong in some way? And then he's like, well, you're just a Nazi, aren't you? And I'm like, well, no, I'm not. I mean, we go down through it, and if you find that thread, There's a thread where he tries to bait me into saying something that like has me go mask off and reveal my power level, and I never do. And at the end, he kind of gets frustrated and just calls me a fascist. And that's kind of where that's where that argument came from. And this is the conversation where I knew that if I did a video about what what the Nazis get right or what the fascists get right, it's going to be a spicy one. Because you can't make a video like that without it being spicy. But I think it's also kind of important because you do see right wingers in Europe, winning elections right now, right?
Mhm.
Brexit didn't happen in a vacuum. The victory of who was it in Italy that won, like her far right party won in Italy, that didn't happen for no reason. It's not just because people are evil, there's something that seriously needs to be talked about here, and simply screaming Nazi doesn't help anything.
Right. One thing that I noticed in this image though is the image here that when I look at this, I'm like, I don't know if this is true radical centrism. So on one side you have the KKK. On the other side you basically have the communists, which is like people who don't pass and drug addicts. But the issue is that in many ways, this is also the way that like far rightists will try to dehumanize people on the left, for example, which is just like mocking them for being trans or having like mental illness and stuff like that. This is
Yes.
a bit of an issue I would take initially with the image.
Yep, that's a fair point. The thing is like, from the right wing perspective, I know that they don't like being characterized as KKK members. They kind of view that as like, the last century's politics. They're not that anymore.
Right.
So like, I fundamentally agree with you, but I can kind of tap into the right wing sector of my brain and like access the voices of people who are much further right than me when I've heard them talk about this, and they view it as tit for tat. I don't necessarily agree though. I don't think that it's equivalent.
Yeah. Okay. So those are your
Um,
two great controversies?
yes, those are the last ones. They weren't
Anything
that great, were they?
anything in the last one that you, because the other one you probably just regret not posting it sooner. Anything in the last one where you like when you look at it you're like, optically this isn't great, stuff like that?
Yeah, there's definitely some optics problems with that, but this is something that I'm trying to get over. Honestly, it's like if you worry too much about optics, you start not having real conversations. You know,
Yeah. The tension
and
is
I'm
if you don't worry about optics enough, you get canceled out of certain conversations that need to be had.
which, to be fair, is probably what's happened to me and let's say people further left than you. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like they won't talk to me at all, at
Yep.
all.
Yep.
Um,
I mean, they won't talk. I think probably most of them won't talk to me at this point. I mean, the Surfs has me blocked. I think I've interacted with
really?
him. Yeah, I literally interacted on Twitter, I think once with him, where I just made fun of his Timcast performance. But it was on the back of him making fun of it, okay? I just thought he
Right,
was
right.
right about his criticisms.
He doesn't have me blocked, but he has me banned from his Twitch chat.
Hmm.
There was a thing where there was a moment in a stream where he saw me in the stream and he called me a transphobe, and I said, "I'm not transphobic." I God, this is edgy and stupid. Okay, I said, "I'm not transphobic. I have sex with trans women."
Okay.
And then he's like, "Oh, you're a chaser then," and then he blocked me. I was like, "Well, I guess you're damned if you do, damned if you don't." In the end,
Yeah. I mean, this optics issue is something I've been wrestling with because, like, you can probably tell, like, since I'm like friends with Steven, who also has lots of optics issues. Um, I really hate optic stuff. I really hate the sanitization that's required. But seeing like when I look at like somebody like Jordan Peterson or Destiny or all these people who in many ways don't get access to certain conversations when it would be really good, particularly like Destiny. There's a lot of conversations that I really wish Destiny would get access to that he never will. Like as much as I hate it, there's a part of me that's being like, I might need to go on like a bit of an arc of like taking sanitization a little bit more seriously. Because if like again, if all these people say that it's matters, maybe it does matter, just maybe not in the way that they say, which is like a moral reason. It's probably not a moral reason, but
Hmm.
it does
Hmm.
make an ear like it's like it makes your words milk and honey instead of like I don't know what there's a fucking milk and honey versus like there's you know the euphemism I'm leaning on, I hope.
Vinegar, right?
Vinegar, I don't
Is-
know, something caustic that doesn't
I,
go
I
in
think I get
well.
it. I think I get it. That's probably actually now that we're talking about, that's probably another big flaw, is that I've been like we called them optics cucks back in Gamergate,
Yeah.
and as I started to grow, I realized I didn't want to be an optics cuck because from the outside it looks so fake. You know,
Hmm.
it looks like you're not really telling the truth. You're sanitizing just to try and like chase numbers. I didn't want to be that guy. I still don't want to be that guy. You know,
Yeah.
so I definitely just expelled optics from my mind, and it's probably grown into a problem at this point for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. It's something definitely as somebody who's like newer in my career, it's something that I'm thinking a lot about of like where I want to fall on this stuff because I like hate it with like a vengeance. And also I've like seen it be the downfall of so many people that I really, really respect.
Yeah, yeah.
That I think I need to
Like
take better
you
seriously.
you see people who they're too concerned with optics and they just kind of soy out. It's something that's ridiculous. Like we can have a
Yep.
conversation with this. It's like no
Yep.
no no no. We have to condemn. And it's like well, can we have a real conversation? It's like
Yep.
that, right?
Yep.
But then on the other side, you have people who are they don't care. They destroy themselves. So
Yeah,
yeah
exactly. Yeah. Or they
yeah
don't, or they are tough enough that they never destroy themselves and their career is fine, but they don't get to get into conversations that probably like in many ways the world needs to have happen. Not that I think
right.
I'm so great for any of that, but like a lesser version of that because I don't think I'm ever going to be like world level
Hmm.
conversationalist by any means. But yeah,
Well, I mean, same here, obviously. I think the reason that I've avoided that conundrum is because I've avoided debates. Definitely.
mm,
Just because I can't do the public speaking thing. I can't I don't it's not my skill set. My skill set is writing and like writing and reading.
yeah,
On the fly stuff doesn't work for me. I think I've done okay tonight, but like
yeah.
you haven't hammered me hard on anything.
No, I
I
have
think
not.
I think if you did, I would crumple, to be honest. But
All right, let's
but be,
go. I'm just kidding.
I think because I'm not in the debate space, I've been able to put off the optics consideration for longer than most. You know?
Okay, interesting. Yeah, the debate space really like brings it out because everyone's like hyper critical. Um, do you have any beef? Somebody mentioned that you like have beef stuff with like the blood sportsy debatosphere stuff. Is that true? Also, and then I have a couple
Um,
of short super chats to read you before I let you go.
sure, of course. No, I don't think so. I mean, like I
It was
don't
probably
like
just one of your. I
Vosh.
think it was the same 1990 guy, so don't worry about it.
Maybe. I mean, like I know Vosh thinks I'm a fascist. I don't like Vosh himself. I think he's a fascist, to be honest. So I guess it's equal. But like, when it like, I can't think of any like big drama that I've had with the debate sphere, to be honest.
Okay.
I mean, I've met some nice people. I'm friends with Stardust. She seems really great. I like Chud. I like you. You
Hmm.
know,
Hmm.
I've met some cool people.
True.
I like Taftaj.
Yep.
Taftaj is actually a very big dev fanboy, or sorry, fangirl. Jesus. Oh my
Ooh.
god.
Oh my
That
God.
was my oops.
Now you're
Oops.
canceled.
But still, like, um, when Taftaj first appeared on Destiny's channel, I messaged her. I was like, that was really cool conversation. And then she like fangirled out, like, oh my god, Dev, you're actually messaging me. And I was like, oh, I guess you know my stuff. But she's really cool. She's really smart.
Hmm.
Yeah,
She says some like
I've met a lot of good
crazy
people.
shit every now and then where I'm just like, huh?
Okay, Taftaj is a neo-reactionary underneath all the niceness.
Hmm.
She's definitely a reader of Mencius Moldbug and the
Yes.
open letter to open-minded progressives.
Oh yeah, that's the
I
one you wanted me to read, right?
I got introduced to it from her, I think, actually. That's why I started reading it.
Oh.
She's like, this will turn any progressive into a reactionary. And I was like, okay, I guess I gotta read this.
Did it?
Um, no, I wasn't a progressive though.
Hmm.
I wasn't a progressive, I didn't become a reactionary.
All right. From Donnie Dewitt. Dev, wondering if you are open to having a VC chat about your reading arc on Discord sometime. As a fan of NRX, but not an ideologue, a based centric take on managerialism and the therapeutic state would be cool.
Okay, so NRX is neo-reactionary. That's
Okay.
Moldbug's ideas. And from him, you get like Nick Land and you get some other paleoconservative thinkers. Um, I could do that at some point. The issue is I haven't finished reading up on managerialism yet.
Okay.
Managerialism is it's basically the right wing critique of neoliberalism. They call it like the managerial state.
Hmm.
Um, something I don't have a full conception of it yet. I do know part of it is the idea of the tyranny of red tape. When Tim Pool mentions it, he calls it anarcho-tyranny. The idea basically is the world, the modern liberal state is so bloated and has so many laws that you walk down the street and you commit 3 felonies and never even know it, right?
Right.
And so, because the law is so bloated and everyone's constantly living in a state of violation, law enforcement becomes a political tool. So the police will arrest you only if you're an enemy of the government, because
Okay.
everyone could be arrested at any time.
Right. Right.
That's the tyranny of red tape. That's part of the managerial critique of neoliberalism. So I do know some things about it, but I'm not done my reading yet. So I can't have a full conversation on this topic yet.
Okay. Next super chat, the Tribe One. SFO, not sure if you said it already. Twitter banning someone would also be them enacting free speech, right? Is anyone really for free speech? I say no.
That is true. You start to get into a rough position where Twitter is basically the town square, and so should Twitter be treated the way that phone carriers are treated? Where if you have the wrong political opinions, should you be banned from using your cell phone?
Yeah.
Because it is a private company that gives you. That's a rough one. I've gone back and forth on that one over the years, where sometimes I'm like I'm more libertarian, and I'm like, well, no, Twitter's you can use Facebook, you can use some other platform like Twitter is. But then I've seen them collaborate to like. I don't know if you were around when this happened, but they all banned Alex Jones at once.
Right.
In regards to what you think about Alex Jones, I mean, should they all be banning him at once? Like, I don't know about that. They all banned Sargon at once at one point. That seemed completely ridiculous to me.
Right.
So I don't know. I've gone back and forth on it. Like maybe there should be some restrictions on corporations that are large enough, and their communications corporations specifically, so
Seem
that
to be
free speech can
polluting
actually
enough.
be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. It is a little sussy to see people like get like blast banned across like multiple separate corporations on the same day.
Mhm.
Feels a little weird.
Yeah.
But yeah. The real Holtzinator clarified his question. Are you going to talk
Oh,
about the depictions of women in video games and the feminist responses to those depictions of women?
I wonder if he's talking
I would
back
guess
then or
about that.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's a big controversy right. I don't know if you keep up with the gaming stuff.
Mm.
There's a big controversy right now where the new Fable game was announced, and they made all the girls in that game look very ugly. And they all look very ugly, and the guys still look like pretty good. And it's like, well, why are you doing that? Like we used to have hot women in games. How come there's no cute girls with nice faces and big boobs? Where did that go? That used to be in video games.
Right.
And now that there's like a conversation where like Western developers, they seem to put out games with characters that are less attractive, and then you go to their Twitter accounts and you see, oh, it's some non-binary person with blue hair who's like 35 and who has like 18 cats and nothing else going on in their life, and I made the characters for this game, guys. And then you see like a Japanese game, and it's cute girls, and it's made by like it tends to be honestly Japanese women who are making these characters. So there is a conversation happening right now about in the gaming space specifically about this push to normalize less attractive women specifically.
Hmm.
I'll probably talk about it at some point in the future. This
Okay.
just happened like 2 days ago, so
This is with like
still thinking
I
about it.
pulled it up on the Reddit with Destiny on Destiny's Reddit. This is where like Ian Miles Cheong is involved and stuff, right? I don't know if you
Yeah,
saw
that guy's kind of crazy. I don't know if you know the deep lore about him, but he's kind
I
of
don't know
crazy.
anything about him.
Oh, well, he was like he was a white supremacist when he was 15, even though he's Asian. Like actually a white supremacist. It was really weird guy.
Okay, interesting.
He's a long deep lore. He's fun.
Yeah, I mean,
He's
I
goofy.
will say this main character is like probably unreasonably like they could just make her average looking. Like I feel like she's distinctly unattractive. But that's probably the point, right? Is to make her the
Yeah.
main character that you're playing distinctly unattractive. I guess the question would be like, are there video games where the main character is male and is distinctly unattractive? Are people similarly bothered? I understand why there would be dissimilarities, but to what extent should there be? Yeah.
Hmm. I mean, this kind of ties into the video that you watched. I think you watched it off stream. My Antonio Gramsci video, that hour-long monstrosity, right?
I listened to it
There's this.
this morning. Actually, it was super good.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
That's oh,
it was
well,
really interesting. I've been reading actually Michael Malice's book, The White Pill. So it was like
okay.
very well timed because I'm like the first several hours of the book is just like really actually you should read it because there's a couple of things when
Okay.
you talked about him where I was like Lenin's letter and quote that Michael
Hmm.
Malice actually digs into a ton and I don't even think you know the bottom of it where Lenin that quote about
Hmm.
the we'll hang capitalists from the rope that they sell us
Yeah.
which is you correctly attribute to Lenin, but it's also still a false quote because even his paper script never said that. He implied it because he talked about basically bloodletting and how they're going to bloodlet them off of implements and whatnot. And it's a lot more long-winded and way less interesting worded. It's the same sentiment, but it's
Hmm.
actually also the actual original statement is way less poetic. But it is like I would say it's more extreme actually than we'll hang capitalists from the ropes that they sell us because it's more graphic in language.
Okay. That's yeah. I should take a look at it. All right.
It's an amazing book. I like can't stop listening to it actually. And it's all
Okay.
about I don't
It's like a
apparently
white
gets into
pill, eh?
positivity. That's why I was reading it. I bought it to be like because I'm like on this like trying to like work a little bit on like not being so like cynical.
Hmm.
And then I started like listening to it and he's like, so the Bolsheviks and I'm like, what the fuck does this have to do with positivity? But it is interesting and I find Soviet Russia fascinating. And I definitely the other day I made this fuck up where I said the Bolsheviks versus the Lenin group because I forgot that it was Bolsheviks versus the Tsars. And I've been mortified. I've had like two history fuck ups that I've been so mortified about. I mean, luckily I never pretend to be a history like expert by any means, but
Hmm.
I definitely want to be
Here.
better about that.
Uh, I'll be back in like 2 minutes. I'm sorry. Just give me a
Okay,
second, okay?
that's okay. All right, chat, it's just me and you. Scream all the things you want to scream. Hot guys pay for nitro. True. Not to erudite, then go listen to Glenn Lowry. I don't ever hear the same bitching about VG male protagonists being unattractive from gay men. Interesting. That's true. Although a lot of gay men I know will actually play female characters. Like a lot of the gay men that I know, when they play video games, they'll often play female characters, which has been really interesting. Not all of them. I definitely know gay men who play male characters, but back then, sorry, I'm a few minutes behind. Sorry, Real Holton here. You've had to send in so many clarifications. I'm so sorry. As a straight guy, I always play female characters too. That makes more sense, especially if you're in third person because then you get to like watch a female character's ass everywhere. There's so many historians with YouTube channels. I know there are. I know. I'm in the process of working through political economics right now, okay? It's from Duke University. It's great. It's long. I'm taking notes. My history, I'll go into it. I've listened to all of like the crash course history stuff. It just like never sticks. Doesn't stick in my brain. I don't find listening to books makes things stick. I need to take notes. I need to take notes and then I need to talk to people about it right away, like what I've learned. I'd love to hear you interview Sargon. Me too. But he's got a company now, so I know he's taking interviews less often. I'm straight. I always pick the guy. I play cute female characters. I also play cute female characters.
So do I.
Although I
All the
do
time.
actually like the androgyny stuff that they're allowing because I actually really like playing androgynous characters the most.
Yeah, there's some fun in that too.
Like a
They had some of
slightly
that
femme
back in the
body, but
2000s.
with like no breasts and stuff. I just think it's fun.
Yeah. They had some of that back in the 2000s where you could be like a more androgynous character.
Yeah.
That was always fun when I was a kid too. Um, Let me think. What were we talking about during the break? I had my headphones on so I could hear it.
I was talking about Michael Malice's book,
Right.
and
Right.
you are correct. Ask if you're familiar with Michael Malice at all.
He is an anarchist, isn't he? I've seen him talk to Sargon. I think he is. If we're talking about the same guy.
No, he's friends with Lex Friedman. It's like Lex Friedman's buddy. I don't. know if I don't
Let me
think he
see.
is.
Image. No, I think this is the guy. He calls himself an anarchist without adjectives. I
Mm.
saw him talk to Sargon once. So I guess he places himself somewhere between anarcho-capitalist and anarcho-communist on the
Yes.
anarchist spectrum.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
I know
Oh
of
yeah,
him, but I
yeah.
don't know
There we
much of his
go.
work.
Anarchist without adjectives. Reason describes his political combination. It's a really, really good book. I feel like if he goes into anarchism, I'll reject it outright because I fucking actually Nick is an anarcho-primitivist, and
Really?
yeah, I just think
He
it's
wants.
any anarchist. I'm like, look, you can have your pipe dream. It's just never gonna
Mhm.
happen, right? Like you can fantasize. We can talk about your fanfic, but it's a fanfic, just to be clear. And you can criticize the world based on your fanfic. There are some good criticisms that come from anarchists, but it's a
Mhm.
fanfic.
Yep. So Nick wants to return to Monkey.
Yes.
Does he want to go like full Ted Kaczynski mode, just minus the bombings?
Um, he actually wants AI overlords to take over, automate everything, and allow us to return to monkey.
Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
yeah. Less Ted K anarchist, more kind of transhumanist anarchist, I guess.
Right. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Um. Yeah, I
He
mentioned
also
my.
realizes it'll literally
Oh.
never happen, so he never talks about it because he realizes it's like it's just a. He's like, I think we'd be happier. Also, I would never do anything to get us there because nobody wants it. Nick is the
Right.
most
Right.
based form of anarchist because they don't join political debates and go, well, as an anarchist, I do have to say private property, blah. And I'm just like, I don't care. I don't fucking care.
Oh fuck. I mean, I don't know if you've talked to Fabian Liberty before. Um.
Yes, I have.
So he's a nice guy. I
He's
like talking to him.
wonderful and so smart. I think he thinks we
Yeah.
have beef. I just like him. I just think ANCAP shit is fucking stupid. That's it. But
I'm kind of the same way. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
adore Fabian Scott. I think he's funny. The moment he stops fighting from an anarchist position and just starts like he'll sometimes like be like, okay, erudite is just making the right argument, and he'll like explain for everyone like what's going on. I'm like, oh my god, like if you just argue with real normal human arguments about like accepting that government will exist forever, you're so fucking based. It's insane. But anyways, I'm sure he won't like that I'm saying that.
I had a three-way stream where it was Econoboy taking up like the neoliberal perspective on economics,
Bless, love him
me
too.
taking up. Yeah, he's great. He's
Although
great.
I do have a beef with Econoboy, because he's a
Oh,
bad
do
dude.
you?
Oh yeah,
Oh.
sometimes we'll spam eagles at each other. He's a fucking asshole. It's a joke. It's a joke beef. Sorry.
um, I took up like the more classical liberal view of economics, and we had Fabian as the third person, right? And so we had like this three-way debate. It wasn't really a debate because we were like, one, I can't debate, and two, we were all friendly. But like sometimes it would always be 2-on-1 in some direction because we all kind of agreed and kind of disagreed. It was a fun time, I gotta say. I enjoy both those guys. They're both great.
Yeah. Yeah, they are.
Okay. I mentioned my Antonio Gramsci video for a reason that I can't remember now. It was related to the conversation. What were we talking about before?
Michael Malice, anarchist. The
Before Michael
Bolsheviks.
Malice. Before Michael
Um,
Malice.
you were talking about your video essay, and I derailed with Lenin. Fuck. And his note.
No, it was about good-looking characters in video games. Okay,
Right. Okay.
so I outline in the Antonio Gramsci video basically the genealogy of this school of thought, where it started and how it like connects to the present day,
Yeah.
right? And I go through all the little pieces, all the steps, and we've arrived at a point where there's a group on the right that they're knowledgeable about this stuff, and they're so hypersensitive to it that they view every time there's like a black person in a role, or a woman in a role, like a Captain Marvel or something, or they see like an ugly woman in a video game when she could be made hot, they view that as like another check on the Gramscian social subversion of our culture.
Mm.
And they see it everywhere now because they have the pattern, right? They know the political philosophy, they know what it looks like. So now they're like looking at the Matrix from the outside. They can see, they don't even see the images anymore. They just see the false flags, right? They see the psyops. And I think that's what some of this conversation around, pushing ugly women in video games is partially about. Like some of it is going to be actually a psyop, but some of it is going to be them seeing a psyop that doesn't actually exist.
Yeah.
And I think that's the core of this right now. To answer that super chat is that if I talk about it, I'll talk about how some of it is some sort of subversion and some of it is you seeing shadows.
Okay. Yeah. Never got to this chat. Was Anita Sarkeesian a feminist grifter for her Patreon debacle where she didn't make the vids or little vid quality for video essays? From Vash Stampede. Famous chat Vash.
Probably. He's in my chat too, actually, a lot. Probably. I have to look up the details at some point because I know both Zoe Quinn and Anita Sarkeesian both took a bunch of Patreon money for projects that never came out, like years and years and years ago. They both did it.
Oh man, that's really
I think,
bad.
yeah, I think Zoe
I can't
got
imagine. That's so bad.
like Zoe. I remember less about Anita Sarkeesian, but I remember Zoe's pretty specifically. She had taken, I think, 6 figures. I got up to 6 figures of money for a game where she was going to hire what's his name, Greg Sestero from The Room. Did you watch The Room?
Wait, which one? The one with the kid, or The Room, like the satire piece? Well, wasn't a satire piece, but now it's like a cult.
Yeah, now it's a cult satire piece.
That
yeah,
one.
Tommy
Yes.
Wiseau's The Room.
And
yeah.
I should have said yes. I've seen both of them. I just want to make sure which one we're talking about.
Yeah. So the guy that played Mark, oh hi Mark, you know, the with the beard, he gets shaved off. Him. Zoe hired him to play the lead role in a game, an FMV game. And she was promoting it with him, and she had like all these plans and documents drawn up. She got like 6 figures for it.
Okay.
And the money just vanished. And that was like 5 years ago.
Uh-oh.
So I remember that one very. I have all the documents, you know, stuffed away on my hard drive on that one. Anita Sarkeesian's I remember less, but she did something similar. She got a bunch of money and just didn't do the project.
That's really bad.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy. Okay. We've been getting a bunch. Remember, if you guys, do you want to do a call-in show, or would you rather not get put on the hot seat?
No, we can do it if you want, sure.
Okay. All right. I was going to say wave a white flag if you're needing to bail on the call-in. So if you guys would like to join the call-in show, we'll be taking calls now. I'm going to keep reading the last super chats that have been sent in. There is open waiting room. You can just hop in there. There is some tiered. We probably will prioritize, but I won't prioritize so that like I only pull tier 4s. I'll do like one from each group over time. So if you would like to join, if you have want to ask Dev a question, I'll bring in 1, maybe 2 of you at a time. I am going to be DMing you before you come in because I am not having somebody coming on here and like screaming the N-word or some fucking cringe shit. If you would like to join, just type !Discord. You can hop into the waiting group. Either post in the side chat what do you want to talk about or DM me, and know that if you come in and troll, you will be cross-platform banned instantly, and I at this point do not have an unban policy, so it's final. That's why I'm so chill before I ban people. All right, last couple of comments. All right, the real Holtonator had to send another one to clarify. When he was asking about women in video games specifically, he was talking about back in the day. So women in video games back in the day and the feminist response. So it's probably around like Gamergate, I'm guessing.
Okay. That was a bigger issue back then. Yeah. I do remember like old school feminists 10 years ago complaining about the sexualization of women in gaming.
Yeah.
In retrospect, it's kind of quaint to think about.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, as somebody who is attracted to women, I like seeing attractive women around in my media. It's just monkey brain, I guess, you know how it is.
Yep.
I don't know if there's any real value in going back and thinking about it, to be honest.
Okay. That's
I mean, you can still like you can still buy some games with good-looking women in them. Like they still exist, you know.
True.
Not every game has gone that way.
Yeah, vote with your dollar. Rather than getting upsetty spaghetti, just vote with your dollar. You don't like it, don't buy it. Problem is,
Mhm.
if you love Fable, then you might be a little sad. Donnie Dewitt, Leviathan and Its Enemies is the managerial Bible.
Yes, it is. Sam Francis. That is on the list. Leviathan and its enemies.
Okay.
Um,
Maybe I'll read that.
it's
That
a
sounds so interesting. That's for sure a type of politics that I could probably deep dive on since it's so psychologically based.
The issue ultimately with Leviathan and its enemies is if you decide to read it, if you decide to read Sam Francis, you're probably going to be put on a watch list.
Hmm.
He's one of those writers.
Oh, okay. That might not interest me
Um,
as much. Well, that's not totally true, but
yeah, he's considered the philosopher king of the radical right.
interesting.
Yeah, he's called an ultra conservative. Um, to the white supremacist Jared Taylor, he was the premier philosopher of white racial consciousness of our time.
The whites.
Um,
The whites.
the the ANCAPs also like him as well.
Okay.
He's he,
So
he's
I
he's one
probably
of
would
those.
not like almost anything in there then.
Probably not, and
Okay.
I don't think I will either. But it's important, in my opinion, it's important to read guys like that because
Yeah.
his
I'll
book
listen to your
whole.
overview of it.
Okay. His book, from what I understand, is like a foundation for multiple different strains of rightist political thought.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things that like you can understand different schools just from reading this one guy. Um, from what I understand about it, I don't understand much. It's all just cultural osmosis at this point.
Mhm.
Is part of it was the anarcho tyranny stuff that I mentioned before. Um, part of it is the idea of politics as water, and what that means is there's a great metaphor that Mencius Moldbug uses in his writing, and the idea is you have a you have two young fish who are swimming along, and they're just having a good time. It's a great day. They come across an old man fish, and the old man fish says, "Howdy, boys. How's the water today?" And the two young guys to look at each other and say, "What is water?" You know,
Mhm.
that's a
Mhm.
metaphor. The
Okay.
idea
Yep.
is that um, what we consider to be normal politics isn't actually normal. It's imposed on us by our environment. It's imposed on us by those who came before,
Okay.
and that there is actually no normal. And so this is like the right wingers took the left's idea of everything is political. They took
Mhm.
that slogan and they transformed it into something where it's like, okay, everything that you've learned in from any government institution, from schooling, to universities, to what the government tells you about the law, all of it, it's all a tool of those in power. So
Right.
this is why right wingers tend to go down the Holocaust denial route, because
Yes.
you'll see that a lot, and a lot of it is like, well, if history truly was written by the victors, and all of what we know about history is liberal propaganda meant to post hoc justify the existence of the liberal world order, how do we know that the narrative of the Nazis as evil and the liberals as good actually makes any sense? That could just be liberal propaganda.
Yeah.
And
Sure.
I mean, that's a fair criticism, but we do, like, the Nazis did keep records, and we do know these things to actually be true outside of any one perception. Like there's a truth that you like. This is like the postmodern post-fascism of the right,
Okay.
where they go down the same rabbit hole as the postmodern neo-Marxists that
Yeah.
Jordan Peterson talks about. But they say, you know what? Well, we'll do it in service of like an ultra traditionalist
Yes.
society instead.
Yeah.
It's the
Yeah.
same
Yeah.
kind of thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So,
Yeah, it's really
so that,
interesting to
that's the
see
stuff.
the overlap of like the far right positions and thinkers specifically with communist thinkers at the same time, and how similar, right? Like Micah Malice does a really good job of outlining similarities, for example, between like Lenin and different like fascistic thinkers as well.
Hmm.
And how he
Hmm.
was like, look, we're big on free speech, but not during the revolution, right? Like Lenin was big about like, if it's for the revolution, we just can't be totalitarian. In fact, we need more state, we need more military power. Free speech isn't allowed. We'll get to it and we'll dissolve government when the revolution has been won. And obviously,
And
that was a giant
it's never
fucking
one.
lie. Yeah,
Yeah,
because
it's
there's
never
always
one. It's never
enemies.
one.
Because there's always enemies, right? That's the problem. Is as long as you keep stretching the line of what is ontologically evil, you'll forever have
Hmm.
enemies to fight against.
Hmm. And this is something that I pointed out in the three forms of fascism video, is that the fascist thinkers got their start in George Sorel's critique of socialism, which is where the bridge comes
Yes.
together, is through George Sorel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's super interesting. Okay, Sapple Man, did SFO say liberalism is dying because people are realizing they aren't equal? Were things better before liberalism? Does SFO believe he is generally inferior?
I probably am genuinely inferior. Yeah, I mean, I am a short, fat otaku. Actually, I'm actually 5'7". I'm actually like 50 pounds overweight compared to what I should be. You know, I I do watch anime in my off time. I am. I have all the hallmarks of inferior genetics.
You
I'm
know,
completely fine with
you're an
that.
inch taller than Nick. He loves anime.
Oh yeah.
If you got on a gym routine, you could be a short Chad otaku. That's also a
Actually,
super chat, just so you know. I'm totally stealing that from somebody. I need to figure out where it is
mm,
from, but yeah.
J Mac earlier, he's been trying to get me on some sort of a weight loss routine. I have to. I'm actually very unhealthy right now. This is not the worst that I've been. I used to be over 300 pounds. I'm not
Oh,
there now. Um,
nice. Good job.
yeah,
I
yeah.
mean,
I've
it's
lost a lot of weight and I gained some back.
the problem with weight loss is like it is just a lifestyle change. Like you don't just lose weight. You live a new life that is lower in weight.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is why weight loss is so difficult and has such a
hmm
high relapse rate.
When I was over 300, that's when I was in that terrible relationship.
Hmm.
When I moved away, like my entire life changed. My philosophy changed, my work changed, all of it. And I went down from like over 300 to like 180. Like I was in a
Oh
good
wow.
spot. And now I'm like 50 pounds heavier than that. So a lot of it, honestly, as soon as I started doing the channel full time and all my work became like reading and writing and recording,
Hmm.
I'm trying to grow the business as hard as I can because I have employees who depend on me now. So I'm like, I can't work out today. I have no time. And it's like, I need to make the time. I just need to fucking do it.
Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, I definitely get super lazy about working out. So, does Dev think? This is from Derek G. Does Dev think that Canada is drifting away from liberalism? Also, what is your opinion about classical liberalism and John Locke?
Okay. Um, is Canada? I feel like we didn't fully answer the last question. It doesn't
Oh,
matter, I guess.
do you want to go back to it?
Well,
Were things
I
better
probably should.
before
Yeah, actually.
liberalism? Were things better before liberalism?
No, no, they weren't. No, liberalism. When you really get into the philosophy, like the liberals, that they set out their presuppositions, and they are false presuppositions,
Hmm.
and they build up the liberal society, and then socialism. If you there's a strain of thought among socialists that you'll see pretty commonly that that socialists are fulfilling the failed promises of liberalism. They'll say that a lot. You hear that in lefty spaces a lot.
Hmm.
Um, is that like the three virtues of the French Revolution were liberty, fraternity, and equality, and those are failed promises from the liberals, and the socialists will finally bring them in.
Right.
Um, you hear that a lot. And then from the fascists, at least the classical fascists, like the Mussolini types, they say that they intend to implement the failed promises of socialism.
Hmm.
And so if you look at the philosophies, you can trace this thread that starts at the Enlightenment and these Enlightenment ideals, and then liberalism, socialism, and fascism bloom out like a beanstalk, one on top of another.
Hmm.
Um, the issue is that some of those assumptions of the Enlightenment were wrong. You know, that everyone's equal stuff that was wrong ultimately. So we have to build like it wasn't better before then, in my opinion. Lots of neo-reactionaries say that. So, um, for example, Taftage said this to me once. She said something like, "Fascism is left wing because it's post-Enlightenment.
Hmm.
It's post-Enlightenment, and it's ultimately bottom up. Liberalism, socialism, and fascism—they're all like concerned with uh, the majority of people, right? So liberalism talks about the voter, you know,
Right.
the voting class, the citizen. Socialists talk about the working class, the
Hmm.
producers, the actual people who labor in society.
Yeah.
Fascists talk about the people, the ethnicity, the race. You know, they all draw their political legitimacy from the bottom up. But pre-Enlightenment political philosophy is all top down. It's all God to the king, to the nobility, to the peasantry. It's a completely different way of viewing politics. So there's this view that like everything post-Enlightenment is left wing among the neo-reactionaries, which is my opinion. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of
Yeah.
a nutty way of looking at things.
Right.
Um, but basically, that's kind of like I look at that framework probably has some use in critiquing certain things, but I don't. But that's kind of what he's getting at. Is like were things better before liberalism? No, they weren't, and I kind of reject that framing, even though it's interesting. and it's
Mhm.
useful for some critiques, I ultimately think that we are better off now than we ever have been,
Right.
despite our problems right now.
Okay. So then
Yeah.
attached to that was Derek G's. Do you think that Canada's drifting
Mhm.
away from liberalism?
Um, no, I don't think so. I think like I think the parliamentary system here is still pretty strong. We don't have like revolutionaries looking to overthrow it or anything. We haven't had a true January 6th in the same way, you know.
Right.
Um, people are definitely fed up with politics here too. I think that's why we have our current conservative leader.
Yeah.
Why we got that guy instead
Peter.
of the previous guy, Aaron O'Toole. Um,
Ugh. Miss O'Toole.
I saw people on Twitter calling him a fascist. Yeah, I know,
He was
I
fucking
know.
progressive. He was fucking
Yes,
progressive. That's why he got
exactly,
kicked out, because he
exactly.
wasn't conservative enough for the fucking progressive conservatives of Canada. Not that they're
Yeah.
called that, but still. Wait,
Yeah,
is
yeah.
the federal one progressive conservatives, or is United Progressive Conservatives is Alberta for sure? Is it also United, or is it just progressive conservatives in Canada for federal?
They for federal they were called progressive conservatives, but sometime during Harper's term they changed the name to just conservatives.
Right. Okay. And then
Yeah, they changed the name.
Alberta and a bunch of provinces maintained progressive
Yeah.
conservatives. Okay.
Well, don't you guys have the Wild Rose Party out there?
No, we blended, and now we have the United Progressive Conservative
Oh,
Party.
okay, okay.
It's
Right,
fucking
right, right.
stupid.
But yeah, I mean, you look at Pierre, he seems to be more libertarian than previous conservative leaders, which maybe Canada needs right now.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, especially in response to some of the things Trudeau's done. Um, but in terms of like Canada abandoning liberalism, I don't think so. I think we're still like liberalism as a mode of government, like the parliamentary system, democracy, limits on democratic power.
Yeah.
I think that's here to stay.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Let's get through a couple of these because we have two people waiting to talk to you. So shorter answers, okay?
Okay, sorry for all this. I
It's
feel
okay.
bad. We're going forever.
All right. What is your opinion about classical liberalism and John Locke? You get like a minute to answer.
Okay. I kind of answered this before when I talked about the false assumptions of liberalism that Sargon put out, that article,
Mm-hmm.
where John Locke had some great ideas, same with his contemporaries, but he made false assumptions that liberalism is based on, and they're not because they're false. Liberalism itself kind of has a not solid foundation. For more on that, search up the two articles. The Five False Assumptions of Liberalism by Sargon, and the second one is Five More False Assumptions of Liberalism. They're both on his outlet, lotuseaters.com. They're great articles. I'm going to defer to those articles for my answer.
Okay. Damien Wooten, we're talking about anarchists. Do you want a humanization of anarcho-capitalists? Probably not at this point. I don't actually think they're like a particularly loathsome group that people hate. They're just so like niche and small. I'd rather humanize like groups that are like cops. Everyone knows cops. All right, the real Holzonator. Anarchists, I think he meant to say people to be conquered. But all right, the tribe one, you're a debate bro, SFO, embrace it, it's in you. And finally, you are correct. Are you familiar with Alexis de Tocqueville or Burke
Uh,
with an E?
Alexis de Tocqueville. I know the name. I don't remember what he was all about. Let me quickly Wikipedia him. Was Tocqueville? Oh my God, he's not even on. Hold on. Was Tocqueville the guy that Chud Logic uses as avatar?
I, I don't even
No, that
remember
was
what
someone else. Wasn't it?
was it. Yellow? I can't even remember what it was.
No, that was someone else. That was someone else. No, Chud Logic for a long time used an avatar of the first reactionary thinker ever. Can't remember his name now. Can't remember his name. But Burke, I am familiar with Burke.
Okay.
Burkean conservatism is, in my opinion, probably the ideal form of conservatism.
Hmm.
If you know about Burke at all.
I don't personally know.
Okay, I'll give you the TLDR. Less than a minute.
Okay.
The idea of Burke's philosophy is that he viewed this. Keep in mind he was writing in the 1700s, so he had no idea about psychology.
Yeah.
But he said basically that tradition is the inherited wisdom that has been distilled down from millions of people that are just as smart as you are. And so through trial and error, it has become something that you kind of inherit. And because human beings have a limited number of thoughts they can think before they die, when it comes to simple things, you should defer to the traditions of your society,
Hmm.
just because you can save your brain power for the more important things. He didn't say it like that because he didn't know anything about psychology. He
Right.
said something like, each man's private stock of reason is small, so he should withdraw from the general bank and capital of nations and ages. That's what he said. But I think that there's something very thinking fast and slow about what he was talking about that he just didn't understand at the time.
Mm. Although to be careful with thinking fast and slow, the findings of thinking fast and slow, like chapter 5 and 6 specifically, have not been replicated. Doesn't seem like there
Yeah.
is really two types of thinking.
Okay. Yeah. I have heard that there might be a replication curse with that book. I haven't read it in 10 years, so I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, most people point to things like Julia Galef for better books about thinking than Thinking
Okay.
Fast and Slow. But the author himself has come out and been like, yeah, it wasn't replicated, so he's still being a based scientist. So you can still follow up on his work and get the more up to date versions of thinking.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, basically because he was operating from before psychology, he didn't know how to word it, but you can kind of get the idea.
Okay.
Burke.
Actually, one more question that just came in. It is modern China effectively fascist in spite of the communist label and historical context?
Yes.
You think it's fascist, not
Yep.
communist?
hmm
Interesting.
There's
Explain
this.
that to me.
Okay. Sure. You'll hear definitely among people who aren't socialist online, you might hear the phrase "fascism is honest." So yeah, fascism is honest socialism, something like that.
Hmm.
Hear that a lot. I have a video titled with that title. However, I wouldn't. It's it's not necessarily accurate, but it's mostly accurate.
Mm.
And the idea basically is if you look at the centralization of the economy that happens in China, you have the state the state has one hand in the pocket of everyone and everything. You have the mass surveillance. You have the narrative about ethnic supremacy and the Sinicization of ethnic minorities in China. I mean, it seems to fit the bill. The only the, some people will say that China isn't fascist because they're not expansionist. They didn't go to war with all their neighbors like Nazi Germany did or
Right.
Italy.
Right.
I will say
Well,
one.
I don't know if there actually aren't expansionists, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly,
So I
exactly.
was
So
saying, all their
so
neighbors, Taiwan would probably disagree. Same with Hong Kong.
yeah. So one is that fascist regimes aren't necessarily expansionist. The Franco regime in Spain, they were isolationist, right? So that's not a necessary component. And two, the Chinese are absolutely expansionist, but with soft power.
Hmm.
They have a lot of soft power going around the world right now. They're buying up land in foreign countries. They're buying up companies. They're buying influence.
They're
They're not
building
doing
fucking islands
invasions.
to extend their borders in the sea.
Yeah, yeah.
It's crazy.
So yeah, I definitely think that they're like a modern version of a fascist state for sure.
Hmm. Interesting. Okay. I haven't heard anyone call it. So would you say it's not communist then at all?
Um, no, I don't think so. But I think pretty much every example of a communist state ends up behaving like fascists, like
Okay.
the fascists do.
Which
So
is why they're
like
not real communists.
exactly. So I've talked to a lot of like anarcho-communists, and they call them red fascists for a reason because like a lot of the way that like the state is set up, the way that the state functions is
Yep.
similar. The way the economy is laid out, the way that power is centralized in the hands of the party, there's a lot of similarities between the two.
Hmm.
Um, and like there's a book that I read maybe a year ago called Hitler's Beneficiaries:
Yep.
How the Nazis Bought the German People. It's a discussion of the Nazi Party's economic policy during the 12 years of their rule, and this book basically goes over how the German working class received the greatest amount of upward mobility and wealth expansion in the history of Germany during Nazi rule. And there's now it wasn't because they loved the working class. It's because it's what kept them on side while they did everything else they did, right? Like
Right.
it was a bribe basically.
Hmm.
But there's definitely these ideological connections between various fascist regimes and various socialist regimes where they kind of begin to merge as they centralize power.
Okay. Interesting. Do you think that then actually I'm not going to ask this because we'll never get to our askers. I'm going to bring in our askers instead. I will keep them and you on a time limit.
Sure.
and we'll rotate you.
I'm sorry this has gone so long, by the
That's
way.
okay. No, that's no problem. I just want to make sure I'm not taking up too much of your time and not getting like too wandering, and that my editor doesn't want to smash our
Um,
brain out because there's no end to this.
I've probably got until 11 p.m. and right now it's 10:20.
Okay, awesome.
I've already gone an
You have
hour
40
over
minutes.
that my girlfriend's going to allow. I've already gone an hour over, so I'm already
You may as
screwed.
well make it too. I don't know if I can stand that, but whatever. It's your
You
relationship.
know what? The last two times we spoke, I went over time as
I
well, and you
know.
were
I would know. That's why I was gonna say your girlfriend's gonna fucking
and,
hate me.
and you were like, "Listen, do you want to go ask her or something?" I was like, "I'm pretty sure I'm okay."
I know. I was pushing you hard. All right. Just so your girlfriend knows, I'm standing her timeliness. Okay. This is
Okay,
all you.
understood.
Okay. All right. Welcome, Puma. You had a question
Hello.
for our esteemed
Yes.
friend.
Dev, I want to know your, I kind of guess, stance on. Do you think why they're making more characters unattractive, and not just video games, but I think movies as well, more androgynous, uh, is try to fight back, or just why? Why do you think that?
Well,
Out.
androgynous doesn't necessarily mean unattractive, right? Because
Yeah.
you can go back in time and see like Katie Lang, for example, was an attractive woman who was androgynous. So
Hmm.
and androgynous doesn't necessarily mean unattractive. Um, why they're doing it? I mean, there's probably just some push for the normalization of certain things that aren't normal. Whether or not that's good or bad, that's a different conversation, right?
Hmm.
Like you could say that, for example, something I've seen a lot is you see more characters with what is it called? It's that skin disease where they have different pigments of skin, different colors. It's like in blotches.
Oh yeah.
Mm. Yeah.
Yeah. So you see more
Alopecia or something like that.
something like that. Yeah. So you see characters a lot of characters with like skin patterns like that, right? And you know, is that a push to normalize that sort of look on people by putting them into media? Well, the answer is yes, obviously. But is that good or bad? That's the question. Should we normalize that type of thing? The answer to that's probably yes, because those people exist. It's not a big deal, you know. Um, the issue ultimately becomes when they're trying to normalize something that is actually not good, you know.
Mm.
Like so on the opposite end of that, you have like fat activism, right? Like should we be normalizing people being 600 pounds and having a heart attack just going up the stairs? Probably not, you know. So
Yeah.
it really depends. I was definitely more ideological when I was younger. At this point, I've come to like doing all the reading. I've realized that like okay, the socialists have a point here, and the fascists do have a point here, and the reactionaries have a point here, the liberals have a point here. Everyone has a point. It's what you do with this information, right? So it's not necessarily bad to normalize the abnormal. It could be good, it could be bad. It just depends. That's a cop out answer, but it just depends.
Um, and so, furthering that, with how I guess movies are shifted from, it kind of feels like it shifted from one extreme to another within the last, I would even say 50 years, of
Hmm.
treating some female characters as just damsels in distress, one dimensional, and then
Right.
now kind of switching that. Okay, we treated them way too harshly, and yeah, kind of bad stereotype. So now it's more like they have more masculine traits, and they try their best not to look. I wouldn't say try their best. Like I would say, at least with like Captain Marvel, they made her look more androgynous, less feminine, and a lot. I wouldn't say a lot. Like the big people, like EFAppers and
Hmm.
the Critical Drinker. They
I know
talk
these
about
guys. Yeah.
they talk about how there's no actual nuance or uh, dimensions to characters now.
Right.
Um, why do you think that is? Do you think that they're just trying to make it so like it's a body image thing, or is it just a trying to do a 100% turnaround on what did happen sometimes?
When it comes to those characters, I don't actually think it's about the body at all. All right,
Mhm.
there was a meme floating around with Captain Marvel where like her male co-star had a larger ass than she did, and everyone was laughing like this is not an attractive woman. She's very skinny, and it's like, well, okay, I get it, but like it's not about the body necessarily. It's about the character themselves. You could have, you know, a compelling female character who isn't attractive, but they have to be compelling, right? So the issue that I've found when it comes to female characters in this sort of media, it's actually not the attractiveness that's the problem, really. It's the fact that they have like a bunch of unearned victories. You know, that's the Captain Marvel problem. That's the Rey from Star Wars problem.
Yeah.
Is that they never lose. They just keep winning, and like man, Ray is the most obvious example. They always call her Mary Sue, and she's a Mary Sue because she learns these force powers out of nowhere with no training, stuff that it took Luke Skywalker years to learn. And it's like, listen, if you're going to write a female hero, you can do it. You can make a very good female hero, but they have to lose, and then they have to be beaten. They have to come back from it. You know, that's the Rocky story, right? Like that's the Simba from Lion King story. You know, the hero is down. They lick their wounds. They come back. But all of these progressive female heroes don't ever have that phase. They
Yeah.
they start the adventure as being overpowered and badass, and they just beat everything in front of them, and then it's the end of the movie. And it's like, well, they didn't grow, you know? That's why that they're not compelling. Not because they're women, not because they're sometimes unattractive. It's because they don't do anything heroic.
I agree with that.
Right,
Do
one
you
minute
think?
left.
Oh,
Do you
Quick
think there
question,
is?
quick answer.
okay.
Do you think there's any? They trying to do any pushback on uh, kind of female body image and how they think it's affecting youth, and I would even say women in their 20s. Even though it's been shown that social media is definitely more of an issue, do you think like that could play into a factor why they try not to over? I think I would just say over sexualize
That
some of
actually
these
makes sense.
characters.
You know, I didn't put those two together before now, but it makes sense. Um, I think you know this more than me, Erudite. That there seems to be some research showing that social media is destroying young women's brains, basically. Um,
Kids in
in
general,
terms
it's
of
a
like,
little bit worse for women, but yeah.
yeah, like in terms of attractiveness and this sort of thing.
Yeah.
So, maybe the fact that they're trying to normalize less attractive women is trying to push back against that effect, but it does seem to be like an old an argument from 30 years ago targeting a different problem, right? Because 30 years ago they said that too. We have to have different types of bodies on screen. They said that back in the 90s, said it back in the 80s because, you know, for self-esteem issues. You know, and fair enough.
Hmm.
But the current issue doesn't seem to be related to movies or that sort of. It seems to be related to social media. So maybe they're just fighting the wrong battle, you know?
Yeah. All right.
All right.
That's
Thanks for
it.
coming on.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, man.
Have a good day.
All right. What level of spice are you ready for?
I'm good. Just go for it. Let's hear
Okay.
it.
I'm gonna bring on, so just so you guys know, I'm gonna pick on basically things that I think are interesting. So if you've been waiting longer than somebody else, just because I'm prioritizing them. All right.
Hello.
Sturm. Hello.
Hello.
Hold on, you're very quiet. I gotta turn you up.
Right, try again.
Hello.
Hi. Can you just talk a little bit closer to your mic? You're just really, really soft.
I don't know if it can get any closer if I'm eating it.
Perfect. That's a little bit better already. Right. What is up? You have a question for SFO?
Yeah, I guess I could say that. It's like he has a habit of dodging criticism.
Okay.
I think in
All
a
right.
very simple way. You want me to elaborate on it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay, you can hear me. Anyway, in your it was the Dylan Mulvaney, the second video for Dylan Mulvaney. Most of the stuff that you wrote down, it's kind of the retort of "you are dumb" kind of argument, and there's many of them, and you kind of just swept it under the rug.
Did I do two videos on Dylan? Hold on.
Yeah, there was the first one, and then there was your finger quotes apology video.
I don't recall that. Hold on. I did the one called Bud Light Taste the Rainbow with the subtitle You're All Dumb. Is that the one you're talking about?
I'm positive there was two, but there was an apology that you released after that because you got so much pushback.
I think I know what you're talking about. Yes, I think. So what was it about that? That I don't take criticism well?
No, well, I guess you could say you just don't. Most of them, like most of the ones that you're citing, are just things that are saying you're dumb, and you just dismissed it. It's a
Okay. I don't necessarily agree. like, I've definitely tried to take criticism. I'm sure I failed at it in the past. I always try to do better than I did the previous day, but
okay. Well,
without like a specific example.
okay. Well, I'd have to go back to the video to call it out, of course, specifically.
No, I
Uh,
understand.
but there was one in which it's sitting in my mind. And
Okay.
it's what I personally call it weaponized autism. Is when you cite like
I
you
probably have that.
yes, you attempt to hyper focus on one single detail in order to sidestep the greater, more accurate argument. And I believe it was you were addressing one of the points in which you would say if it was Gramsci, there would be like a trans flag in the background to say, well, this is blatantly political, but
Hmm.
that's not what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be subversive, and so it's like how do how do you say it? I heard the like a long time ago. I heard the oh my god, the word is escaping me. The subliminal messaging. It's not it's not saying something, but it's having something visible, like blatantly visible. Like if a character in a movie is drinking a Coke, then there no one's saying anything about Coke, but you're gonna want a Coke.
If you want to use a more modern example, do you want to talk like? Because I know I didn't say this because it wasn't back then, but just to bring it into context. So Spider Gwen recently having the protect trans kids flag in the background, something like that.
Well, no, that's your point. The
Okay.
like having the trans flag in there is
Hmm.
that's just blatant. You can point at it and say that's it. But
Okay.
if you have like I don't know about Gwen, but like I didn't see the movie yet, but uh Gwen is obviously a queer type character kind of thing with like the shaved head and whatnot. But just having her in that position is the subversing of the current social norm because that's what they're all doing.
So let me see if I understand you. This is something like even if Dylan Mulvaney didn't say anything about trans stuff in the ad spot, just the act of having Dylan Mulvaney in doing that job is in itself subversive, and that's something that I need to grapple with.
Yeah, I think that's the core of it. Simply having them, especially because they are a contentious figure.
Okay. So if they had a different trans person who wasn't as contentious, would that be okay?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, so like if they had Blair White do it because she's right wing and trans, you'd be cool with that.
And I don't know. She's kind of out there too.
Okay, 1 minute left.
I don't know if there's anyone, but also I think a more uh, apt point that is like this is a pretty good one on the political, but I think the criticism is with Lilith when most
Yes.
of the time you're just whenever you address it, it's just she's trans or she's annoying when anyone can see that again she is equally weaponizing autism in the worst possible manner, and it's okay. We're just gonna hand wave this.
So here's the thing, all right? Lilith isn't me. I know that we do a show together a lot, and we are good friends. But I disagree with her a lot on her takes, right? We've argued in public, and we've argued in private. I push back on her whenever I think that she's gone too far left. It happens all the time. I know that there is definitely a view among some people in my audience that Lilith has tainted me or is making me say certain things. That's not the case. I have never once felt pressured to say something on my channel that I didn't believe myself to maintain my friendship with Lilith. Never once.
Well, it kind of sounds like a trust me, bro. I'm doing this in the background because I've heard really stupid stuff and you didn't do anything.
Well, okay. Do you want me to fight with her like live? Is that what you like? Do you want me to burn the friendship down for entertainment? Like, what do you want me to do exactly?
Hey, if she's gonna be dumb, I think she needs to know. But it's like it's stupid, and if that's what's gonna burn the friendship down, then how much of a friendship is it?
Well, that's the thing though. Is like when she says things that I don't agree with, I do say, "Hey, Lilith, I think you're wrong there." I do it all the time.
Yeah, I don't know about that. It's kind of
Oh,
soft.
okay. I mean,
Be more
I
mean,
understand.
Dev.
Be more mean. Here's the thing. There is something to what you're saying though, because so just real quick. There's definitely a case where like I will sit there and I'll try to if there's like a controversy, I'll answer comments and I'll be like, okay, this guy said this, I'm going to answer this. This guy said this, I'm going to answer this. There comes a point where I can't answer every comment and respond to every criticism, right? And maybe it's sometimes I'm sure I miss the ones that some people think I should have answered other than other ones. That's fair, okay? And trust me, I know that I made some mistakes comparing the Bud Light thing to the Hogwarts thing. I know. I mentioned that earlier in this stream. Like I fucked that up. So I'm not, I'm not ignoring what you're saying. There's definitely I need to improve certain things about how I take criticism. That's true.
Okay, great. Thanks for coming on, Sturm.
All right, thanks.
Thanks for stopping by. Bye-bye. All right. Got 20 minutes. All right. Gabrielle, hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hello.
Perfect. Yes. Hello. It's yeah. Oh, hold on. I hear myself. I have the YouTube video on. Hold on.
No worries. It's very
Sorry about that.
nerve-wracking. That's
For having
okay.
me, Miss Eric. Mr. Dev.
Hi.
Big fan of the reading arc.
Thank you.
I was just wondering. Hold on, 1 second. There. Oh yeah. So I was a big fan of your reading arc, and I was just wondering. I've been watching your videos with PSA Sitch and Adam.
Mhm.
And I really loved your not only like your fascist video, but your the indigenous video. That was I think one of your first ones I saw after you came back after the Gamergate days, right? I think it was actually the indigenous video. And
No, that was a video that I put out like in December of 2022.
Oh no, I meant that I saw from
Oh, that you saw.
I
Okay,
watched you
yeah,
back in the day. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I really kind of liked your take on the ideology because I'm a big fan of the NRX kind of philosophy. I'm a Moldbug
really?
fan. I got his physical edition of his book that he just released. Right, I'm a
Really?
really big fan of it. But the thing is, like, what was so interested in your take, right? That was like I tried to send a super chat and like I'm like Donnie DeWitt. I was the guy who super chatted earlier, right? What interesting me in you was that basically you're the only like person who reads it that isn't like drinking the Kool-Aid in a sense. That isn't
Mhm.
totally drunk of the Kool-Aid. Because I try to have debates with people about it, right? They either A, don't know about it because it's like esoteric right wingism, you know what I mean? No one knows, right? Everyone
Yeah.
knows like the Bush and Reagan humping right wing, and anything else is like alt right, right? And the
Mhm.
people who do know about it, well, guess what? They're drunk on the fucking Kool-Aid, right? So like you can't even discuss it, right? So was
Right, yeah.
asking you basically that, like I remember PSA shit's talking about like they're very like reminds them of Marxism, right? And in a sense that's true. Right, Curtis Yarvin even Moldbug says this, about how basically Lenin permanently like hacked because he's a computer guy, right? So he basically
Yeah.
said that Lenin permanently hacked democracy, like he's like a political genius. Where ever since the Bolsheviks, they permanently kind of like dominated like everything. They invented modern day politics. So
Right,
when
yes.
PSA says that, right? So my question to you basically is, you seem to like incorporate it because I remember you saying on Stardust streams like, oh, statistically, there are statistics where like people who have influence, either be it through the media or finance, either both or combinations, can influence elections to an absurd degree. But you still have this hope, and I really liked your idea of like the hourglass thing, of the conception of the centrist and these two particles, right? You got the particles of the extreme left and particles of the extreme right. It's very Trotsky-esque in a sense, right? So my
I
question
don't know if
was
it'd
for
be
you.
Trotsky-esque, but okay.
No, because the Hitler particle thing, it's a physical compensation, right?
Mhm.
So my question for you was basically, are you kind of like a positive, like pseudo, like accelerationist, a positive version where, yes, the extremes will burn bright in the future, but they'll burn out quickly, and that some sense of like this current like peak 90s neoliberalism will kind of survive in the future. Like it'll just these two extremes will eventually burn out or get synthesized into kind of like the conveyor belt of neoliberalism into like a more processed and maintained future.
Kind of yes, but I wouldn't call myself an accelerationist. I'm not. I'm not. No, like accelerationist is usually used to describe people who want to hasten the collapse of the current order, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to make things worse just so that we have a chance to build something better in its place sooner. I think it's a terrible idea. I think what we have, despite all of its problems, mostly works and works better than all the other alternatives. Right.
Right.
So what you're referencing, I'll send it to you, Erudite, so you can pull it up on screen if you want. What you're referencing is a conversation I had with Stardust where I was jokingly trying to monarchist pill her to say that authoritarian governments were actually better than democratic governments.
And it seemed like it worked based on her Twitter.
it was half a joke, right? And the issue is that it comes out of this study here, testing theories of American politics, elites, interest groups, and average citizens. And basically what this study says is that there's a correlation between income level and how much politicians that you vote for actually implement the policies that you voted them in to do. So, for example, let's say you have a left-wing politician gets voted in, and poor people vote him in to accomplish policy A, and rich people vote him in to accomplish policy B. The chance that the left-wing politician implements policy B, which is the one that the rich people want, is about 60%, and the chance that they implement policy A, the one that the poor people want, is close to 0%. Right? So this study is often used by people to say that democracy doesn't work, that it doesn't matter what the poors vote for, that they're just not going to get the outcomes that they want. The issue, and listen, a lot of elite theorists use this study to back it up. I know Moldbug himself, I think, has referenced this at least once. Lots of academic agent has used this. Lots of people on the dissident right use this.
Does Distributus as well?
Yes. The issue is that they're not reading the whole study. Because what this study also says is that if those poor people group up into an interest group, they have the same success rate as rich people do. And that's the kicker of the study. This is why, I didn't get a chance to get into this with Stardust because the conversation moved somewhere else. But that is ultimately the hole in the neo-reactionary position, is that the poors actually can get some of what they want done politically. The issue is that they have to engage in class action, which, by the way, is what the socialists tend to want them to do anyway, right? So this is why it's very important for poor people to actually be politically engaged, because if they are politically engaged and they're just not random voters who are voting selfishly, they can actually accomplish things politically.
True, that is true. See, Moldbug's answer to that is that he would agree, but thing is, right, they had to be cohesive, they had to be unified. That's the classic take of 100 organized people will actually be far more efficient than 1,000 disorganized people, right? I mean, look at Gamergate, right? It was a purely grassroots, or like iDubbbz, right? I saw this video of Brianne Wu on PSA Sitch. They did an interview with Brianne Wu, right? And there's something very beautiful because because I'm 22, right? I grew up in the kind of the Gamergate thing, right? So I remember it was purely grassroots. Everyone made fun of SJWs. It was 100%. Vast majority of people were kind of like, yeah, well, SJWs are cringe, right? And then you see this hurricane happen, right? Gamergate was almost a hurricane. We wake up, we're mature adults. It's cringe to say SJWs now. It's overly cringe. Everyone in the scene is dead, but the SJWs are still here. They wear different skin, they're different people, but their voice and words are the same, right? And you see Brianne Wu, and she says something like, oh, the thing is, once I talked to the New York Times, the gaming journalism didn't understand, but when you see the New York Times and the federal government and all these things, and it's something very beautiful because it's an objective confirmation of Yarvin's idea of the cathedral. I can totally see why Sargon is starting to be buddies with Anima Parvini, academic agent, or the distributist, because you see this whole situation in Gamergate, and it just seems like the perfect example of Yarvin's idea of the cathedral, right? As long as you have like organized power, and you see what you described the democracy thing, right? You got organized to poor people, right? And how do you do that, right? You, Lenin talks about this with the vanguardism. What you just described as vanguardism, right? Yarvin even talks about this. Democracy, there's no effective difference. Every time a democracy is established, what is people call democracy is populism, right? The American Revolution was not popular. I think the biggest projections of support for the American Revolution was like 24%, right? It was definitely less than 50. And even then, it was not the way the American Revolution was done. None of the revolution was done overwhelmingly by the proletariat. There was always a sense of a vanguard. They get herded, like almost shepherded in a sense, right? So
Yeah, I think I know what you're saying. There's like the Nazis also had like 30% popular support, right? It's this sort of thing where you don't actually need the majoritarian will to implement political change. Yeah.
Oh, and but I loved your talk about the Nazis' beneficiaries in the books about the socialism of like the back and forth between economic policies of the Nazis. That was a great video, by the way. I really like that quite a bit. But
Thank you.
yeah, but what Yarvin does, if you wanted more breakdown of Yarvin's work, I know you didn't like Open Letter. How Dawkins Got Pwned is a brilliant book because I read that after reading.
Is that the title of the book?
Yes, How Dawkins Got Pwned. Yes, it's in the
Okay.
it's one of his best. Because if you're familiar with Jonathan Haidt, I know Miss
Yes.
Erudite is, right? Jonathan Haidt's theory, The Righteous Mind, right? If you read that and then you read How Dawkins Got Pwned, published in 2007, what the righteous mind is, if I remember it correctly, was that in some ways, your intrinsic personality traits almost affect your political views. Like a leftist are more abstract thinkers, and like rightoids are more like retard. Basically, through handful of people, 5 people. Excuse my French, but 5 people around them, and that's basically it, right? Leftists think abstract and can think complexly. Right wingers tend to think about their family and like things around them much more visual based, in some sense, like near and far, kind of, if that makes any sense. So Yarvin talks about this in 2007 about the theory of, you were familiar with James Burnham. I know you read Hoppe, right? So James Burnham is basically like the political realist, the modern day Machiavelli.
I've only read Democracy: The God That Failed.
Right.
Hoppe.
Oh, that was a great book. That was where he argued, or either Hoppe even says the anarcho-capitalist himself. I know y'all talked about ANCAPs earlier. Hoppe himself says that Marx is like right 90% of the time. That's why he says capitalistic democracy sucks. That's why we either no state, or Yarvin's take on Hoppe, which is we need a monarchy. Right. The democracy plus capitalism is what makes state, and the state is cringe, basically, right? So, and so basically with Yarvin's take is that ideology itself, and I know y'all got trickled down with Unitarianism when you talked with PSA with Stitch about this.
Yep.
But he didn't. The whole Protestantism is like a metaphor for ideology. Ideology itself is a mental virus, right? Because it's adaptable to its environment. And basically, almost power itself is a drug. It's both a drug and a virus, where it will adapt and it will evolve and mutate.
I think I know where you're going with this, if you don't mind. So I actually am working on a video on this.
Right.
About ideology. I know Academic Agent did a video called On Ideology. It's a pretty good video. I don't completely agree with him. So the issue is that Academic Agent views things that it's such as ideology. He views it in the realist sense. I don't know if you watched Croat's video about political realism.
I watched
Academic
about
Agent,
10 minutes of it.
You should watch the whole thing. It's really good. But Academic Agent views politics in the realist sense, that there actually is no difference between liberals and conservatives and socialists and fascists. There is no difference, because at the end of the day, they all have different ideologies, but if they're placed in the same political position with the same material conditions, they will do the same things, because it's not ideology that actually drives their decision making. It is the practical political reality on the ground. So ideology to them, to people who think this way, is just a flag that you wave. So like, this is, for example, why when I debated Aidan Paladin at one point, I got her to say that she believed that if Nazi Germany won World War II and became the world hegemon, they would act the exact same way that America does now. It would not be better or worse. It would just be the same, because it's just power games and ideology doesn't matter. I don't believe that. I think that Nazi Germany would be far worse, because ideology does matter. So here's the issue, though, is that like you have people. So like there's the pure power view, which is like the Academic Agent view, where only power matters and ideology doesn't matter at all. It's just post hoc justification. I think AA uses the phrase blah blah blah, therefore I rule. That's his phrasing of it, where basically ideology only serves to justify why you should be in power and why your enemies should be destroyed. And then there's the complete other end, where people are ruled by ideology. This is the real communism has never been tried thing, because they're so ideologically fixed on the theory of the thing, they completely ignore the practical effects. So these two poles are both extremely destructive, right? You need an ideology because you need to be able to have morals, because like morality is an ideology. It is a theoretical thing that isn't necessarily grounded in reality, but it still guides your judgment. If you have no ideology, then you are amoral. You basically, you have, like, I got into a short debate with Academic Agent where he said, listen, the only thing that matters is friends and enemies. And I'm like, well, that's not true. Like, what if my friend does something that is immoral to me? And then he says, well, then he becomes an enemy. And I said, well, okay, that means morality matters, though. That means that ideology has some stake in the game. It's not just power dynamics. It's not just your friend is your friend because he's your friend. And that kind of stumped him for a bit, right? So you have the people who are way too ideological. They're trapped in their own minds, and they're automatons. They do they just perform broken theory, and it doesn't work. And this is let's try communism again, right? But then you have on the other end people who only pursue power and they have no morals, and that's just as bad. It's a different type of bad, but it's just as bad. So I think like Moldbug is definitely more in the power for power's sake camp, but that's also not good. All right, like it's definitely in our sphere of the internet. It's very common to let's say denigrate somebody by saying they're being too ideological, which is fair, but also you can't be immoral as well, right? So there is a proper place for ideology. You can't just be anti-ideology.
That's 100% true. Like when you described that your debate you had with AA, which I assume was like a DM or something like that, not it wasn't like a public thing. So AA is talking about from a pure like macro political. Like think of like an accordion. If you ever seen an accordion, right? You compress it to a singular and then you expand it to mass. Right, political realists, like the people who are super, like hyper, like autistic about power realism and the super NRX types, we think, or most of us think, purely in politics of mass. So you said, yeah, what you said about the democratic people, like yes, the poor can be wild up. The thing is, you kind of have to herd them up. You have to wild them up. Same thing with your friend and enemy. You see this all the time with, for example, during the Nazi Germany. Oh yeah, apologies. I'm sorry, I got a little excited. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
But you see this during the Nazi ideology, the madness of crowds effect, right? So as long as you can make it seem like a crowd, as long as you trigger the fight or flight instinct, right? Like you said so yourself, your friend and enemy thing, right? Thing is, human instincts can be hacked, right, to a certain degree. So as long as the individuals, as long as you can create a sense of mass and scale, as long as you can whip up the mass, you can kind of trick the brain into like a fight or flight response. So even like you individually are strong enough you can choose exit over voice, which is another Moldbug thing, right? Which is you can exit the politics of voice and just remove yourself from the mass situation. That's actually the most like kind of individualist thing you can do, which is to exit out of the political situation altogether. Like Moldbug's dream world is a world without no politics. That's why he wants he has a sense of like you want a small but completely strong government. Because politics is fighting for power. If you basically, it's like a drug addict. If you just shove them in a closet, right, and you kind of like force them off the drug, they eventually will just stop reaching for the drug. And that's kind of his view of it.
Yeah, we talked about anti-politics on the concept of being against the concept of politics. We talked about that on the PSA Sitch stream, and yeah, Adam and Sitch stream, yeah. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I believe that Moldbug is a gateway to post-fascism, because the post-fascists were also the same kind of thing, right? But
yes.
It's also that Moldbug, his ideal future is one where all the guns are smart guns, so that there can never ever be a revolution against the government.
Oh,
and
he updated
he would just control all
it's,
the guns.
Yeah, it's blockchain drones now, or like
Blockchain
orbital
drones.
striking. Yes, or orbital strike like a Death Star kind of thing now.
Yeah. Moldbug kind of had some wacky ideas. Well, because he was a computer programmer, right?
Yes.
He was a programmer, so all of his politics is kind of filtered down through the lens of how to build computer systems. So he definitely believed that like the Germans, for during the Prussian period and then during the Nazi period, they were pursuing the all-powerful godlike state, and the technology just wasn't there. And now Moldbug is thinking, oh, we can do it now. We can just centralize all weapons under the control of the government using modern technology. It's pretty. Yeah, it's terrifying.
Yeah,
I think he's crazy. I think he's crazy.
No,
Bug
he is.
he must not love the Second Amendment. Then I'm guessing.
Oh, he has very complicated issues. He's a libertarian, and he still believes in libertarianism. He just believes the only right you have, the only right you can truly like politically instigate. He says you can't instigate morals, right? Because that leads to voice. Voice is dialectic, right? He hates Hegel, but in a lot of ways, he ends up accidentally turning to Hegelianism, where any
Right.
political like thing will synthesize and create conflict, and politics equals conflict, conflict equals chaos, and so forth and so forth. Right.
Hold on,
So
let me explain this real quick, because I know we're running out of time. So Erudite, I saw your face regarding calling him a libertarian. He is kind of a libertarian monarchist. What they believe,
Okay.
TLDR, the TLDR is,
Stupid.
yeah, the TLDR is the government is private property, and the state is a private organization,
Okay.
and the king is simply a CEO. He's the owner of a company.
Okay.
That's and so basically, all of the rights that you have as
But
the
it won't work
exclusive
like a
owner,
government, guys. Don't worry.
all of the exclusive rights that you have as an owner of a company, a king should be given to his domain,
Okay.
and then we'll basically run government like a profit-seeking business, and we'll, because the government has the monopoly on violence. We can control that like we would control any other kind of property.
Mhm.
It's so basically it's the idea that kings are property owners,
Right.
and
Not a
so
government. Don't worry, guys.
it's
He's
libertarian.
not a government, though. Don't worry.
It's libertarian monarchism because you apply the capitalist mode of ownership to the government.
Okay, so it's libertarian semantics games. Heard.
yeah, it's because in feudalism, property rights kind of precedes all.
It's not
And once you make a
really
justification-
government.
Well, libertarianism, like okay, but yes, but basically feudalism is worship of property rights, and
Yeah.
once you have a democracy, property rights are fundamentally turned fluid, right? So there can be negotiated, and thus causes all conflict. And I know I ran out of time. I would just like to say real quick before you have me bounce, or if necessary, or whatever. I'm a big fan of your work, Miss Erudite. I know you're a Robert Hyland fan. I watched your Sneeko interview. I thought it was great.
Mhm.
And Otaku, I'm a big fan of your reading arc. I think your last 3 videos have been bangers. Your Gramsci video is excellent. And
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I DM'd you on Discord. I would really love for you to kind of talk your way, because you mentioned the therapeutic state with PSA Sitch. I was like mind blown. I guess oh my god, you actually know all these things, right? But you're an actual centrist. You're not drunk on Kool-Aid. You're not an ideologue. So if you ever want to talk or anything like that about this thing, I would love to have a Discord conversation with you sometime.
One thing that I will say is that this experience has basically reminded me that I should probably do more talks on my own Discord, right? Because I haven't done them in like over a year. I just haven't had time, but I should, because talking to people is kind of fun sometimes. Yeah.
Because I get the sense that you were trying to talk about like the NRX thing, but Sitch wasn't having it. Stardust was kind of getting distracted. It's like, oh my god, I can tell you took notes for Hoppa. Like you're citing your notes, and you took all this notes for Open Letter. I'm like, oh my god, I want to hear this.
So Sitch was very into it. I'm going to do a video on the Open Letter once we're done. Sitch was into it. It's Adam who was falling asleep.
Oh yeah, true.
Adam didn't want to do it.
Yeah,
we'll get back to it though. He got outvoted.
Yeah.
We'll get back to it.
Yes, you should talk to Distributus too, by the way. Adam does not like Distributus, but I think you would like him too. He's very rational and reasonable.
All right.
Okay, thanks for coming on. The chat loved you, Gabe. So I appreciate it.
Thank you all so
You're
much.
very
I appreciate
entertaining.
this very much.
I don't know if I followed half your conversation, but it was very interesting.
I apologize. I
Track.
apologize.
Oh, that's
But
fine.
thank you so much.
You don't have to apologize for knowing stuff that I don't know about.
Thanks very much.
I learned. Have a good one.
Thank you all so much. Appreciate it. You too.
Okay, bye-bye. All right.
Oh, by the way, I will send you an audio copy of the Open Letter of Man Progressives if you
I was
want.
gonna ask you for it. I cracked it
Yeah.
open and I was like, I think I need an audio of this. I started scrolling and I was
It's-
like, I don't know if I'm gonna slog through this.
The audio version's like 9 hours, but
That's fine.
it's okay. Yep, I can send it to you. I think it's.
I
I
walk
actually
my
think it's on
dog
YouTube.
all the time, constantly. so-
I think it's on YouTube actually. So Yeah, it should be easy to get. But I'll look it up though. Yeah.
All right. I think we hit your time. There's been one person waiting. If I give them
Oh,
1 minute, can they ask you a question?
let's give it to him. Sure. Yeah, I don't want to leave him hanging. I feel bad.
All right, Damien.
Hello.
You got like 1 minute to ask your question. I'm so sorry.
That's my question.
Uh, uh,
What? I can't hear you.
Yeah, hear me?
kind of.
All right, might be the metal dust in the air. Let's see if I can try the other one. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
What's going on?
Okay. I was wanting to talk about liberalism versus socialism.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of people get the two ideologies mixed up a lot.
That's true.
Yeah. I think there are some things that are inherent about socialism that is incompatible with socialism.
I missed that. Can you say that again?
Sorry, I got a little tongue tied right there. I said, I think there's some things about liberalism which makes socialism incompatible with liberalism.
I mean, I agreed. Okay, wait, first of all, where are you? Are you in like a wind tunnel? What's going on?
I know I'm at work.
Chat just
You're
said
at
it sounds
work.
like the guest is Charlie Brown's teacher, which is true.
You're at work? Are you gonna get fired for doing this at work?
Now they literally ain't got anybody to replace me. Besides, this is about the most time I usually have on my hands.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so liberalism incompatible with socialism. Yes. So here's the thing. I know that when like you have certain types of socialists like the Jacobins and the Fabians, they'll say stuff like liberalism Jesus. Socialism is going to implement the failed promises of liberalism. They say that all the time, right? However, it is true that there are other parts of liberal ideology that are incompatible with socialism. And this is like Sargon says this a lot, that there's a natural evolution between them. And whenever like I argue with Sargon or Adam and Sitch argues with Sargon, we push back on him on this point because we say stuff like what are you okay, we say stuff like, listen, despite there being a natural progression, liberals still ultimately value private property, right? They value privacy as a virtue. This idea that we should have private lives that aren't considered political. And socialists don't value that. And so even as socialists claim to be the inheritors of the liberal tradition, there are certain things that they must abolish about liberalism that if liberals are smart, they won't give to them.
Yeah, because the term was a socialized man.
What?
I thought about the term of, the term for Marx said it, the socialized man.
The socialized man.
Yes,
Yeah.
the socialized man. Yeah. So there is an idea. I've definitely seen it from Marx. I've definitely seen it from Ted Kaczynski as well. The idea that you can over socialize somebody, where if they're too cosmopolitan, they're too used to modernity, to like the decadence of capitalist production, that they become unable to revolt against liberalism and like implement a revolution. Yeah, I've heard that before. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I believe that liberalism has given us the greatest freedom over socialism.
I agree too.
I mean, if you look at other socialist countries in comparison to westernized countries, like I even have family that are in China. They're not allowed to do anything that we do here.
Well, true. So this is the difference between theory and practice, right? Because there are lots of things in socialist theory that say that it is more free than liberalism, but in practice it never is, right? This is by the way, it kind of connects to the previous conversation about ideology, where you can't be ideological about your politics. Where you have to understand that despite how people have theorized things sometimes, it doesn't work like that, and you have to abandon bad theories. You can't be ideologically attached to like any one predetermined outcome.
I agree. I was just thinking that socialism is that way inherently by design.
I don't think so. I think the socialists actually believe they're doing good. They're just not, ever.
Yeah, I'm just talking about even with their slogan was that the dictatorship of the proletariat. Yeah, they forgot the
yeah.
dictatorship part.
Well,
Yeah.
they view that as like a necessary evil. You know, like they have to have a dictatorship so that people can be re-educated, and then they can eventually have a true free society once everyone thinks the same way. Yeah, I know what you mean.
All right. Thank you so much for calling in while you're busy at work.
Thanks,
Yeah.
man.
Hopefully, I'll be in better conditions where it's not so loud.
You know what?
What?
I didn't hear a single thing you said,
I
but
didn't.
I appreciate you.
Yeah. I said I'll
Thanks,
hopefully be in
man.
a better condition where it's not so loud.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, you know what? If you're in my community, you know what? This has convinced me. I'm going to try to do more call-ins in my own community. So if you're in my community, I'll see you there at some point when you're not at work.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for the chat, y'all.
Thank you
No
so
problem.
much. I really enjoy how you would pick up your voice to be louder, as if he's the
I
one who
know.
couldn't hear us. You'd be like,
I know.
"Hello?" And it's like he's not in a wind tunnel. He just sounds like he's in a wind tunnel. You don't need to yell. It's like when
I
somebody
just-
doesn't speak English well, and then your grandpa starts like getting louder, and it's like, no, they can hear you. They just don't speak English well. And they're like, I
Listen.
want pierogies. It's like, why are you yelling this?
Listen. When I'm like playing a video game where I'm like racing a car,
Yeah.
I turn the controller too. I don't just press the buttons. I also turn the controller. I do this kind of stuff all the time. I have no idea why I do it.
Okay, well, I appreciate you taking the time to chat with us. You gave us
It was a lot of
time.
fun. I hope it actually turns out well for you, because I feel like it might not have been the best humanizing. You know, maybe I wasn't controversial enough.
No, I mean, you don't need to be. The goal isn't to be necessarily controversial in the conversation. It's to just like see who you are and how you respond to things, so that people can kind of see. So I brought up, I think, a number of controversies, and people got to see how you react to it, and they can kind of take away from it what they would like.
Yeah, no, fair enough. How did I fare in your opinion?
I hope a lot of people are like, oh, okay, so he's like just kind of like normal. He's not really like an all right. He's just like friends with some like further right people.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I think I am kind of normal and boring, to be honest. At the end of the day,
Yeah.
and when it comes to my actual political views, not the things that I'm like researching. Yeah. I do kind of pride myself on being able to be friends with anybody despite their political stances.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fun. Sometimes, like, some people like would watch the Vosh thing and they're like, okay, so he is a human robot. That's good to know. So, like, and
He is a
I
human
kind of
robot?
like that. I kind of like that people walked away being like, okay, Vosh really is just kind of like that. Like, he's just kind of like, beep, beep, boop, boop. Here is my output statement. And you're like, okay. Which is kind of funny.
It seems like he has some experience doing public speaking, so you can kind of he's good at having the kind of pre-canned response to a lot of things. I think
Yeah.
that's kind of in his wheelhouse. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
For me, I I don't practice anything. I just kind of do it and see what happens.
That's fair. All right. Well, thanks for coming on. Thanks for chatting. I know it took forever to get this actually set up, so I apologize.
Oh, no problem. It was a lot of fun. I just hope it was worth it for you. You know, hopefully it was a good night for you too.
Yeah, it was really good. I appreciate it.
All right.
You need to go. You're late.
I do. But let's talk again at some point, because I think it's been like 9 months since we did this. So if you feel like chatting again sometime, let's do it. It's always a lot of fun to talk to you.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. See you later, everyone. Thanks for having me.
Bye.
Bye.